Booyah!
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Well done.
What's going on, everybody?
What a way to start it, man.
This is the kind of stream it's going to be. I can see
Right?
already.
That just set the mood.
How's everybody going?
All right.
Cut from like a super serious scene to the Ace Ventura Pet Detective.
Right?
Jumping back and forth.
Yeah.
I was on a goddamn time schedule, so I didn't really organize them too well. But all right, guys, we are back. Episode 6, 91 through 95. So appreciate everybody being here. We got 17 people out there, guys.
Nice.
All right.
Cool.
So we'll see what we got out there in the chat. We got Ken Carlson. So what's hey boys? Craig, what's going on, man? What's up, girls? All the notes. What's up, man? Top 3 from 91 to 95. Ed Wood, Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs. JFK Hard Boiled, the runners up. He said, what's up, everyone? This is going to be difficult for me with these movie picks, but I'm ready. Let's go.
Yeah.
Chris said, evening all. Wow, came back from work just in time. Appreciate you being here, Chris.
Hell yeah.
That sums up the last great decade in a nutshell. All note said, how was y'all selling pops? Get any good DVDs? No. What we ended up doing was my mom and sister actually had a yard sale. Went to their yard sale and we ended up just hanging out there. So I didn't get anything. We just
Full House season 2?
No Full House season 2. What's going on, Coco?
Hey now.
Hey, Coco.
I'll say hey to Coco. What's going on, Miss Caveman?
Yeah.
Caveman, what's going on, man? We're asking about you last night.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Hey, back to Holland. Fat Boy Harley, what's going on, man? The new Fab Five.
Yeah.
All right. Saying hello.
We're so fab.
So yeah, I don't know about you guys, but this has been the hardest one so far. I feel like I say it every fucking time. But yeah, this is getting a classic for me.
It's getting increasingly more and more difficult.
This one was easy for me, to be honest. But I mean, I
got movies that I'm not going to show here tonight that I feel real bad about that I'm not going to have included.
Yeah.
So they're right there. It's like, right on the cusp. But I feel pretty confident in what I got here. So I got them. They're locked in. They ain't going nowhere. So
it was a game time decision whether Alan was going to have us on or if he was just going to talk about this time period by himself and just 100 movies.
I'm changing the format. I'm doing my top 20.
Right.
But guys, I guess we'll go ahead and get started here. So Brad, you drew the first chair there, so
yeah,
I guess you get to go first.
Way to kick it off.
Well, this is a movie I saw recently. It's the most recent one. I'd never seen it before. It's recency bias, whatever. I understand this is not everybody's cup of tea. But
what does that mean?
Day of the Beat. This movie, it has everything going for it. I don't know why I like it so much, but it's 1995, takes place in Spain, shot mostly around Madrid. The movie follows a priest / professor of theology who discovers through ancient texts that the apocalypse is Christmas night, and which is just a few days away.
That makes sense.
He has to try and summon the devil so he can do battle with him and stop him unarmed combat. Basically, it's the idea. Is like he needs to summon the devil, and it's all so funny because the guy's like 4 feet tall. He's like, I don't know what he's playing, but he's probably 50, 55. He's just not. He's been a priest his whole life, so to try and find the devil, like in 2 days in Madrid, it's just pretty funny. To accomplish this, he decides the best way to find the devil is to sin endlessly, listen to demonic music, and surround himself with all things satanic. So again, he's been a priest his whole life, so he really doesn't, sinning is like foreign to him. So he does like really dumb shit, like the petty shit he can think of. what did he? I listed some of the sins he does. He steals a few things, petty things like stuff from a homeless guy. He pushes a human statue like street performer over, like he steals a suitcase. He starts smoking. He burns himself with cigarettes. He starts keying cars. I mean, shoplifting, anything he can think of. He does to, try and, become a sinner. And he's like, the idea is he's going to sell his soul to the devil. And when he meets the devil, he's going to kill him, some way. He doesn't even know how. He has no idea how. But to give you an idea what this movie's like, in the opening scene, he talks with his, higher up, another priest, explains to him his plan. And he I forget, like some change falls or something, and he has to like bend over. He bends over out of the way, and a giant 60-foot block cross falls on the other priest. So right off the bat, you're in for like a real wild ass movie. He convinces a local black metal dope head that's constantly taking drugs to join him in his quest. Who's like the comic relief? He's like the the lovable, fat, funny guy, but he's like, a complete idiot. He's talking about he's constantly putting little notes of acid in his mouth, the whole time. And he's just up for anything. And they're riding around listening to satanic music, trying to find the devil the whole movie. It's a blast. It's a lot of fun. The dope head, the metalhead says, as he's talking, he's like trying to talk to the priest, trying to find some kind of common ground. He's like, this isn't the strangest thing I've heard. He's talking about this story that he heard this woman claim she got raped by aliens on late night TV. And he's like, man, I could tell by looking at her that she was asking for it. I mean, it's just that kind of guy. They track down a local satanic televangelist, and the three of them, try to find Satan. And they try to do these little they do this little ritual and draw this circle and all this shit, and the priest has to go get virgin's blood, and he's like, we've only got, by the time they get everybody together, they've only got a couple hours left. He's like, you're gonna get virgin's blood in an hour, and he comes back in an hour after this melee with this old heinous broad, and it just, he gets his ear blown off. I mean, it's just a fucking mess, but it's awesome. And my favorite scene is when they try all this shit to find Satan, and nobody actually believes they're ever going to find Satan. Not even any of them, not even the priest. But he's like, I've got to try, So Satan just walks in out of the blue. He's in fucking full goat form, and they all just their reaction to it is hysterical. Every encounter they have with him is a riot. They don't all make it. In the end, it's this gloomy ending. But, anyway, dude, this is a lot of fun. It's a foreign film. There is an English dub with this 7 release, which is actually a pretty cool release. If you haven't checked this one out, definitely pick it up. You can get it on the cheap. You can get the Blu-ray pretty cheap. But it's a good one, man. Check this one out.
Oh, yeah.
That's number 5.
First time I saw that was on when I used to watch Joe Bob Briggs.
Yeah, I know he did it at one point. Yeah,
that was the first time I saw it, but I don't watch it.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it. It's been on my to watch list for a while, but
yeah,
movie. Starting saying it.
Yeah, you if you saw the character and everything, it's just the way he delivers everything. He's just this unassuming little old guy, and he's just on this unbelievable quest to find Satan, and it's pretty great.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. I bought it from Severn. I'm pretty sure I bought it blind from Severn and watched it, and I've watched it 4 or 5 times since. It's a Christmas movie coming up for the season, everybody. So
there it is.
That one up. Satan, Christmas, peanut butter and jelly.
Saturnalia,
Sam Waters is Santa.
Santa, there you go. Boom. There it is.
You sick, twisted fuck.
That's true though.
I got that from Detroit.
Don't get him started. Nobody. Let's move on to the next pick.
Let's don't talk about the old pagan customs around here.
Oh.
All right, Doctor, I ain't sure you're gonna top that, but
Well, we're gonna turn a corner for sure, Brad. So all of my picks, just like Alan, all of my picks. This was a really, really hard go around for me. I think it's just going to get worse because now you're getting into my my proving ground for movies. Rewatchability is a huge one for me. Again, it's weird for me because I've got a lot of movies in here that don't fit my typical bill for what I really go for, which is horror and zombie. But this was a great comedy from back in the day, and people either love it or hate it, but I love it, and that's What About Bob?
Okay. Yeah.
Bill Murray, Richard Dreyfuss. This movie speaks to me personally as a physician, and it may be that just this movie only speaks to people in the business because I'm here to tell you Bob is real. Every single one of us has a number of Bobs. The premise is Bob's got some issues, and he finds his way to Richard Dreyfuss, who plays a psychiatrist who's just written a book, and Richard Dreyfuss is getting ready to go on a month-long holiday at his lake house, and Bob proceeds to completely derail his entire life. The chemistry between these two guys is fantastic. The story is that they actually did hate each other, which really, I guess, made for why the movie turned out to be so good. Directed by Frank Oz. It's one of those movies where you can feel Richard Dreyfuss's pain, and you completely empathize with him as he's trying to deal with this, just for lack of a better term, straight crazy ass patient that he cannot get rid of. And like I said, the Bobs of the world are really out there, and they really do just stick to you like crazy glue. There's just a lot of real subtle, funny moments to this movie. It's completely rewatchable. This is a movie I go to when I need something to completely decompress and take my mind off of everything that's been going on. This is like probably in the top 3 movies that will be on a constant loop in the background while I'm dealing with something heavy. Richard Dreyfuss just sells it. It initially was supposed to be Patrick Stewart that was considered for the role. Bill Murray apparently was kind of difficult to work with, which the more I read about Bill Murray and his movies, I guess he's kind of got a reputation. But the movie works out well. If you haven't seen it, it's stupid, but it's funny stupid, and just embrace it.
Oh, yeah. I remember that shit, man. I seen it in the theater. What About Bob?
True to Bill Murray, he ad-libs most of his scenes, and they just kind of let him go with it. There's a great scene where Richard Dreyfuss you kind of empathize with him. He's so frustrated with Bob, and Bob's in his car, and he's trying to get him out, that he throws the door open, and he can't even get words out. He just speaks in tongues. He's just
yeah. Bob's not gone.
You're like, fuck, man, I have been there.
So we're clear though that doesn't have Satan in it. That movie you're talking about?
He's in there somewhere. He's in a stump. It was interesting.
By the way, Ryan, that's a badass shirt.
Oh, appreciate that.
For anybody that doesn't know, that's a Sopranos shirt.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Little Satrials.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, I couldn't imagine anybody but Dreyfuss playing that role now.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
maybe like Will Peterson or something like that. But Dreyfuss is legitimately agitated. You can tell.
Oh yeah, and apparently it was onset off. Apparently, and Bill Murray. This is, I guess they've now since reconciled. But Bill Murray took it as his purpose. Like he said, the onset offset. He felt like that was his job, was to annoy the shit out of Richard Dreyfuss to sell a legitimate movie. And he said, like, I made that like my life's goal. And Richard Dreyfuss was like, and he accomplished it.
Yeah. Bill Murray is a national treasure, but I'm sure be around him 24 hours a day. See what that's like.
Oh yeah, apparently
wear on you a little bit.
Yeah, he got into it with the producer of the movie that's making his movie, and pissed her off so much they got into a shouting match, and he shoved her into the lake. He physically assaulted her. So,
damn. Did he get a charge?
Who's going to press charges on Bill Murray?
Damn.
Yeah, it has been a hot minute since I've seen that movie. I need to revisit that again.
It's been a long time, man. I need to check it out.
It's worth a rewatch, that's for sure.
Needs a Blu-ray.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Yeah.
All right. Dirk, you're up, buddy. What you got?
Well, got to go with like like we was talking about the titles, man. It was easy to pick, but it was kind of hard to put them in order. But Pulp Fiction, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Had to go with it. But when I first seen this movie, man, before it was popular, I rented it in the damn from a mom and pop shop, Video Time. Local Video Time was the name of the shop. Fell in love with this damn movie, man. It was like the dialogue. It was just like, I was like, what the hell? It was like the first Tarantino I seen too. So it was like trying to figure that shit out. The chronological order, like, was all scattered around. It made it highly rewatchable, I mean, and not just one character gets great lines. Like, every fucking body's got great lines in that movie, But if y'all haven't seen Pulp Fiction, man, I don't know what the hell is going on. I mean, like, most talked about time, but it was hard. What is it?
I'm just sitting there thinking that motherfucker's got a slip on his.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Continue. That's the first thing I say. That motherfucker's got a slip.
You hear Alan going, God damn.
Yeah, that's the first thing I do. And I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, Alan just noticed a slip.
You see that little tag right there? It's like raised too. This is raised. It says director approved Quentin Tarantino.
Alan's searching for it as we speak.
Frantically scrolling on eBay right now.
But yeah, man, it's just, I mean, I'm really not gonna go like describe the movie or nothing, but I mean, like what's in that damn case, like the essence of life? Is it a fucking Marcellus Wallace's soul? Is it fucking the diamonds from, Mr. Pink from Reservoir Dogs? I mean, there's always the Holy Grail. There's so many theories on that shit, but it makes it great because you don't know, and don't try to fucking figure that shit out. Fucking drive yourself crazy, But yeah, let's see. Oh, the scene with Uma Thurman getting the injection, right? I don't know if y'all ever seen this or y'all knew this, but there's 2 board games. Y'all know about this?
No, I'm not familiar with the board games.
There's 2 board games in that scene when he's fixing to inject that adrenaline shot in her chest. And it's in the 2 board games that are in plain sight. It says Life and Operation. I just thought that was fucking.
I don't think I ever noticed that before.
Yeah, it's just little shit like that. There's so many references, man. You can't catch them all,
I love the dialogue in that scene between Eric Stoltz and Travolta. When Eric Stoltz is like, no, you give her the shot. If I bring a junkie bitch to your house that's ODing, I'll give her the shot. But
right.
And the girlfriend, how she's all excited about the fucking needle and shit, it's because she's like really into piercings and shit.
Yeah.
But Pam Grier was originally supposed to play her, believe it or not. But or
he thought all the shit in her face.
That's my wife. She's the one with all the shit in her face. Yeah.
But he thought that Pam Grier couldn't be bossed around from Eric Stoltz, so he didn't cast her. So
yeah.
But yeah, man, my favorite quote is from Samuel, and it's the path of the righteous man is beset, which is not a real that's not real scripture in the Bible. That Ezekiel 25:17. I mean, it's similar to that, but he says the path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities and tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I shall strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon you. That shit's just like the shit.
God damn, that's badass. That's such a good line.
It wasn't even written for the movie originally. It was written for Reservoir Dogs originally.
It was.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Harvey Keitel was supposed to say it.
I memorized that shit, man. When I first, I watched that movie over and over, man. But that's my number 5, y'all. And if you haven't seen it, I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Kurt memorized that line the first time he saw it for the next time he was in like a bar fight or something.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the most fucking quotable movies that I've quoted over the years since I've seen it, man. It's it's something else. It was a big fucking deal when it came out. It was a big fucking deal.
And the meaning of that quote changes too to the Jules character later in the movie.
Yeah, he explains it differently at the end, where we start and where the scenes bookend.
There's just so much shit to Tarantino's mind, man. It's fucking insane.
Yeah. Dense story. There's a lot going on there, that where you find these Nazi hillbilly like rapists in Southern California running a pawn shop. I'll never know, but they're there apparently.
And you see Bruce Willis, right, grabbing all the shit.
Yeah.
Like the hammer. That's like from Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
One of the scenes, and he grabs a fucking chainsaw. That's from Texas Chainsaw. Fucking a sword was from some Japanese flick. It's Tarantino's fanboy, man. So,
yeah.
I recreated
that definitely a movie
the other day with a spider. I was picking up all kinds of implements to fucking bitch with.
Chainsaw.
And that music, man, is like,
yeah, that soundtrack, man. I used to listen to that bitch all the time. It stayed in my CD player in my car a lot during the first few years it came out.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And from Dusk Till Dawn. That was another nice story.
No movie has ever made heroin look so cool.
Yeah. And Bob Dole came out about that shit. He said that film was romanticizing heroin use and shit.
Yeah. Really romanticized it. Really made it look. But until she fucking takes it and goes tits up.
But he only said it in the third person. Bob Dole doesn't like heroin.
Every time
Bob Dole thinks that movie.
Every time Travolta goes to the bathroom, something bad happens. You notice that shit?
Yeah.
There's just so much shit to it, man. I could go on for a fucking hour about it. But
yes, I'm old enough to remember Bob Dole.
Bob Dole was a rich motherfucker, dude. He was writing a lot of checks all the time. He had to have that pen in his hand 24/7.
I like when Norm Macdonald would portray Bob Dole. Fucking hilarious.
All right,
enough about Bob Dole.
All right,
and Pulp Fiction can be a stream all by itself. There's so much to break down and talk about with that movie, man.
When the 4K comes out, we could do that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, that'd be a great
This stream is when the 90s Kid in Me comes out, so a lot of these are like childhood favorites of mine. This first one is Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead.
Oh yeah.
That's a great movie.
Number 5. What's up?
That's a sick ass release too.
Oh yeah, the snapper case. The old HBO home video snapper case.
Applegate, right? Christine Applegate.
Yeah, Christine Applegate, and like
it's her first big crush of mine back then.
It was her first big movie. She had only been in Married with Children really before that. But yeah, it's basically mom goes away for the summer and leaves her kids to this old 80-something year old lady, and she dies at that house. They find a way to bury her ass, and then they just they don't have any money because I guess they buried the money with the old lady, or she had it hidden somewhere or some shit. So she has to go. Christine Applegate has to go get a job and stuff to support the kids in the summertime and cover up all their lies and shit. So it's pretty fun. It shows like a lot of growing up, whatever you have to do without your parents around and stuff. It's got Keith Coogan, I think, is hilarious in this. From like Adventures in Babysitting and Toy Soldiers and stuff. He's always been an actor that I liked back in the day. And it's got Josh Charles, the kid from fucking Leprechauns in here, Daniel Harris, young Daniel Harris. I don't know. John Getz is in here. Yeah. Says it's Home Alone × 5 when everything was trying to be like Home Alone back in the early 90s.
Right.
Exactly.
It's pretty fun though. David Duchovny's not in this one, I don't think, because there's a guy that really looks like him though. Whenever she's working at the office, but
I don't think it's David Duchovny. I'm trying to remember that dude's name.
It does
it looks really like him, but
it looks like him, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. This is just one I always went back to as a kid and always popped in. I always like these early '90s movies whenever they had like the cartoon intros to the movie.
Yeah, like One Crazy Summer and
yeah, like animated, like
right.
whenever they had the opening credits. But yeah, I don't know why this one should get like a Shout Select or something by now. But yeah,
I haven't seen that movie in a long,
that'd
long
be a
time.
great Shout Select.
Man, I rented that movie on VHS like back to back.
That's a good one, man.
Oh yeah, man.
All right. I'm gonna take this a little bit darker now. So I had a hard time deciding where to put this one at, but it's gonna be number 5 here. It's gonna be 7.
Oh,
Great cool.
Let's enjoy this lenticular slip here.
Look at that son of a bitch. That's a beautiful release.
double lenticular.
I remember when you first got that, I was like,
you got the memo book and you got the still book.
Yeah, it's fucking insane, dude.
It's a cool release, man.
Fucking crazy.
I like the memo book part of it. That's just such a like nice, subtle little nod.
Yeah. It's got a lot of cool information, a lot of cool shit from the movie.
It's bad. It is.
Yeah, this movie was directed by David Fincher. Came out in '95, and man, if you haven't seen this movie, who hasn't seen this movie? But it's so fucking dark. It's matter of fact, the one thing I found out was the way they got the film's brooding dark look was achieved through a chemical process called bleach bypass. The silver in the film stock was not removed, which deepened the dark, shadowy images in the film. So that kind of explains why it looks the way it does. But Morgan Freeman, I mean, he's great in everything he fucking does. But Morgan Freeman, Brad Pitt, they were just so fucking good in this. I want to say this was one of the first things I seen Brad Pitt in. If memory serves, I've seen it in theaters. But it's about the 7 deadly sins. You got pride, greed, wrath, envy, lust, gluttony, and sloth. Which I'm guilty of probably 8 of those. But you got 2 detectives, a veteran and a rookie, hunting down a serial killer. Serial killer is played by Kevin Spacey. And we didn't know at the time that Kevin Spacey's playing himself pretty much in this movie. But you got Morgan Freeman, Brad Pitt, Kevin Spacey, Gwyneth Paltrow, and R. Lee Hermey. You got 2 detectives, a veteran and a rookie, hunt down a serial killer who uses the 7 deadly sins as his motive. And pretty much throughout the movie starts off with gluttony. You got this really big dude, whatever, that pretty much, I mean, the kills are so fucking unique. He kills this guy by overfeeding him spaghetti sauce. And spaghetti to his fucking stomach explodes. And when I first seen the movie, the makeup was done so well. I thought they actually got a really big guy for the part, but that was all makeup and that's like aesthetics. Yeah. The guy that had to play that role, he said it was absolutely fucking terrible. When Morgan Freeman came in on the set the first day of shooting that scene, that he walked out and just like, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. And he just said it was a really, really tough movie to film. Gwyneth Paltrow didn't want to do the movie. Paltrow and Brad Pitt were dating at the time, and David Fincher had him talk her into doing the part. So I thought that was kind of neat. Also, something else, and I could see him doing this. David Cronenberg had a chance to direct the movie, but turned it down. I could see this being a Cronenberg movie.
Well, that would be a Cronenberg movie for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine how fucked up it would have been if it had been a Cronenberg movie.
Right? You think it's dark now?
Yeah. And New Line Cinema, you guys all know the ending that's seen it. What's in the box, all that shit. New Line Cinema did not like the ending of the movie, but Brad Pitt refused to do it unless they left it that way. So Brad Pitt wanted that ending or he wasn't going to do the movie. So they left that in. And also, there was a scene where Brad Pitt is chasing down John Doe, Kevin Spacey, and his arm goes through a windshield. He fucks his arm up. It kind of worked for the scene. If you happen to notice after that, he's wearing like his arm like in a sling for a little bit, whatever. That's because he really did hurt his arm doing that film of that shot. They wanted it to be raining throughout the entire movie, so they could only film when it was raining. They wanted that dreary, just the feel of the movie. It's a movie that you almost got to take a shower after you watch it. The final scene in the car spoiler alert, when they finally catch Kevin Spacey, really turns himself in, and they're driving in the car, and the dialogue between Morgan Freeman, Kevin Spacey, and Brad Pitt is fucking gold. And pretty much that whole final act is just I just rewatched it 2 days ago, and it holds up, man. It's so fucking good. But you guys ain't never seen it, man. Check it out. It's one of my favorites. It's a great fucking movie.
That thing bounced all over my top 10, and it was hard not to have it higher up than it was.
Yeah, there are some fucked up scenes in this movie. It's dreary, man.
Yeah, bleak, dark, all that, but And a lot of people don't realize that's shot in Los Angeles, California, and it's supposed to be New York. And they just had rain machines like fucking crazy and just made it look like it was raining everywhere.
Yeah.
You know? And you can tell
they never actually mention where it's at.
Yeah, it never says where it's at.
Well, there's a bunch of cues like New York pizza. There's like, you know, like the pizza place they're in. That's New York City, blah 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 pizza and all that.
Yeah,
I mean,
and there's
supposed to be New York, but it's never actually stated.
Right.
And even their badges say Metro Police.
Right.
Yeah, right.
And
exactly.
There's a part that Morgan Freeman goes and pays that FBI guy to get to pull library card records, and which that was illegal then. But after 9/11, that actually became part of the Patriot Act that they actually could pull that kind of shit. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. You can really tell it's not New York by the ending when they drive out into the fucking desert.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, where the fuck are they at? Shit.
Yeah. Where the hell are they going?
What the hell?
How far is this?
Jersey's gone to hell. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, that's a long time great. I really love Arlie Ermy in it.
That's what I was going to say. It's such a great role for something that he typically doesn't do.
Yeah.
And two great lines Brad Pitt does. One is, just because the motherfucker's got a library card, don't make him Yoda. That's a great line. And it's all, he's a nutbag. He's at home right now wearing his grandma's panties, rubbing himself in peanut butter.
Yeah. Arlie Ermy's sitting at somebody else's desk and the fucking phone rings. He picks up the phone. This isn't even my desk.
Yeah, I love that.
Slams it right back down.
I'm sure it wasn't, but that seems so like such a perfect ad lib. Just happenstance.
I feel 100% it's an ad lib, and they kept that phone wasn't. I think it was just an accident.
That phone rang and it wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, wasn't supposed to fucking ring, and he just did that. That's a classic, all time great.
Yeah, man.
Let's get caught up with the chat here. That's where we left off at. Hollow Note saying Caveman. Gizmo, what's going on, man? Terminator 2 is the best movie ever. Jurassic Park, Leon, Pulp Fiction, Shawshank Redemption. There you go. Show is over. What's going on, Tony?
Hey, Tony.
Hollow Note, say hey to Tony. Came to my apartment with my right down at the door. Good times. Yeah, man.
Tony and I are going to be on a stream on my channel. We're going to be talking about our favorite Cat 3 movies coming up. So keep an eye out for that one.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Ghost Story.
Very cool.
Oh, yeah. He's seen them all, dude.
Oh, man, that'll be awesome.
Yeah.
You doing a little sex and Zen action there?
Yeah.
Dick Tanner 65, worst movie from 1970 to 2020.
LA ever.
Well, how many Ernest movies were there?
I thought he was talking about doing a stream.
A stream, yeah.
That'd be rough, man. That'd be a rough one.
I don't know, man. It'd be kind of easy to shit on some movies.
It's fresh on mine. I'm gonna have to say LA Jabber. I'm sure there's worse ones.
Civil War's pretty bad.
Yeah.
No, it's not that bad.
Okay, and says my ears be burning. Nah, man, we were just it came up last night that we hadn't seen you in a while, and so we're just hoping you're doing well.
Yeah.
All right. Sydney says my number 5 movie is Friday, 1995, and that's a great movie. Ice Cube, Chris Tucker, John Witherspoon, R.I.P. Tony Lister Jr., R.I.P. directed by F. Gary Gray. A lot can go down between Thursday and Saturday. Such a great movie, man. That's another very quotable movie. Mm-hmm. You must be a stupid motherfucker to get fired on your day off. Chris sees Gizmo T2, yes, greatest sequel ever made, and Jurassic Park. I'll put Lion King on there as my all-time favorite Disney movie. Yeah, it's hard to argue that one, man. That's a good one.
A lot of shit was happening in the 90s.
Yeah, it was.
Chris, I could do a Fave 5, but that would take me way too long. Gizmo, so Chris did that too before I got Disney far up my ass. I can almost not watch a Disney movie any longer. They're also destroying everything I love.
Yeah, Disney's fucking shit up big time.
All right. Hey Tony, an a-hole of hay to be hauling. Okay. Christine says, hi by the way, Tony. Hope you're doing good.
I love that you guys just type shit to see Alan read it. It makes my day.
Johnny Darko said, some of my favorites that I've watched countless times are JC's The Thing, Pitch Black, Original Halloween, Steven, Storm of the Century, and 30 Days of Nights. Gizmo said, never got the Day of the Beast under my skin. I need to give it a rewatch. I have only seen one film from the director that I love, Perdito Durango.
No, that's also a fucking mess. Perdito Durango.
I see it's on Prime Video, Day of the Beast. I mean,
There's
I think,
on, Jerry.
I think it's on everything too.
How do you say that guy's name? Javier Bardem.
Javier Bardem is in
Javier Bardem.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a shit. And well, we know. We already talked about it.
Caveman said, hit that like button. What's going on, X-Team? My 3-year-old's been watching What About Bob almost daily. Not sure why. I'll say hey to Jerry. Holland. All right, Chris says, for anime of this decade, year-wise, Ghost in the Shell. And my all-time favorite anime is Ninja Scroll. I want a 4K of Ninja Scroll very badly. I never got into anime. My kids love it. 2 of them do. Gizmo says, what? I love What About Bob. I would not put that in my top 5, but it's an incredibly great movie. Gizmo said, roses are red, violets are blue. I'm a schizophrenic, and so am I.
There you go.
Magic Hands, what's going on, man? What's up, everyone? How y'all doing?
How's it going?
Johnny says, what about Bob? It's hilarious. Right. Dirk with another awesome shirt. Where you all get these? Where'd you get that shirt from, Dirk?
Fright Rags.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fright Rags, man. They had a sale going on. They always got some sales going on, it seemed like.
Yeah. All right. Love Ninja Scroll. Akira and Perfect Blue is my favorite. But Ninja Scroll, Detonation, Oregon, Cobra Space Adventure, Street Fighter 2. Yep. I cannot comment on any of those. Extends that throwing someone in a lake wasn't assault in the 90s.
That's true.
Dirk is welcome to my birthday party.
Yeah.
There you go.
The city says Pulp Fiction, badass movie. It is.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Dirk, I see some side money in your future.
Yeah.
Remember that? Remember that clown from Uncle Buck?
He punches him in the face and his nose is all fucked up. His red nose is all.
Uncle Buck, yeah.
Yeah, Ninja Scroll holds up today, animation-wise. It introduced me to Madhouse Studios. You would see slips on my MTV Liquid Television. That's what got me into hardcore anime. All right. Holiday says, it's just a MacGuffin. Doesn't matter what's in there. Let's talk about the case in Pulp Fiction.
Well, what was actually
is a tasty burger. I like how you capitalize is.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, he is.
Check out the big brain on Brad. Even
ever since that movie has come out, anytime anybody in my family has grabbed somebody's drink and look them dead in the eye and drink the last drop of it. Did you just Samuel Jackson my fucking drink?
Yeah.
It's a thing around here. Gizmo said, for me, all anime is timeless, just different styles. The only anime that is not timeless is Disney. Strange Things is new Disney anime. All right. Gizmo says, is aged and old is freaking amazing. So every Disney film after 1995 is worse than the Disney cartoons from the 30s and 40s. I have the Steelbook of Perfect Blue. It's very creepy and underrated. And let's turn into the anime stream.
Yeah.
All right, Gizmo said, no, man, I'm pretty far from okay. I'm going to get medieval on your ass. All right, nice. I really wanted that limited book edition from Australia. Almost got it for under €200. Now it goes for €600. Our 25th hour is another of my top 10. Must have seen that movie 40 times. I did the mirror scene memorized word for word. What's going on, Ryan? Well, they call it cortana with cheese in France. All right. Very nice pick, Brian. Love that movie. Don't Tell Mom should have a Blu-ray. Yeah, I agree. That would be a great shot select.
Yeah, I haven't thought about that movie in forever, man. Brian, we can't hear you, dude. Brian.
Muted.
I'm muted. Fuck.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Winona Ryder was supposed to be cast in that movie originally.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
That would have worked.
Yep.
Who'd you say?
Winona Ryder.
Oh shit!
I didn't know that.
Applegate. Hell yeah!
Right, I've seen Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead so many damn times as a kid. We do need a Blu-ray 4K of it. What's going on, Anthony?
I
Appreciate the shout out on your video last night, man.
I don't think we need a 4K of the Babysitter's Dead, but
we need a 4K of everything. Everything gets a 4K.
Apparently,
everything deserves 4K.
That's it. I take it back. I want 4Ks of the entire Ernest Goes to Camp box set.
Yeah.
I guess by saying that David Duchovny is the dude.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
I didn't think it was. Huh?
All right, let's say to Anthony. All right, 7 is on my 6th place. All right, 7 is awesome. Love it. What's up, Holland? Chris said, there it is. One of the most disturbing endings I had seen at that time. 7. Great pick, Pops. Appreciate it, Chris.
Yeah. 7
is almost a perfect movie. The what's in the box acting from Pitt almost kills the ending. I have the Target slip. I'll leave that on Blu-ray. It sees what's in the box. It says what's in the box.
It's in the box.
What's in the box? What's in the box? Marshall swallows the soul.
No, don't go there. Don't look. Don't look in the box. All right.
Gwyneth Paltrow has been way too much naked after she turned 50. I wish she would keep her clothes on and go back to serious acting again. Damn.
Wow.
All right.
She can take them off if she wants to.
Right?
What's the saying? Once you see one pair of titties, you want to see all of them?
How about what Jack Black's using? Shallow Hal.
Right.
Yeah.
And
that's a movie that couldn't be made today. Now, if you want to talk about that,
yeah, right.
It couldn't be made today by no means.
Yeah.
All right. Number 5 is Die Hard with a Vengeance. Bruce Willis, Samuel L. Jackson are such a badass team. The movie was great action set pieces and insanely impressive supporting cast of characters. I dangerously like that movie as much as part 1. It's definitely my second favorite Die Hard.
Pretty damn good. Yeah.
It's real fucking good.
Yeah. It does.
I even like Die Hard 4 a lot, man. I thought that was pretty good. And Kevin Smith writing it.
I like Die Hard 2. Fuck, everybody hates on part 2, man. 2 was solid.
Yeah, they hate on part 2, but I thought. But yeah, Bruce Willis in that movie marching up and down with the sandwich board on his, on his shoulders.
I just don't like A Good Day to Die Hard. That's the only one I really don't like.
The newest one sucks ass. Yeah. Bruce Willis did not want to do it at all and mailing it in.
Yeah, the Russian one or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was bad.
With
That's the only one I've only seen one time. I see that in theater. I only got the box set, but I've only watched that last one time. All right, Johnny Darker said my favorites are The Thing, Pitch Black, the original Halloween, 30 Days and Nights, and 25th Hour.
That's not this.
That's not this time.
Just saying all-time favorites.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, number 5, same as Dirt. Chris said Anthony Thor Moore Hill. Yes, Jeremy Irons as the villain is on point. I'm not a monster, though sometimes I work for monsters. Yeah, he was a real good villain in that.
Mm-hmm.
I love that line. I would also put the originals of Dawn and Night of the Dead films in my top 10 favorites. Jesus, as in Father of Apollo, don't fuck with me. I'll shove this lightning bolt up your ass. In my mind, I said that just like Samuel L. Jackson. Well, I didn't quite have the same charisma, but my birthday was 9/25. Happy birthday, man.
Yeah, man.
7 is a classic. I have the same edition, Pops, limited edition. Yeah, man,
that's
I like
badass
it.
edition.
Yeah.
This completion says, how you doing, Pops? Glad to check out a live stream. Appreciate being here, man. Applegate all day. Yeah, gravy on the taters on her for sure. Disc completionist, I need 4Ks of the X-Files show. I am willing to spend $150. Hollow says, Shallow Hal is just a big commercial for Tony Robbins seminar.
I'm glad you said it and I didn't have to, because to get him in that movie, the amount of money he fucking makes, he makes way more than any of these fucking actors.
Right.
So he's a fucking real estate baron, the son of a bitch.
Right.
So he owns most of Fiji.
Yeah. All right. This completion says Die Hard Part 2 gets no love. I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, John Amos is great in that. I don't know. It's just a fun movie. And the guy from Hill Street Blues, whatever his name is, the police guy from the airport. What's that off the metal detector first? The lead in your ass or the shit in your brains?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank y'all again for everybody being out in the chat. Like reading y'all's comments. We're going to get to our number 4 pick. And my man Brad is back up again.
First of all, shout out to Brian Goes Blue for the UPS scam that he's always pulling when the shit goes lost. my shit, I ordered some shirts. They went lost. And I immediately contacted the people that sold me the shirts. I said, look, check the tracking. They're lost. Next day they show up. So this came in.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's a badass shirt.
Yeah. That is an awesome shirt.
Badass price. I can tell you that much.
Did the UPS driver try to call you like they tried to call me? I fucking ignored his ass.
Nobody would call me. Nobody wants to call anybody out here. You don't want to see who you're delivering to.
You left a voicemail. He's like, "You didn't get the package."
So anyway, my number 4, 1992, written and directed by Quentin Tarantino. Reservoir Dogs.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I knew that was gonna come somewhere.
Movie. I don't know if anybody's ever seen it. It's pretty good. This is the 15-year anniversary. There's a new one coming out, but there's all kinds of cool. There's some cool additions to this. Just one that's a gas can and stuff. But this Blu-ray here. The movie takes place before and after a daylight diamond heist. Before and after, not during. You never see the actual diamond heist. Joe Cabot, played by Lawrence Tierney, who's insane in this. And his son, Nice Guy Eddie, played by Chris Penn, hires 6 men to rob a diamond wholesaler. Harvey Keitel, Michael Madsen, Steve Buscemi among them, 3 others, obviously. It's a crime movie, but you don't get to see the actual crime that takes place. So, they couldn't afford it, but I think it honestly helps the movie that you never see the crime.
I'm glad.
Yeah. It's obviously it's a Tarantino, so it's extremely dialogue heavy, and it's all insanely good dialogue. That's the best thing Tarantino has going for him in all those movies is dialogue. Everybody knows that.
It's insane.
Great dialogue.
Just sit there and watch a movie full of dialogue.
Yeah, you're just watching dialogue and it's riveting. And I want to touch on this very briefly. There's a lot of detractors of this movie in modern times that say that this movie should be canceled. We should edit it, whatever, because they say a lot of bad words. Well, I got news for you. These are bad guys. Yeah. This is not this isn't the president. These are horrible men, murderers, in fact. They're not being portrayed as good guys saying bad words. They're bad guys saying bad words. So enough about that bullshit. You get Michael Madsen in this, who's one of the standouts. Obviously, he's got that iconic scene, stuck in the middle of you, Steelers wheel, cutting the guy's ear off, and then later trying to light him on fire. But that guy says bad words. That's not okay. Try to burn a human being alive, but that's fine. Apparently murdered a store full of people. But this soundtrack made more money than the movie made selling the soundtrack. That's just a little tidbit. At least I think I heard that right. Physical copies of it. Yeah. Okay. Steve Buscemi is another big standout in this. He's awesome in it. All his dialogue's awesome. He's the most physical character in this.
Right.
And he's just, he gets in a fight with Harvey Keitel and all across the whole fucking warehouse. And he gets up afterwards and they break it up. And I don't know if it was ad-libbed or not, but he's like dusting himself off, kicking me and shit. I love that whole bit.
Mr. Pink.
Yeah, Mr. Pink plays Mr. Pink.
I gotta be Mr. Pink.
I want to mention that a little bit here in a minute, but Chris Penn is really my favorite character in this. I really love his character, the get up, everything he wears. He dresses like a fucking cowboy in one scene. The next scene, he's in a fucking tracksuit, purple tracksuit, and his just dialogue is great. We got to get these cars outside. It looks like Sam's Hot Car Lot out there. And he's got this heavy Chicago accent, even though they're in Los Angeles. And he tells this story about a guy getting his dick glued to him, and just this delivery on everything. Like, how would you like it if you had to piss? Every time you had to piss, you had to do a handstand.
Right.
It's great. It's perfect dialogue. But the best actor in this is Lawrence Tierney, who was a huge pain in the ass, got fired multiple times on set. But he delivers the best stuff. That gravelly voice. He's like a cartoon. That guy. You'd have to if he didn't exist, they would have had to make him out of animatronics. He's basically mummified at this stage of life. He couldn't give a fuck about anything, but he delivers perfectly somehow. He has that whole bit where he's giving the crew names, and he tells this story. He's like, the the crew that laughed and giggled the whole time, or they have plenty of time to talk about it in jail.
Right.
Okay, because they spent all their time joking around while they were planning this caper. You know, that kind. He's very serious and he's the boss and everything, but he gives this very heavy speech and then he tells them their names. You know, it's very, very serious. And of course, everybody has problems with their names. And finally, Steve Buscemi's character says, you know, he gets named Mr. Pink. And he says, well, why am I Mr. Pink? And immediately Lawrence Tierney goes, because you're a faggot, all right? You know, it's hilarious. It breaks the whole, like, it was super, super serious until that. And then he starts to like even mumble through his words. And he's like, you guys you make me so goddamn mad. I can't even talk. You know, it just, anyway, I'm sure this might come up again, but check this one out. If you haven't seen it, it's a blast.
Yeah.
Super quotable too.
Oh yeah, it is.
That opening scene where they're all sitting around the table.
It's gonna be Mr.
talking about the tipping scene. It's it's great.
One of the best.
Mr. Purple's on another job with Mr. Blue.
Yes. Some other guy on some other job is Mr. Purple. You're Mr. Pink.
At least you ain't Mr. Brown. It's basically about being Mr. Shit.
Yeah.
I like those artisan DVDs they used to have when the 10th anniversary came out, and there was like a different colored slipcovers.
Yeah,
for each character.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted
Mr.
White. Everybody wanted Mr. White, and you know a lot of people got Mr. Pink.
Yeah.
But you know, not Mr. White. I mean, they wanted Mr. Blonde.
Mr. Blonde, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Blonde's lines are awesome too. You know, he's just everything he does. He comes in and every scene he's in, he takes over, and you know, just him talking to the cop. He's like, I don't care what kind of information you got. I'm going to torture you anyway. Yeah. You know, and the guy's begging for his life. The cop's begging and begging and begging for his life, and he's like, "Y'all through?" As he's lighting it, it's like, "Y'all through? You done? Here's some fire, Scarecrow." Right? He's just literally going to light the dude on fire right in front of him. God and everybody didn't care.
Yeah. And of course, Michael Madsen's character is the brother of Vincent Vega, John Travolta from Pulp Fiction. You know, the Quentin Tarantino universe.
The Vega brother movie that never happened.
Yeah, they were too old. Which is, man, come on, that should have happened.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great one, man.
And
all right, Dr. Ordinary, what you got?
Oh, never mind.
1 and 2.
Is that any good?
This movie's terrible. I fucking hate this movie. Get rid of this movie. There's not much Brad has said about it that I couldn't say other than I'm a big dialogue person. A lot of the movies I've watched, I've had jobs over the years. There's part of the reason why I've had a lot of people ask me why am I on with you guys, since I'm not a big physical media collector. I don't have a huge collection. I'm not a boutique guy. But I am a movie guy, and I've been fortunate enough to have jobs where I've had a lot of downtime. And so I've watched tons of movies, and I like to pick movies that just randomly pick them. But a lot of times I can't actually physically watch them. I'm only really listening to them. And Tarantino is a dude with any of his movies. The Coen brothers, Tarantino, and Kevin Smith are movies that all you need to do is listen to them. You don't actually need to see anything about what's going on to get his movies. And this one, if you take True Romance, Pulp Fiction, and this movie, I watched Pulp Fiction or listened to it, and this one back to back, getting ready for this. And this one eked out for me just a little bit. Now, I might take that back when we get into the next block of movies, as we got another Tarantino movie coming up in there, which is not directed by him, but written by him. And I'll just leave it at that, which is a phenomenal movie. Kind of like Brad said, this movie, Tarantino originally was going to make this movie on just like a $30,000 budget, but it was actually Harvey Keitel that got a hold of the script and liked it so much, he offered to co-produce it. And he's the one that did a lot of the casting. He's the one that discovered, did a casting call and found Steve Buscemi in New York. In fact, the little thing that I read I thought was interesting is that Quentin Tarantino was originally going to play Mr. Pink. And when Steve Buscemi went to audition, he said, "This is my role, so you're going to have to do it better than I would." And Quentin Tarantino said he was blown away. He was just, it was so, I thought you were talking about his tracksuit. This movie was so low budget, all of their clothes are their own. That really is his tracksuit. Yeah. He had to bring all of their that caddy really is Madsen's Cadillac because they couldn't afford. And the reason the soundtrack made so much money is that's what they spent the most money on. Quentin Tarantino was dead set to have Stuck in the Middle with You, so they had to pay a huge fee for it. Everything else was kind of like free around with the whole Stephen Wright character, but that's also then went back and made the most money for the film. You can't say much about this. If you really want to experience this movie and you're really bored and have way too much time on your hands, just listen to this movie while you're doing something stupid, like cleaning or something. And you will pick up on a lot in this movie that you didn't pick up on before. Very subtle things in the dialogue. Of course, like Alan was saying, there's a lot of nods to other Tarantino movies. But the only thing else I had is, so Wes Craven, Rick Baker both walked out on this movie during a screening. There's always about 30 people. Quentin Tarantino wasn't, he was still early in his filmmaking career, so this kind of shook him a little bit. Wes Craven said it's because, Quentin Tarantino said, I don't understand. He said, this is the guy that did The Last House on the Left, and he's walking out because of the violence. Wes Craven's take was it's because he felt like Tarantino was glorifying the violence, which is what he doesn't do, which I call bullshit.
Glorifying cop killing and
but Rick Baker was so upset by the fact that Quentin Tarantino was upset that he called him and said, that just means you're doing the right thing if people are walking out. And Tarantino said that stuck with him for the rest of his career. So, if you haven't seen it, you've missed out. If you've seen Pulp Fiction and you haven't gone back and seen this, you need to see this movie.
No doubt about it.
No, like most people, for me, I seen Pulp Fiction and went back and see what else Quentin Tarantino did, and I found Reservoir Dogs. So that's how I discovered Reservoir Dogs. It's such a great movie, man.
Killer. James Woods was asked by Tarantino to come in and audition for it, and the money was so low, the agents never brought it to James Woods.
Yeah,
James Woods and something in there. I don't know what the fuck he'd play, but maybe Mr. Pink. That'd be pretty good. Steve Buscemi is great in it anyway.
Yeah,
so
he is.
I'm sure James Woods did fine whatever he was doing after that, cop, whatever.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, that's a great one. So that might be one that we all pull. We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it was set. I was thinking about just pulling an audible and moving it out of my list, but I couldn't do it.
No.
All right, Dirk.
All right, man. So my number 4 is going to be Rush.
Oh,
great fucking movie.
Yeah, it is, man. This is a fucking probably the best undercover narcotics movie, in my opinion. This is like a true depiction of the shit they got to go through. Like he tells Jason Patrick's character, Jim Raynor, and Jennifer Jason Leigh. She's like she's been a police officer, I think maybe 6 or 7 months, and he's basically Sam Elliott's like the captain or whatever, and they're looking at all the people running in the academy, and they're betting money on who's going to win the race, and she ends up winning the damn race, and he's like, he wins the bet too because he betted 100. Jason Patrick, and but he looks all crazy. He looks strung out and shit. He picks her to go undercover with him because, I mean, how would it look like another dude? They're acting like they're a couple. So anyway, it's set in Texas. Man, it's got Greg Allman in here from the Allman Brothers. It's a very dark crime noir, badass movie, man. Jason Patrick's, he really stuck needles in his arm for the movie, like to fucking, like when he's in front of the dealers and shit. Well, he's showing her how to do it with baby laxative or whatever because they got to play this role, and she's trying to smoke a joint, and she's like playing this shit where she's smoking a joint and like blowing it out her nose, and she thinks it's cute, and he's like letting her know, hey, that shit's gonna get your ass dead in this game, Very good movie, man. Probably the best quote from the movie is from Jim and Gaines, in my opinion. Gaines is like the big drug dealer that they're trying to bring down, but they can't never get him on nothing. They can't catch him on nothing. So Jim's like, he just comes up to him. He's been hanging around this bar that Gaines owns. And Gaines sees him all the time. He looks like this. I mean, Greg Allman, he plays this damn dark, fucking biker looking type, cowboy, drug dealer type looking motherfucker, And but Jim comes up to him. He's sitting at a table. He sits down. He's like, "Look, I need something you've got." And Gaines is like, "Somebody told me you're a badass." And he's like, "There's no badasses. Ain't nobody can't die." And Gaines says, "Tell me something, badass. You think I'm stupid?" Straight up. Like, he's like onto him. He knows he's a fucking cop. But yeah, man, this movie never gets talked about. I remember seeing it back in the day. My friend of mine, his stepdad was like a manager of Sound Warehouse. So he'd get these fucking screeners before the movies come out on video. That was the first time I seen that shit and fell in love with that movie right then. But yeah, man, if you never checked it out, check that shit out. Man. Badass movie.
Yeah.
Way underrated.
Yeah, man, that's a good one.
Man. It sails under everybody's radar for some reason. I don't know why.
I never hear it get talked about, man.
And it really doesn't. And it's a great movie.
And it bombed at the box office. I mean, you got Sam Elliott, Jennifer Jason Leigh, Jason Patrick.
Yeah, it's got an ensemble cast, that's for sure.
And Greg Allman, that was his first role. It's like he plays that role. He's just fucking perfect drug dealer type motherfucker. But that one scene with the other drug dealer, he's like, "I think she fix." You know what I'm talking about? Have y'all seen it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's been a few. Yeah. It's been a few years since I've seen it.
Okay. He says, "I think she fix." Because he made the drug dealer makes Jason Patrick's character do the heroin and shit because he's like going to do his own or whatever. He makes him do his, and he's like, "Okay, you're cool," and he's like saying she's got to do it, and Patrick's like, "No, she don't do that," and he's like, "I think she fixed, so she died," and he like pulls the gun out on her and shit, so she has to do the shit too.
That's a dark ass movie, man.
Yeah,
that's for
it
sure.
Really is.
Yeah, I have that Kino release you got, and I got that box set from Imprint. That's got it in it, man. That's a good one. I still haven't watched the Imprint one yet, whatever, but I'm excited to check it out and see if it's got any different features on it and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know who had it, man. I knew Kino had it. So, but number 4, man.
Hell of a pick.
Interesting.
Yeah,
damn good pick.
Brian?
All right, going back into the 90s kids movies. Encino Man.
Oh, I love that fucking movie.
That is an
I watched
awesome
that again
movie.
this year. Yeah.
What's that?
I watched that again this year, a few months
Oh, you
ago.
did?
Yeah.
What, for Born of Your Ad stream or something?
No, I just watched it. It was on. I actually got it on Vudu. It was on sale on Vudu, and I bought it and watched it again.
Yeah. But this one's just about Brendan Fraser's a caveman, and in the beginning of the movie, him and his wife get trapped in kind of just collapsed inside of a cave, I think, and he thaws out like I don't know how many years later, wherever he goes into. Sean Astin's digging a pool in his backyard and digs him up, thaws him out in his garage, I think, with a bunch of like heaters and shit and fans going on, and then he just all of a sudden that he's not there anymore. That they think that he melted. He ends up being in the house, and they pretty much have to teach this guy how to become a high school student. A lot of fun. One of Pauly Shore's first roles. I think it's probably his first movie. I know he was an MTV VJ back in the day before this. Yeah, just a lot of fun, this movie. You got Sean Astin's girlfriend, Megan Ward, was in a bunch of other stuff too in the early 90s. And Yeah, I think like Robin Tunney from The Craft shows up in here, and so is Rose McGowan in the scene or two. Yeah, just I always love the soundtrack to this movie too. Just all around fun. I think there's a scene in here whenever he does the "I'll be back" thing with the sunglasses to the Terminator, and apparently one of the producers had to promise to mow Arnold Schwarzenegger's lawn to get him to use that in the movie. And the scene where Brendan Fraser's eating the cereal, the dog bowl is actually Cookie Crisp. I read that. And then before Brendan Fraser got the role, Ben Stiller auditioned for the role. How weird would that have been? And Ben Stiller is the caveman.
Ben Stiller.
But it's also known as California Man in Europe because they don't know the small area of Encino in California. It's not widely known, so they made that an alternate title. Yeah, I always like Richard Mazer too, who's from The Thing and stuff. He's in here too. Yeah, all right, fun movie.
Oh yeah,
that's a good pull, man.
I did the same thing. I happened to get it when I saw it on Vudu too, Brian, and it was a movie that I remember loving. Hadn't seen it until just this past year, and I was thinking like, all right, I'm gonna like hate this thing, thinking I was just an idiot, and it holds up. It definitely holds up.
Yeah, it does.
All right, guys. I wish that I had Morgan Freeman to do a voiceover for this this review, but I'll give it a shot. You gotta get busy living and get busy dying. This might be, in some arguments, whatever, one of the greatest fucking movies ever made.
Oh yeah.
Sure. This is a rewatchable. I mean, I can watch it. I watched it Monday of this week, I believe, and it's like I watched it for the first time.
Is that a steal?
Yeah, it's I'm not a real big fan of the steel book. I don't know why they decided on the purple and white. I'm getting it out of the case here.
Damn, man, I didn't even. I've never seen that.
Well, this is the one from Zavi, but I think the one at Best Buy was the exact same artwork.
Yeah,
but I don't know. They could have done a better job with it. But man, I absolutely love this fucking movie. It's it holds up so well. Movie came out in 1994. It was directed by Frank Darabont. It stars Tim Robbins, Morgan Freeman, Clancy Brown. Clancy Brown's great in this. He's great in everything. And William Sadler. You got two imprisoned men bond over a number of years, finding solace and eventual redemption through acts of common decency, which is a terrible. I cut that from IMDb. That's a terrible explanation of this movie. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. But I don't know. The Morgan Freeman is absolutely fantastic in this. Tim Robbins, this is my favorite role of him.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Basically, Tim Robbins gets arrested for murdering his wife, who's having an affair, and you find out later in the movie that he's actually innocent of the crime. He spends I think 20, 30 years in jail.
Yeah.
And he finally, I mean, everybody's seen this fucking movie. He finally gets out at the end, and it's just a good story over their time in prison together. Him and Morgan Freeman Morgan Freeman's character's name is Red, and they just become like best friends in the movie, and their friendship and just the shit they have to go through. It's just, like I said, it's hard to really explain this movie in great detail. You got to just watch it, because when you go to explain this movie, there's no way to give it justice, because it's just acting so fucking well. So that's what makes the movie so well, is the acting. I guess it's based on a Stephen King short story. But I'm just gonna say some interesting things I found about the movie. It says Tom Hanks was going to be Andy Dufresne. Tom Hanks was going to be Andy Dufresne in this movie, but he ended up doing The Green Mile because he wasn't able to do this movie because he was filming Forrest Gump at the time. This is Stephen King's favorite film adaptation of any of his works. Despite being considered one of the best pictures of all times, it didn't receive a single Oscar win, but was nominated 7 times, including for Best Picture, which is ridiculous. And also, whenever Red goes in for his parole board hearings, you see a young picture of what you think is Morgan Freeman on the paper they got in front of them. It's actually Morgan Freeman's son that they had put in there. They look so much alike. This is the first Stephen King adaptation that did get a Best Picture nomination. The second was Green Mile. The movie came out October 14th, 1994. It made $25 million. It had a $25 million budget. It only made $28 million in the States. And it says it made $28 million worldwide. I'm kind of surprised by that because this movie is considered in most people's top 5, if not best movie ever made.
That's actually shocking.
So it's really shocking. I actually had to look that up a couple different places, and that seems accurate. But I thought that was kind of crazy. But the cast in this, Clancy Brown, he plays the security guard, and Tim Robbins kind of befriends everybody because he's like a banker, like a really smart businessman, and he starts doing all the guards' taxes and stuff like that. So he gets like special privileges. And that's actually how he ends up getting out. Whatever he starts finding out all this dirty shit that everybody's doing, and he's able to set up all these different funds and shit that I don't really understand. But that's kind of helps him escape whatever, because everybody kind of lets him get away with shit because he's helping everybody out. And so that's kind of how he kind of made his way through the year of this time at Shawshank Redemption, or Shawshank. But I'm doing a terrible job explaining this movie because it's hard to explain this movie. Like I said, the acting is just so fucking good. That's what makes this movie so good. So just don't listen to what I'm here rambling around. Go see the fucking movie. You haven't fucking seen it. It holds up like no other. It's fucking great. Goddamn, I did a terrible fucking job explaining that fucking movie. I didn't realize how hard that was going to be. And I started talking about it.
It's a tough
one,
man.
I don't really know how you could explain that movie.
Yeah, it's tough to explain. I mean, it's a prison movie, but it's
right.
It's a prison movie, but it's so good because of the dialogue. And Morgan Freeman doing the voiceover for the movie. You got to try to explain it to somebody. I mean, at least me, I can't do it.
The fucking dialogue half the time doesn't make sense. The man likes to play chess. Let's get him some rocks. Like, you know, like, I mean, it's just.
And even looking up like facts about the movie, there wasn't really anything that was that appealing or that exciting, you know.
Right. Yeah, the title's fucking horrible.
A fucking movie, you know?
Worst title ever. You know, like they could have come up with something better than that, but it bombed bad in the.
It absolutely bombed. Title. Yeah, it absolutely bombed. And the fact that it did not win Best Picture, it's mind blowing to me.
Nobody fucking saw it.
The first time I heard Shawshank Redemption, I was thinking it was like a warship or some shit.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was like a historical war movie or something.
Yeah.
Did you say that? I mean, it's rated #1 of all time on IMDb.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking insane.
And I think the short story is called. It's even got a worse title. I think the short story is called The Shawshank Redemption and Rita Hayworth, which is the poster he has covering the whole up.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of layers to that movie too, though, man. That movie's been discussed. Like, people study that shit.
But that old guy that gets out, Brooks, man, he didn't want to leave the prison because he was. They call it being institutionalized.
Yeah.
And that whole storyline of him going out, working at living in the halfway house, going to the grocery store as a bagger at the grocery store. It's just, you feel the depression, man. It's like, oh man, it's such a It's a tough movie, man, but it's so fucking rewatchable.
Then Red, it seems like Red's going right down that same path later.
Right.
People are like clutching their chests, like, oh no, not Red.
Andy's frustration at having done all this for the warden and thinking that he's going to get his comeuppance when this guy's actually willing to testify that he didn't kill his wife.
Right.
Yeah, for a long time in the movie, you're wondering if he did or not.
Yeah.
Right.
For a long fucking time. But
and in prison, it pays to be guilty. Like, hey, I murdered them both. Sure.
Right, yeah.
When he asked William Sadler, he says, "Hey, what are you in for?" He says, "Lawyer, fuck me." He said, "You don't get along just fine."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. All right, let's get caught up with the chat here and we'll move along. Yeah, I didn't realize how hard it was going to be to talk about that fucking movie as I started talking about it. That was horrible. Y'all didn't see my head about to fucking explode. I was struggling there.
Some of them are like that, man. I know I got a couple stinkers. I didn't explain very well.
Pops goes full on scanners.
Yeah,
that's what I felt.
Wayne's World. You remember that scene from Scanners when that dude's head exploded?
Right. That's a good debate. The best head explosion.
Right?
Yeah.
You're wearing one right now, Tom Savini.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. All right. I'm a loser. I have never watched Reservoir Dogs, says Chris.
Oh shit.
We need to get on that, man. It's a good
Yeah,
one.
man.
You're a loser.
Glad we didn't spoil it.
Yeah.
So can't wait for the 4K version of Reservoir Dogs. Might just get the slip and the 4K for that movie.
Yeah, I'm getting the slip.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get both. I'm gonna
Get
Tony
both.
that bitch.
I think I'm getting the steelbook. Yeah.
I ordered the steelbook already.
Yeah.
All right, number 5 is True Romance. All right, X-Thing says murder is one thing, but hate speech is unforgivable. He says murderers will absolutely follow and approve lexicon.
Yeah.
All right, so my number 4 movie is Body of Evidence, 1992. Madonna, William Dafoe, and Ann Archer, directed by Yuli Edel. An act of love or an act of murder? Number 4, Reservoir Dogs. Chris C says Tarantino is very trippy grindhouse type director, so maybe that's why when I was younger I wasn't into that kind of movie. Could be. Reservoir Dogs is awesome, says Sydney. Good pick though, Brad. Donnie Darko says I've watched Reservoir Dogs a lot. Phenomenal film. 4K steelbook is a must buy. I don't tip.
Yeah.
I don't believe in it. What do you mean you don't believe in it?
I pay for your goddamn meal, coffee in a buck.
Which, by the way,
what do you
it's
mean you
a
don't
great-
believe in it?
That's a great scene in Pulp Fiction too. And remember when he steals from the tip jar on that woman?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
This says I'm out of the fucking blue, Chris Pym.
Out of the fucking blue.
Okay, that's my number 5 is 1995 Showgirls.
And speaking of Madonna, that whole opening scene when they're debating what the hell Madonna's
Yeah.
song
The
is
mean behind like a virgin.
Yeah.
You know
about dick.
the back shit on that where Madonna sent something to Tarantino?
Yeah, she said it's about love, jackass.
He said, I don't care what it's
Not
about.
about dick.
I don't give a shit what it's about. Lawrence Tierney just reading that old address book, just
Yeah.
muttering to himself.
He said, what do you want her to do? Take you out back and suck your dick? He's like, over 10% for that.
I give her 10% for that one.
Gizmo said, best heist movie without a heist. Love it.
Yeah.
What's going on, Fish? Hello. All just got off work. I'll catch the replay. Appreciate it, man. Johnny Darko, I'll go over 10% for that.
Yeah.
Fish Film Collector, and yo, Fish, how are you? Welcome. You keep talking like a bitch, I'm gonna slap you like a bitch.
Like a bitch.
You gonna bark, little doggy? Or are you gonna
You
bite?
get a bite. Could you
All right,
repeat
how about
that?
this here? If Tarantino did a Friday the 13th, I'm in. He was with me there. Yeah, I would. Let's get the cast from Reservoir Dogs and put them in a Friday the 13th movie.
Funny, Jason would just be sitting there waiting to kill somebody, and everybody would be
Right,
talking.
right. Jason would be murdering people left and right while they debated about it. I don't give a fuck if he wants to put an axe on somebody. Why would it be my responsibility?
This
Hey,
is
Dirk,
I would be
Dirk,
too.
what do you think about a Rob Zombie Friday the 13th?
No, listen. Once you do the monsters, there's no coming back from that shit.
Well, think about it though. Think about it. His wife could play Jason.
Yeah, fuck that.
Or Jason's mom.
Yeah, Miss Voorhees.
Jason's mom.
Fat Boy Harley says, I can't believe he tossed that movie behind him. My heart fell.
That bitch is a hand-me-down.
You got the 4K coming out. You're fine.
That came
this
out
is
of Alan's closet of shame, probably.
The steelbook's coming. That bitch is a hand-me-down.
No, yeah.
And-
You won't
and
be doing
besides-
it still that way.
Brad ruined it for me, so that fucker's out of my room.
Yeah. You're welcome.
All right, Gizmo said 1992 Reservoir Dogs won Canes, and 2021 the worst person in the world won. Quality has gone down the hill. Y'all know who he's talking about?
I don't know.
know. I'm not up on con.
Yeah, I'm not either. Chris C says, nice pig dirt. My parents talked about that movie. My goodness, yep. Don't get high undercover.
Yeah.
I ordered Rush from Imprint 2 days ago. Remember, I liked it a lot.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay,
Now,
man says
Imprint's got it?
26 watching only 11 likes.
Yeah, what's
What's
that
up?
about? 26 should be 26.
Yeah. Only hit the like button. It's free.
I've only brought one Satan movie out so far, so
Right. Don't let Brad scare you away yet.
be more likes.
All right, Sidney Eubank says, Rush, I've seen it. It's pretty good. I hate that Lily stopped directing after Rush. Only feature she did.
Oh shit.
Chrissy said Jennifer Jason Leigh is in there. Is in this. There is drugs and rough sex in this movie, not for the squeamish.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Great pick, Brian.
The dogs are out over the bed, you know.
Yeah. Paolo says, yeah, Brian, I watched that for the Rad stream. Very good film.
Yep.
And See No Man is a decent movie. Wild Wrangler says, I'm late. Appreciate being here, man.
Yeah.
Called California Man in Norway. Yep. That's what Brian was saying. Paolo said, that's funny, Gizmo. Did someone say Caveman and See No Man reference? Ben Stiller considerably smaller than Fraser.
Yeah. They had to fit him for clothing. Like they had to make his own clothes in France, apparently. It's because he was 6'3", and they wanted the clothes to look baggy on Fraser. She had like custom tailor some shit for him.
Yeah.
Well,
To make it look like it didn't fit.
Because 90s loved unfitted clothes.
Right. Chris E said, those Shawshank Redemption, damn pops with the big guns here. Yep. Shawshank Redemption, no words to describe the movie. And obviously I couldn't find any. Holland says, that's my number 4 pops, dumbass Dumas. You know, we great in that. He's got that stutter he does, and he does it so well. That ain't soapstone, that ain't alabaster either. That's a horse shit.
Petrified horse shit.
Yeah. All right. Gizmo says, Pops is always welcome to my birthday party. What is your malfunction, you fat barrel monkey spunk? Chris says, 1994. I was in sophomore in high school. Damn great days. Gizmo says, is Frank Darabont buried alive released on Blu-ray?
Yeah, it has a Kino.
That's a Brian question. Okay.
Has a Kino release. It's good.
This says, Shawshank Redemption would always be my favorite prison movie next to Escape from Alcatraz. And he says, my number 4 is A Few Good Men. We'll talk about that later. A great courtroom drama with plenty of impressive actors. This completion is Alcatraz. And the 49ers won their last Super Bowl as well. Great day. And by the way, Ryan, Florida State just threw a fucking interception, and they were in field goal range to go ahead. So I was watching that in the background whenever y'all were talking about the last movie. It's like, oh my God. Anyway. All right, sidetrack there. Wild Wrangler says, my mom would not tell my dad saw Shawshank Redemption based on Stephen King's short till the end. He loved it. Definitely not your typical Stephen King movie for sure.
And Stand by Me and shit.
Shows his storytelling ability though, outside of horror and science fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Come on, Pops. You didn't even mention there's a crow in prison. What did the crow do? Big mystery. What's that?
Stand By Me, Stephen King's got some
People
other.
Forget about Stand By Me.
Yeah. Jason's mom. All right, Rob's wife could play Mrs. Voorhees. Damn, that could work with Tarantino directing, not Rob. All right, get them likes up.
Let Tarantino write the dialogue and let Rob direct it.
All right. We got some sex bots to deal with here.
Sexy time.
Yep. Pops hates birds.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Well, he's a Falcons fan, so there's that.
True.
Yeah, I got a big fucking bird on my ankle or on my leg. All right. All right, man. Number 3.
Yeah, number 3. This movie came out in 1995, directed by Martin Scorsese. If you're from New York. Casino.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Flip too.
Nice.
Yeah, big shout out to Tony. Saw me talk about this on the stream, and I was holding it up and I didn't have a slip, so he sent me a slip for it. This is a great one. It's super rewatchable. I know a lot of people don't find it that way. For me, I don't know why. The dialogue, something about it. I've always been just a big fan of it.
Yeah.
The movie follows Sam Ace Rothstein, Robert De Niro, who's put in charge of a new mob-owned casino in Las Vegas called the Tangiers. It's based on the real-life Stardust Casino back in the 70s. it also follows Nicky Santoro, the character Nicky Santoro, played by Joe Pesci, whose real life character was Tony Spilotro. And Joe Pesci plays the mob enforcer. And shortly after the casino is constructed, Nicky Santoro, Pesci's character, moves to Las Vegas and reunites with Robert De Niro. They're childhood friends. They've known each other forever. So that's basically the nuts and bolts of the movie. They're the next basically 10 years that follows them. This whole movie. But it's your classic rise and fall story, full of all the Marty Scorsese earmarks, the dialogue, the tracking shots, the violence, and of course the fucking 3-hour runtime that you get. Typical.
Goes by quick though.
It does.
It
does move very well. It moves fast. I mean, This movie, I've told this before, but it's like a guy swinging a hammer, man. It's relentless. It just, every scene, there's no fat in it. It's just, bang, 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 bang the whole time. But everyone's great in it, including a real small role by Don Rickles, which I love Don Rickles. I think he's hilarious. I mean, I really haven't seen much of stand up, just his acting stuff, and when he's not on camera that whole bit, but he's so funny when he's on camera. He doesn't have a funny thing to say. He's still hilarious. He gets battered by Joe Pesci's character with a phone, and just he's falling around, and he has this dumb look on his face as he's getting beat up. It just, I don't know. It gets me every time. The standout's Joe Pesci as Nicky Santoro. Robert De Niro is Robert De Niro, does what Robert De Niro does, but he plays like kind of like
he's a bitch.
Taunts. He's wearing all these flamboyant, like pink fucking suits and shit. He's just kind of a bitch. He lets his fucking woman get taken away from him multiple times. He's just not a man. And that's what the character calls for. He's not a tough guy. He's a street smart kind of, and the whole movie, Joe Pesci's character is told to look after him. Even when they were young together, he's kind of there to keep as he calls them, the golden Jew laying golden eggs. That's the way they describe it, because he's just great with money and he's great with gambling. But the Joe Pesci character, I've told this before, it seems odd that a big tough gangster would be this tiny little Joe Pesci guy. He's very, very small, but the character he's playing is based on Tony Spilotro, who was a tiny guy. His nickname, his mob name was the Ant. But he was insanely violent and brutal, just like this very true to life, this story that really happened, all the crazy shit that happens in this. Anyway, everything he does in this is great. It's Pesci. I mean, the dialogue, everything that he says. Of course, he punches up his own dialogue, and by punches up, he adds more fucks and fuckins, and everything he says, he just adds to it. And Scorsese just eats it up. He loves when he does that.
Fuckins.
Yeah. He
hey Joe, more fuckins.
When he attacks the guy at the bar with his own pen, I mean, it's a brutal scene. And the dialogue he delivers, when the guy's laying there, he's been stabbed in the neck and beat the shit out of by this pen. He's whimpering, the guy he's just done this to. The whole set goes quiet, and you can hear the whimpering. And Pesci goes, "You hear that, Frankie? You hear a little girl? What happened to the fucking tough guy?" It's like, and it just goes on way too long, that whimpering. It's just like, Jesus, somebody call somebody, or what? He's getting fucking stabbed in the neck by a pen, but whatever. He's looking over this bundle of stolen diamonds. Just one little scene that it cracks me up. He's looking over this bundle of stolen diamonds. He says some horrible racist line I'm not going to repeat, but thank God, right, Alan?
Yeah, thank God.
I'm not going to repeat it verbatim, but he adds at the end, he says, "Tell that fucking Pepe, if he's switching stones on us, he can take a fucking camel ride back to fucking Nigeria." And he says it like he's asking for the time, like he's in the middle of doing other things, and he just rattles that off. And I just feel like it was 100% ad-libbed. And the whole speech he gives the banker about getting his money back, and if he doesn't get his money back, he'll just keep cracking his head open over and over again. That's great. But of course, the big, there's a lot of iconic scenes in this, but the big one that sticks in my head that I would probably tell a lot of people to look away from is the ending. The big shot at the end It's unbelievably dark, and it's heinous. It's just brutal. The beating followed by the live burial.
Yeah.
They beat them to the point where they can't even move. They're so fucked up, and then they bury them alive. And it just sticks with you. The when the dirt is being filled in, and that first shovelful of dirt hits his bloody, busted up face, and he kind of like coughs a little bit. He's still breathing. I mean, it's just, my God, it's just it's insane. But that really happened. Not quite exactly like that, but close enough. They did end up in a cornfield, but yeah, this is it's just, I don't know. It's the kind of movie you put on a Sunday and watch it. I watch it about once a year, and never gets old. So yeah, Casino. That's my number 3.
Fun for the whole family.
What?
Fun for the whole family.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah. That's a rough one, that ending.
Yeah. It's great though, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I love that Pesci describes one of the mobsters, the guy that they put in charge of the skim. He describes him as, he says, this guy would fuck up a cup of coffee. Yeah. I've used that ever since.
Great shit in there, man.
Yeah.
The dialogue with that.
Oh, yeah.
That's Scorsese shit.
Hell of a pick, man. Hell of a pick.
Hell yeah.
All right, buddy.
Ryan, Casino?
See, he throws another movie behind him.
No, that's it. While you were talking, that shit went over my shoulder. Yeah. It is another dialogue movie, though, and it is another completely 180 degrees out from your pick, which is a fantastic pick, by the way. But it's the 1994 comedy, independent film written, produced, and directed by Kevin Smith, and that's Clerks.
Okay.
Absolutely love this movie. This movie is 100% dialogue. Kevin Smith's first movie, he actually produced this on his own, and by produced I mean produced with his own money. They shot this movie for about $30,000. It's a story about nothing, which is kind of crazy. It's just about this dude that works in a convenience store who gets called into work on a day he's not supposed to work, and it's just his shift and all this shit that happens to him during the shift, and these guys that his friends that he works with, and about his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend that becomes his girlfriend again. Kevin Smith actually filmed in the convenience store that Kevin Smith worked. When they did this, Kevin Smith would go to work at 6 a.m. in that convenience store, work until 11 p.m., and then they would shut the convenience store down, and then they would film until 4 a.m., and then he would get 2 hours of sleep, and they'd wake up and do it all over again. They did that for a month. That was why there's one of the things that happens with the convenience store is there's like a steel grate that comes down over the windows, and he can't the guy that runs the store, when he goes to open it in the morning, he can't get it unlocked, and so he's got to put a sign up on it that says, "I assure you we're open." The whole reason they did that was because of sort of the rights to be able to film, and they also did it because of lighting issues, because they couldn't afford to actually light. So that's why the inside of the convenience store is lit the way it is. This movie's another movie. It's all dialogue. This movie, it's just conversations between these guys. It's a very quotable movie. It's a movie you can't repeat because it's Kevin Smith dialogue. But I mean, there's just this movie was really popular while I was in the military, and we quoted it to each other all day long. There's a scene where he's talking about his girlfriend apparently has got a reputation for filleting a certain number of male members. 31, I think, was the number.
37.
37. Yep. And so every time he goes somewhere, she goes somewhere. That's the whole. So try not to suck any dicks on your way to the bathroom. Somebody bangs a dead guy in a bathroom. There's a whole story, and this movie's a lot deeper than its dialogue. There's a lot of philosophy sort of woven into this movie. For example, even the little scenes. The main dude's name is Dante, and it's broken into 9 chapters. Okay. Which is the same thing as the Inferno, written by Dante. Right. But there's a whole scene where there's a guy that runs a video store, and he hangs out with Dante, the main guy, and he's talking about it's a really cleverly written. He's talking about all the people on the Death Star in Star Wars that had nothing to do with the Empire, that got killed because of the bullshit going on between the Empire and the Rebels. And why did all these innocent bystanders have to die because of their shit? He's like, what's the guy that's like working in the cafeteria on the Death Star have to do with any of that shit? Like, what, why does he have to get killed? And so you just kind of go, oh fuck yeah. He's just like, there's like 5,000 people on this thing, and they don't have any fucking thing to do with what's going on. Just a great movie, fun to watch. Just again, it's stupid. There's real no script to it, but it made Kevin Smith what he is, and he's had some hit or miss ever since then. But I think if he'd stuck a little closer to his roots, he would have had a little bit better career. So,
yeah, man,
he went Guy Ritchie. He went that Guy Ritchie route where it's just like, I want to make stuff. You know, it's like, dude, go back to making them gangster movies you made.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, and I just grabbed this, and I hear Clerks 3 is fantastic. I'm excited to see Clerks 3.
You're a fan of Tusk?
Yeah,
I like Tusk.
I hate to say I'm a fan of it, but I like the movie. It was interesting.
I thought it was good. Yeah,
I'm a fan of Tusk.
Huh?
You know,
I'm a fan of Tusk. Absolutely.
Yeah, I liked it.
That's a strange one for sure.
Oh, really, Dirk? It's
a little strange. A little strange stuff.
There's an understatement for the night.
Yeah, Tusk is out there.
And Brad, weren't you telling me they're making a sequel to that?
They're making a sequel to Tusk.
You Brian was telling me that.
They are.
No.
They've been making a sequel to Mallrats for like 20 years too, so I don't believe it.
And
I'm hearing more about it now. Yeah. You what?
Justin Long is coming back for Tusk too.
Yeah, I just recently heard that shit. So.
And what else
Why would you sign up to come back and do that again?
Yeah, and you're right, Brian. We've been waiting for the Mallrats sequel forever. So
yeah, until he does something, I don't believe it.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is also too bad.
And getting money for his movies or not, it's not easy either. So
yeah, and it's too bad because I mean the days of Chasing Amy, Mallrats, Clerks, Dogma's a fantastic movie, man.
Yeah, that's his big hit.
Yep.
All right, Dirk, what you got, man?
Well, man, it's gonna be Reservoir Dogs, man. Again.
Got the tape.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have the damn movie, so I'm not gonna buy the shit because it says 4K pre-ordered.
And that's the movie right there.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's got
those special features
on there too.
Right. But it's sealed. It'll never be open.
That's slick as hell.
Yep.
But
that's awesome.
Yeah, man, they covered it pretty good. I got a couple things to add though, like the opening breakfast scene, like when they're talking about True Blue. That comes into play later when they're trying to figure out who, the fucking cop is, the rat bastard cop. You know what I'm talking about? Where they're talking about True Blue or whatever.
Yeah, I remember they were talking about it coming on the radio during that Hey Billy's Super Sounds of the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And then also they should have kind of thought back a little bit, like when Mr. Orange fucking rats out Mr. Pink, you know what I'm saying, with the tipping thing, he automatically rats him out.
We should have known, yeah.
Yeah. But man, y'all covered it pretty damn good already. That's kind of shit. There's a Tarantino planned on making a prequel with the Vega brothers, and it was going to be called Double V Vega.
Yeah,
but of course that fucking time's passed. That'd have been fucking great.
Victor.
Yeah, but yeah, I really ain't got much else since y'all covered the rest of it, man. I already said the fucking quote too. You're gonna bark, little doggy, or
you gonna bite?
You're gonna bite. Yeah. So.
I do love how Michael Madsen has a cop in his trunk, gasoline. He just robbed and killed a bunch of people at the Diamond Wholesaler. He stops for a burger and fries and a drink, on his way back to the hideout.
Right. Did you read about that part where he, what's his face? He really wanted to know what it was like to ride around in a trunk. So Michael Madsen actually threw him in his trunk and drove.
Oh yeah, yeah. I heard about that. Yeah.
So, oh shit.
Yeah, man. Well, that's my number 3, man. I mean, sorry I couldn't really go too much further. I mean,
there's not much more to go into it. Chris Penn's on the phone describing it to somebody. What did I tell you? He's driving around. He's got a fucking cop in the back of the trunk of his car.
I did think it was kind of odd with Chris Penn and fucking Vega, the way they was fucking playing in the goddamn
best buddy. You can tell they like grew up together and they're fighting like little kids. And his dad's
that shit was funny too.
He calls him daddy. Grown man calling another man. I don't care if it is your father, daddy.
There was something about that scene. I remember reading where when he was yelling at him, they had to calm down. That was real because I guess they really were getting pissy with each other during filming of it.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen it. They seemed a little tense there.
Tierney doesn't even realize they're shooting a movie. I don't think.
No, yeah.
I'm sick of it.
With that was the last day of filming. They're like, "Where the fuck these cameras come from?"
He's fucking great though, man. He's my favorite character. The old man.
Just like Tarantino got it out of him. I mean, you just got that dude's like 100, and he's just killed it.
Yeah. And fucking Tim Roth, how much blood has this motherfucker got inside him? Between the blood in the back guard, all the blood he's laying in, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. You're not gonna fucking die. Say the goddamn words.
Say the goddamn words. Yeah, it's so weird, but it's so great at the same time. You know,
he just instantly just became best friends with the cop.
Yeah,
and also that ending too. That's something else to add. Well, you think? Well,
somebody don't worry about it. Spoil it.
This movie's almost 20 years, 30 years old. Yeah, spoil it. You're fine.
Right. Well, I'm saying like, damn, man. Somebody said they hadn't seen it though. I hate to fucking do that. It's very ambiguous at the end.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm talking about?
There's a sequel in there. There's a sequel with Mr. Pink waking up from a coma or something.
Yep,
and only he knows where the diamonds are. Or, there's something. They could have done something with it.
Yeah, they could have.
Yeah.
But like Mr. White, how he tells him he's a cop and shit.
Yeah.
That's the part I'm talking about because it cuts. You don't see what the fuck happened.
You don't see what happens, but I bet he shot him. Because Mr. White talks about earlier a heist he was going to do, and they found out one of the guys was an undercover cop beforehand.
Yeah, there was all that foreshadowing.
Yeah. So,
man,
there's a lot to it. Yeah.
Also, it is my favorite Tarantino.
Yeah,
film,
mine too.
period.
Tarantino's talked extensively about remaking it with all the modern stars. Getting everybody, Leonardo DiCaprio, the whole nine, and filming the heist this time. So he's been talking about remaking his own movie for a while. So I don't know if that.
I don't know.
That sounds interesting, honestly.
I mean, of course you're going to check it out, but I mean, I don't know if I can.
5 or 6 years ago, he was in an interview. I think it was an interview not long after Inglourious Bastards came out, and he said they also talked about filming it where the whole movie would be just the heist.
Yeah.
So the rest of Reservoir Dogs would be alluded to around it, but the whole thing would be just the heist, which I think,
that could work too.
Cool. People will fall over themselves to get into that movie.
Yeah. He'd get everybody. Anybody could want. Ryan Gosling, right down the list. He'd get them all. Who'd play the boss? Who'd play Joe Cap?
Or even do like a double feature, and put it into one big ass long film to go see,
If they remade it, man, like Mel Gibson as the boss or something, or Nick Nolte as the boss.
Nick Nolte, yeah.
Nick Nolte would be a good one.
It'd have to be somebody that's got that kind of
cut it.
Yeah, that voice.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how they would do that though, Not now. It's kind of time has passed.
Tarantino has the card. He can say and do whatever he wants in a movie.
Tarantino, all he's got to do is say the word.
He could get anybody he wanted. People would be falling over themselves to be in that fucking movie.
But even like I think what Dirk was alluding to was the PC stuff because the movie's not PC at all. Tarantino can get away with it in modern times.
Right.
Well, also the people.
He gets a pass.
The actors, they've aged. So
it'd be all new. It'd be all new actors.
Right.
It'd be a whole new cast if he remade it.
Right.
Yep.
I would have loved to have seen that double V Vega though, man. That'd fucking been awesome.
The way they got that de-aging technology, hell, they can still do it. They wanted to
put new actors in. They can still do the story like a Ryan Gosling and what's the fucking guy who's in Nightcrawler?
Yeah.
Jake Gyllenhaal, Ryan Gosling. Something like that.
Just have Michael Madsen and Travolta now talking like, and then have them talking about the old times or something,
like about what the old times. And you remember
be like a flashback, right?
Right.
Well, you can't really. I guess Vesta Vega couldn't really do that.
Tarantino's watching this, so take note.
Right, yeah, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is.
Oh, yeah.
All right, what you got there, bro?
Number 3 for me is, keeping on with the child favorites here. This one's Christopher Lloyd in Camp Nowhere. Any of you guys seen this one?
No, yeah, I've seen it.
I have not.
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't seen it.
Yeah.
No. I haven't seen it, I don't think.
It's
a long time.
it's one where like all these
paying your debts.
Yeah,
paying off your fucking car.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So Christopher Lloyd's character, he has a debt on his Caribbean yellow Gremlin. I forget the year it comes, but it's like a piece of shit car. And there's this guy, M. Emmett Walsh plays him. He's like the tax collector guy trying to collect his money from him or whatever. And these junior high kids, they want nothing more to have their own type of summer camp with no rules, no parents, no counselors, no bullshit. Basically just running amok and going buck wild all summer long. Because, their parents want them to go to fat camp or fucking like computer camp or, military camp and those type of things. And they just want to do whatever the fuck they want. So they blackmail basically Christopher Lloyd into letting them open up a summer camp on their own. And he kind of just has a cabin like a little further away, and he just lets them do whatever they want. It's kind of like a childhood dream as a kid. Like watching this, you're like, wow, I would love to do that. And just doing whatever you want in the early 90s or whatever. And it's got like pretty boy Andrew Keegan in there from back in the day. Like he was a big like 90s Teen Beat, one of those magazine kids. Jessica Alba's in here a little bit. It's like her very first role. This one chick named Allison Mack is in here, who was in like one of those cults now. Like they made a whole series about the cult. I forget the name of it. Coco knows. What was the name of that cult that she's in? Who? The Allison Mack chick. NXIVM. Oh yeah, NXIVM.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But one of the kids in this movie grew up to be in fucking NXIVM.
Damn.
Tom Wilson's in here as like the deputy officer. So he's after Christopher Lloyd too. So it's kind of cool seeing them back together after Back to the Future. Yeah, it's just a fun movie. Just I don't know. They're sitting there like watching Beavis and Butthead. It's very 90s. They're watching Beavis and Butthead, playing Super Soakers, playing with fireworks and shit, and just having a good time. It's a fun ass movie though. And this is like an out of print Kino Blu-ray.
Yeah.
I need to go back and watch that, man. I remember that movie.
I've never seen them. I need to check that out.
Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah, it's a good one to watch for the summer.
It was probably the last time I saw it is near when it came out.
Is it like it's like for kids though?
It's kids.
It's
like,
kids.
Like if I showed it for my son.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's PG.
Yeah, I might have to pop it in and watch it with Grayson sometime.
Oh yeah, and it holds up, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh yeah.
All right. So going to my pick. Now, Dirk, this is another one you can watch with your kids. This is another childhood favorite from my childhood. And I saw Silence of the Lambs.
Sick ass.
Had a fucked up childhood, obviously. But I didn't know which one to show. I love both these releases, whatever.
You don't know what pain is.
Yeah.
This movie
Put lotion on the skin.
Put the fucking lotion in the basket, lady.
Mr. Tucker.
Ted Levine, as y'all were talking about, he makes this movie for me. Obviously, Anthony Hopkins. I mean, come on. He has I think there's one other movie, but he has one of the shortest amount of screen time where he won the Academy Award. And I think he was only on the film like 12 minutes, something like that. We'll just start from the top here. It was directed by Jonathan Demme. Stars Jodie Foster, Anthony Hopkins, Ted Levine, and Scott Glenn. And it basically Jodie Foster is right out of the academy, FBI behavioral science, and she gets pulled in to try to get information from Anthony Hopkins' character Hannibal Lecter to try to catch the Buffalo Bill, which is a serial killer that's killing people now. played by Ted Levine, James Gum, which is a weird name, James Gum, whatever.
John
but
Graham, Jimmy Gum, they have a million names for him.
Right.
Yeah, but and Ted Levine absolutely might be the best casting ever for this fucking guy. Who else could have fucking pulled off the shit where him fucking stuffing his junk down, and you gotta fucking just see it. I ain't even gonna fucking talk about it. It's too fucking weird.
Clerks too.
But
Goodbye Horses just blaring in the background.
Right. But some interesting notes about the movie. And I got a bunch here. The real FBI Behavioral Science Unit assisted in the making of the film. And basically, they really wanted to promote it because they said that it would help raise the number of female applicants to the Behavioral Science Unit, which it did. The movie, this is pretty interesting. The movie recouped its entire budget after the first week of release. It's pretty fucking strong.
Wow.
Smash hit. It was a monster hit.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, the director wanted to dress Hannibal Lecter when they take Hannibal Lecter and move him to another facility. He's on the buggy, whatever. He's got the mask on. The director wanted to dress him in all yellow and orange during that transport scene, but Hopkins talked him to put him in all white because Hopkins has got a morbid fear of the dentist.
Right.
And he thought being in all white, whatever, would be more menacing, whatever. And I think it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
What you think about it. And this is crazy as hell. When they were scouting for the house, when at the very end of the movie where Jodie Foster shows up to James Gumm's house, when they were scouting the house to film that scene, just so happens this is the town that Ted Levine grew up in, and that house was right next door to the girl he dated in high school.
Oh, that's nuts.
So that was crazy. For Anthony Hopkins' role in this, he basically studied a bunch of actual case files. He went to actual live courtrooms of like these heinous crimes to kind of see how they acted in court, and he really got into the character. And something else, Gene Hackman bought the rights to this story, and Gene Hackman was going to be in the movie. I don't know if he was going to be Scott Glenn's character or Anthony Hopkins' character, but Hackman really wanted to do this movie. But after he bought the rights, whatever, he decided that it was actually way too violent for him, so he decided not to do it. Now, I don't know if he still owns the rights to the story or not. I don't know if he sold them or what. And I know when he bought them, Jodie Foster was actually going to try to buy the rights, whatever, but she found out Gene Hackman had already bought them. So I don't know who currently owns the rights to it. But the movie had a $19 million budget, and it was a huge fucking hit. Made $130 million in the States, $272 million worldwide. I don't know if I said it or not. It came out February 14th, 1991. But the scene with Hannibal Lecter, every single time he's on that fucking camera, he just eats it up. I mean, everybody knows the fava beans with a nice Chianti, all that bullshit, but it's just, he absolutely delivers that fucking scene. And one thing he really did with his character is anytime, if you notice this, anytime you see him, he doesn't blink. And that was something he really wanted to do. I read somewhere where he got that from, whatever, but he doesn't blink in any of his scenes, whatever. He just thought that was more menacing for some reason. It works.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I would say if you were going to pick 5 people that played roles but the best in history, you got to put Hannibal Lecter in that mix. Anthony Hopkins just absolutely killed it. I can't imagine anybody else playing that fucking role. This movie never needs to be fucking remade, but I would hate to be the son of a bitch and plays Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, that plays that character. Nobody's going to play like he does. It ain't going to happen. But it's one of my favorite movies of all times. It holds up. It's still creepy as fuck. It's from start to finish. The whole goddamn movie's great.
Yeah.
So it's
And
got
even
to
the way
number 3.
What do you
the way
consider?
he ends that movie, with him disappearing into the crowd and that Caribbean island.
Perfect.
The ending is absolutely
I'm having a friend for dinner. Yeah, it's
he just
great.
looks like anybody else.
It puts the lotion in the fucking basket.
What do you consider? What do you consider that movie?
It's a horror film.
Right.
Yeah.
They call it a psychological thriller.
Yeah, psychological thriller, but it's a horror film. I mean,
all the fucking awards. It's the only horror film to win Best Picture.
Yeah.
There's so much about that movie that I think gets overlooked. The set design, the way they build the atmosphere of every set piece, but in particular, at the asylum, she's going down a long gangway. Everybody else is at normal cells. They look crazy as fuck. Everybody, then you get all the way to the end. There's a special fucking cell made for him. He's too dangerous to have bars.
Right.
He's got this these really thick glass, and he's just standing there. He looks like a normal fucking guy you'd see anywhere. It just and the way he talks, he's so well spoken and prim and proper. But you've heard up to this point, he's ripping people's fucking face off. He's too dangerous to be studied, and all this stuff. And then you just see this normal guy, looks like somebody's dad.
And by the way, on IMDb, it's listed as a crime drama thriller.
Right.
That's the category that it has to put in.
Which is so much
crime or horror.
I'd put it as a crime horror, but horror before anything else.
I would say psychological horror, crime.
Go back and watch it again and really pay attention to the blinking thing. Where the blinking thing really comes into play is where he beats the shit out of the cop with that fucking stick.
Oh yeah,
and the way he has that conflict with his eyes open and he's just beating the piss out of him. It's fucking brutal, man.
Yeah,
it's fucking brutal.
Fucking right.
The fate, everything it's like a one of a kind, the first of its time. Like nobody thought for a second he ripped that guy's face off and put it on himself.
No, the way
when the music's picking up and he's pulling stuff off in the ambulance, it's like, oh shit, it's another level. I
remember seeing that
about the guy's true.
I saw that in the theater, man. I was like, oh, fuck, man. Motherfucker. It's like one of them jaw-dropping moments,
But, yeah, anyway, fuck that movie. Fuck that pick. Lame pick, Alan.
Here's something else interesting. About 17 minutes into the movie, I didn't write this down, but it's on IMDb. Jodie Foster claims that during the first meeting between Dr. Hannibal Lecter and Clarice Starling, Anthony Hopkins started mocking her about her Southern accent. Was totally improvised on the spot. Foster's horrified reaction was genuine since she felt personally attacked. She later thanked Hopkins for generating such an honest reaction. So she wasn't expecting him to fuck with her about her accent, and I guess it kind of threw her for a loop. But that was I always like when they fucking I don't realize
she
something
felt
improvised.
Personally attacked by that. She should work with Bill Murray.
She could get actually personally attacked.
Her in the lake.
Yeah, I believe that was when she first met. Like the first scene they did together.
Yeah, I mean, she gets a lot of credit, and I'm not going to shit on her performance. She does great, but she's up there with a Titan. She's just got to show up. He's going to carry every scene.
Well, multiple Titans. I mean, Scott Glenn. Scott Glenn's
awesome. But I think that's the character that Gene Hackman was going to play. Like he said, Scott Glenn, not
Jack Crawford. Actually, when I was talking about the no blinking thing, it says one of the inspirations from which Sir Anthony Hopkins borrowed was an interpretation of Hannibal Lecter was a friend of his in London who rarely blinked when speaking, which unnerved anybody that knew him. And that's where he got that from. So nobody big, just a friend of his from England. So man, it's a great fucking movie, man. I was excited to get the 4K of it. It's another one of those I've seen in theaters, man. And when people were walking out of that one in theaters, it was real fucking quiet. Everybody had a very perplexed look on their face, man. It was something that hadn't really been seen too much.
Like that before.
Back like before that to up until that time, I mean, never was there anything close to that.
Yeah. It hits all the mark.
It's a sequel. A lot of people don't know that it's a sequel.
The Manhunter.
Yeah.
What is it? There's so in order. There's Manhunter. There's Silence of the Lambs,
and
then Red Dragon.
Red Dragon's
a remake.
Red Dragon is a remake of Manhunter.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So
and Hannibal is a sequel.
Hannibal's Part 3.
And then you got Hannibal Rising.
Hannibal Rising's 4.
Right.
Well, Hannibal Rising's actually a prequel to Manhunter.
All that shit.
So yeah.
And he's young.
I just had aneurysm.
And during World War II, right?
Yeah.
And Manhunter is a way underrated movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Killer.
Manhunter's good.
And this is one of those few weird occurrences where it's the movie that made the author. A lot of people hadn't read Thomas Harrison.
Thomas Harrison, or something like that.
Before Silence of the Lambs came out. And,
books are all extremely faithful, especially Hannibal. It's basically the same.
They are. They're
exactly Silence, dude. Yeah.
Silence is faithful, but you get a lot more Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
The book.
Yeah. And I think the movie's better compared to the book.
I mean,
with Silence.
I mean, with both. I mean, a movie's always going to be better. We're movie freaks, but in my opinion. But,
this is one of those ones. Oh, they made a book about this.
yeah.
What's the book?
When did they write the book?
Yeah. But they're both the same. They're both exactly the same.
Obviously, I agree with Brad, but this is one of the few, unlike Stephen King books that get made into movies, this is one of the few occurrences where the book, I mean, they're neck and neck.
There's just a couple things that are different, like with the
backstory, but it's not enough to be substantial.
Right.
Yeah. Tom Harris adapted the screenplays for all the movies.
You're right, exactly, and I think that's why they, you know what, Michael Crichton did that too. You know, he was always, you know, the rights to his movies would get sold before the book even got published. So I mean, he was that well known, and then he would write the screenplay. So I think, you know, that same thing happened with Harris.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna call it with the chat, guys. We ain't got too much chat out there right now. You guys, come on. This says, Casino, my favorite top 3 out of his movies. Chris C says, yes, Casino, great pick, Brad, better than Goodfellas. That's a hot take. My favorite gangster story.
They're all,
they're both good.
They're both
good.
Thank God, I believe.
Goddamn, we got a bunch of goddamn grumbling. We sound like a bunch of old bastards. Oh, goddamn, it ain't better than goddamn.
Goddamn, put that guy in timeout. Right? Sex bot, it's better.
See, the trouble with Goodfellas is Goodfellas, like the character, versus Casino. Goodfellas versus Casino. Casino is more realistic to the actual story, whereas Goodfellas is really inspired by. You know, Henry Hill, how valuable was he? Not really.
Right.
You know, he was kind of a knockaround guy. He wasn't like this big, you know.
He wasn't the Henry Hill of the movie.
No.
Not
And
even
he was
close.
a scumbag. He wasn't like this guy trying to make a living or whatever, you know. So it's just Casino is very well documented that it's very much more real to life than.
Yeah. But that being said, I have revisited Goodfellas 10 times more than I have Casino. Not that I don't like Casino, it's just Goodfellas is always one I go to first.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Very entertaining.
Pick your 3-hour movie you want to watch.
Yeah. Gizmo said, fuck. I forgot about Casino. I need to push it to my top 5. Maybe I push Pulp Fiction to 6. C3 is also welcome to my birthday party now.
Let me make sure. Let me check my passport. Make sure it's still valid.
City Bank says, my number 3 movie is Menace to Society. Good movie. 93. Tryon Turner, Lorenz Tate, and Jada Pinkett Smith, directed by the Hughes brothers. This is the truth. This is what's real.
I think much more realistic than Boys in the Hood.
Yeah.
Right.
A much grittier version too.
A lot darker.
Yeah.
Oh man, you got something against Doughboy?
I got
Man, I fucking love Boy. We'll
I
talk
like
about
them
this shit
both,
later.
but like to me, like one's a lot more real life than you know the Ricky. No,
I'm more on the Boys in the Hood team. Whenever I love that.
Me too.
Movie.
Yeah,
love that movie.
Fucking wimps that feel good.
City Banks.
Great vibe.
I like John Singleton.
Date night movie.
Yeah. they all run away to Kansas. Or no, that's the other movie. Sorry.
City of Banks Casino, very good movie. Gizmo said 2 days and 2 fucking nights we beat the shit out of this Jew. I mean, we even stuck ice picks in his balls.
Charlie
He was an Irish guy, right?
He was Irish, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Caveman said, Verbal, Kent, and the 1995 The Usual Suspects, which earned him an Academy Award. What a talent, but a real, evil man. My number 4 in the list.
Yeah.
I love the opening scene when they're doing the lineup and fucking the Baldwin brother that just fucking flip out. And hearing about that whole scene, how what's the guy in the middle, Del Toro or something like that? What's his name?
Del Toro.
Yeah.
He kept on fucking farting, and he said that scene that you get is the best they got because they kept on fucking up whatever. They did so many takes. They just said, "Fuck it, we'll take the funniest one and we'll just use it."
Yeah.
So I love the opening of that fucking movie. It's
Keep trying to get Benicio del Toro to say the line.
Right.
Yeah. Wild Wrangler, what's going on? Love Mallrats. On a side note, best quote. However, you have all the characteristics of a dog, Gary, all except loyalty.
That's from Snatch.
Yeah. Anthony Sora more Clerks Clerks is fucking great. How many dicks have you sucked? 37 dicks. My girlfriend sucked 37 dicks. You'll never kiss her on the mouth the same way again.
Right. And what was that? Snowballing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, you like snowball?
That's the first time I heard about snowballing in that fucking movie.
I didn't just suck any dick on the way to the parking lot.
Right.
And that guy starts going towards the parking lot.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Come here.
Yeah, he starts following her out.
Gaiman said, in this Michael Crichton adaptation, Tom Sanders, Michael Douglas is a senior executive at a cutting edge technology. And that's with him and Demi Moore, I think. What's the name of that movie? Anyway, Anthony says, Camp Nowhere is a really fun movie. I grew up watching that one. I think it's called maybe Deceived, maybe. I grew up watching that one. You can't go wrong with Christopher Lloyd, also Peg Bryan.
Yep.
Caveman says, until a vamp from the past, Meredith Johnson, Demi Moore swoops in, stealing his impending promotion, and then doubling. Silence of the Lambs, also a movie. My number 3 is Silence of the Lambs. I love the atmosphere of the movie. Jodie Foster often gets overlooked in this film because of the supporting cast, but she is fucking fantastic in this movie. I totally agree. Wild Wranglers is Silence of the Lambs. Roger Corman, FBI director.
Yeah. Ted Talley, a bunch of the cast members, a bunch of people behind the scenes were used as various,
Yeah, it's got it's even got a fun cameo by oh shit, now I'm gonna blank on his name. He's one of the SWAT team members, Chris Isaac, musician.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Pops with a pacifier in his mouth and Silence the Lambs on the TV. Look, Pops, he ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. Pops with a pacifier in his mouth. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, he's saying when you watched it when you were little. You said you watched it, growing up.
Well, I've been married 2 fucking years when that came out. First year.
Right.
Chris, this is a great pick as always, Pop. Appreciate it. Hollow says number 3. I was being a smart ass, by the way, in case y'all remember. Hollow says number 3 for me, The Usual Suspects. Hand me the keys, you fucking cocksucker. Apparently, they were laughing for real because Benicio del Toro kept farting. Yep. Chris said that movie changed horror forever in a good and bad way. Good and bad way. I wonder what you mean by bad way. But Chris says I have the Criterion Blu-ray of Silence of the Lambs. First Blu-ray I bought from them. Hannibal show, Clarice show. Yeah, the Clarice show wasn't good at all.
Yeah. I heard it wasn't good, but that's too bad.
I made it through like 2 episodes. It was terrible.
Yeah, bro, I think me and you watched the first one. I can't get into it.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
I like the Hannibal show, and then it took a fucking nose.
And then it got weird. Yeah, but the
weirder.
first season of it was that dude that played.
Will Graham.
He was killing it, man. And then it just got strange.
It needs to be on a premium network. It has to be.
Right.
Some heavy-handed bullshit going on in there.
Yeah.
Matt Jan says Casino is great, but Goodfellas is the best.
Yeah, we're not in the time frame for Goodfellas.
Yep.
Right.
Indy Phantom says, late to the party this week. I have at least an hour to kill with you all now. Have to catch up on the full stream. Got called in for work this weekend. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Appreciate you here.
I know how that goes, dude.
Glad to have you, man.
Glad to hear, though.
Yep. Magic Hand says, you guys like that Buried Alive for Vinegar Syndrome?
I haven't watched it yet. It's a Edgar Allan Poe adaptation.
I didn't get that one.
Yep.
So you got it?
I said I didn't get that one. I don't think.
Oh, yeah.
I don't fucking remember. Brian, you know if I have that one or not? I don't know if I have.
No,
Brian, could you check my inventory?
No, you don't have that one. It just came out this past month.
Okay, well, no, I don't have that one.
I picked it up. I haven't watched it. I love Edgar Allan Poe, so that's why I grabbed it.
Yeah.
Indie Fantasy Casino is amazing. Kudos if that was on a list. Yep.
Donald Pleasance is in Buried Alive, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is he in spandex in that one?
Maybe. I don't know. I'll let you know when I watch it.
If so, Dirk's picking that up.
Well, that's I was just going to say, Dirk. That's the only reason I got it. It's been on my to-do list. Right here,
I heard that
tornado.
Somewhere.
See a movie with Donald Pleasance in spandex. That's the bucket list. That's number 4.
Where do I put my PayPal information in?
And then Indy Casino was on Brad's list, by the way.
Yeah.
Disclosure. There you go. Disclosure. Sorry. All right. I love Mads Mikkelsen's as Hannibal.
Yeah. Good choice by them.
Yeah, they really.
All right, we are moving along, guys. And then we're only 2 hours 11 minutes in.
I know we are cooking, and
maybe we're getting good at this.
Saying you're just talking all this shit now.
Right?
3 hours later.
Now it's going to take us 3 hours to do 2.
9 hours later.
The notes get thicker as you get higher.
It's just easy when everybody picks Reservoir Dogs. Okay.
I didn't know you did that shit, Brad.
What's thicker, Brad?
I said the notes they seem to get thicker as they get high. You get higher up.
I thought he said the nuts get thicker.
I thought he said they get thicker as you get higher.
All right, shut up. Want me to do this or not?
God damn it.
It could be like when Alan pulled up Silence of the Lambs, we just all start quoting it. He's trying to get his shit out.
Right.
Yeah, fucking up my timing.
Right.
Anyway, 1991, directed by Martin Scorsese, Cape Fear.
Hell yeah.
I knew you were going to pull that one.
Yeah.
I've been watching this movie forever. I can't get enough of it. It's so fucking underrated, and people like it's Marty Scorsese's horror movie.
Yeah.
And like for some reason, like I don't know why, if it's a remake, whatever, it's shot perfectly. You need every scene. He added to the actual, he updated the old story for modern times. He added things to it, like, Nick Nolte and his wife, Jessica Lange, do not have a perfect marriage. They're not like, the daughter, they're having problems with her too. So it's you add all that in with everything else that's going on and made it, really helped it. But it takes place in a fictional town of New Essex, North Carolina. It's shot mostly in Savannah, Georgia, and Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The movie is about a freshly released convict after 14 years named Max Cady, played by Robert De Niro, who immediately starts stalking a lawyer and his family, Sam Bowden, played by Nick Nolte. You learn that Nolte's character was De Niro's lawyer, and he threw the case because he had a moral conflict with the character Max Cady. De Niro basically knew he was guilty and, decided to climb up on a cross and, basically condemn this man to prison, instead of fully representing him like he should have. And so, once De Niro gets out, obviously he wants revenge. He got initially sentenced to, I think, 3 years, something like that. And then while he was in prison, he killed a man, broke his neck, bit his tongue, chewed his tongue out of his own head. I mean, it's just like he did like wild shit in prison. That's how he ended up with 14 years. But he gets out, and obviously he wants revenge on Nick Nolte, and killing him would be too easy. That's the way he looks at it. And you quickly realize he's been planning this for quite some time, and he's ahead of Nick Nolte at every turn. And it's just terrifying. I mean, it's very well done. Like I said, very limited body count, but I still consider it a horror movie. I believe it's considered by most a horror movie, but De Niro, I've got a lot of problems with, and a lot of, this man was the king of the 90s. This is back when De Niro acted. This to me is his best acting performance because it's so far away from who he is.
Yep, exactly.
He's a lifelong New Yorker, never been outside of the state, at this point. And he plays this, heinous backwoods, redneck. I don't know what the right word is, but he's the kind of backwoods redneck where there's like probably not power going to the house like that. That's how he grew up. He's the kind where, when he goes to church on Sunday, the service ain't over until the snakes are back in their cages. That kind of, backwoods guy. But yeah, he's acting so well. You believe him as this character, even though he's the uppity New York, snob type. You have Juliette Lewis in this movie, who was 18 when they shot it. She looks like Bambi. Right. They really did a good job making her look younger. She's playing 15, but she acts very well in it. Kid actors, that's not my thing. And 18 's still a kid, in my opinion. But the scene where he manages to get her alone at the high school, and she ends up like sucking on his thumb. I mean, it's so fucking creepy.
That's cringe shit.
And like Robert, your character Katie has to restrain himself because he's got something bigger planned later. He's like walking away. I mean, just everything about it. Like he just wants to rip her apart, and you've seen what he's capable of already at that point.
Yeah.
But Nolte quickly realizes how serious the situation is, and he hires a private detective played by Joe Don Baker, who is awesome in this. As the ultra sleazy private eye that just keeps recommending, like he has horrible recommendations. He's always drinking like a whiskey and or bourbon and Pepto.
Yeah.
All the time, and he's every idea he comes up with is terrible. He keeps going, you want to handle this problem, we can handle it. And Nolte asks, well, how can you handle it? 3 guys, 2 pieces of pipe, and some bicycle chain. Like that's the thing. He's just like, I'm a lawyer, we can't do that. The very next scene, he's like, I want you to hire those 3 guys.
Yeah.
Do a hospital job on Katie. And of course, that goes horribly wrong. You basically find out, like, Nolte's there watching it. You basically find out that fucking Katie is indestructible. He's like just this fucking tank. He's built his body into a weapon, being in prison for 14 years. Like later he explains kind of like to the point why he's so indestructible in this quote. He said, I spent 14 years in an 8x9 cell surrounded by people who were less than human. My mission in that time was to become more than human. He says, Granddaddy used to handle snakes in church. Granny drank strychnine.
Yeah.
I guess you could say I had a leg up, genetically speaking. And he's like holding this torch, and it's like melting all over his hand. He's burning the shit out of his hand. He's not even blinking. It's like that's when it becomes really a horror movie. You realize his plans and exactly what he's going to do, and it's not going to be. It's not going to be great. Nick Nolte has to watch it all.
Yeah, the way he says that shit too, he's like, "Granddaddy had on snakes in church.
Granny drank strychnine." Just like you hear a lot of that down here. These fucks. Anyway, it all leads up to this
Brad loves his neighbors.
Epic showdown on the Cape Fear River during this huge storm. They're on this boat. This trawler's loose, and it's just spinning around. It's going fucking. It's just like what a place for a final showdown. And everybody else is worried about the storm even a little bit. Even with Katie there, they're still like, man, somebody's got to steer this boat. Katie could give a fuck. He's like, this is my moment. I waited 14 years for this. I don't give a shit what's going on outside. He's all burned up and shit. He don't care, man. It's just like the dedication that this guy will go through everything. Anything he has to. He's unstoppable. He's like the Terminator at this point. Whatever happens. I mean, he got the shit beat out of him early. He's unfazed by it. Anyway, I don't want to spoil the exact ending, but it's intense. The ending, the final climax is just great. A little bit of trivia here. The police lieutenant in this movie is played by Robert Mitchum, who had Robert De Niro's character. He played that role in the original. And Katie's lawyer is played by Gregory Peck, who had Nick Nolte's role in the original. So I like that they brought them back. And Robert Mitchum's really good in this too. Like Robert Mitchum early on tells him to use his family as bait. And when Katie comes in the house to kill him, basically is what he says in like fancy words, $5 words. And Nolte says, I'm a lawyer. I can't do that. And Mitchum goes, well, gee, golly, gosh, like use me, like if it was my family, that's what I'd do. But, anyway, Cape Fear, extremely underrated. If you haven't seen it, slap your mother, get this Blu-ray. And this is actually a really good studio Blu-ray. There's an 1.5-hour documentary, making of documentary on this Blu-ray. So I'm sure it's pretty cheap. Check it out. Pick it up.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Brad, that whole scene with Robert De Niro and Juliette Lewis in the gymnasium, all that was ad-libbed and done on the first take.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, they did 3 takes of it, but they used the first take in the film.
And I totally agree,
on the
Brad.
phone, all that shit.
That's one of the few movies, De Niro, Pacino, those guys, Nicholson, they'll always be their character no matter what they're in, except for you forget De Niro is De Niro in that movie.
Yeah, you forget it.
Huge thing to pull out.
And something else, Max Cady, the voice that Robert De Niro used to really creep out Martin Scorsese. And he used to call Scorsese's house and leave voicemails in the Max Cady voice. just to float with Scorsese. Which only Robert De Niro get away with that shit.
And I never, People rip on that as Scorsese's worst movie, and I think it's one of his best.
That's a great fucking movie, man. It's
killer
real close to
movie,
mine.
man.
My top 5.
Yeah, it's
Robert
not-
De Niro.
And there is no fluff in that movie. I mean,
No.
everything in that movie is legitimately needs to be in it.
Every
Yeah.
scene, and
Yeah.
Robert De Niro really should have got. I don't know if I don't think he won the Oscar for it. He should have. I mean,
Yeah.
that is such a departure from who he is as a person, and for him to do that, and
But it's a
remember when
horror
that-
movie, it's sad, but it's the backstory of Nolte and his wife and their daughter, and their imperfect life that really is what kind of highlights
And-
where De Niro.
yeah,
comes
Nolte's
in.
got enough going on, but his
Right,
wife is still up
exactly.
his
He's
ass.
trying to hold his marriage together. His daughter's sucking off guys in the damn gym.
Yeah, and he's like, she starts to like, you can almost like get like, she starts to get Stockholm syndrome with Katie.
Right.
He starts to
right.
like go, well, he's just he's misunderstood, and it's like, are you kidding me, lady?
Yeah.
Like,
He's
I
manipulating
beat the shit out of my daughter. Like, are you
Right.
serious?
It's
Please, don't. We're
you know,
moving. I don't know what to tell you. We're gone.
When that
And
movie
something else I
came
remember
out-
about the movie is go ahead, Dirk. Go ahead.
when that movie come out though, I just remember, man, like me and a friend of mine, we'd always say that shit. That counselor,
Counselor,
not wherever you are.
yeah, could that
That's
be you?
Could that be you?
He quotes, like, he has this big Bible quote right there where he's talking about you are as small as I, and blah blah blah. It's just
Yeah.
like it's just,
Yeah, I know.
and
what you're talking
nobody's there. He's just doing it for himself.
Right.
So you see.
Yeah.
He's like,
What I liked about it also is that based on
that-
obviously it's a remake, but
Yeah.
the way they filmed some of the shots, whatever, you could tell they really are doing an homage to the original kind of the
Yeah.
old
Right.
noir classic, whatever. But so
Yeah.
it's shot really fucking well, and also the tattoos all over De Niro is done with some kind of vegetable fucking paint or vegetable oil. It took like 3 or 4 months for it to all wear off. So he had to go around with those fucking tattoos for 3 or 4 months after the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loretta.
Got
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I need
That scene
to
is
go back and watch that again, man. I've seen it so many times, but it's been a while.
that scene where he's like, "I got you now, bitch." It's like, gosh.
Oh
damn.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. If y'all haven't seen that, y'all go check that out, man. It's a good one. It is very underrated for what it should be talked about more often.
Yeah, sure.
It's just
All
not
right,
as
Ryan, what
fun
you
as
got?
these other movies.
Yeah.
Right. So this next movie, this was actually as I was going through the block of movies from 91 to 95, and I hit this movie. I knew it was going to be at least in my top 10, and I figured it would be in my top 5. And I kind of thought it would be closer to the bottom of my top 5. And then I rewatched it for this. And when I found myself quoting the movie and lines from this movie before it even showed up, it quickly shot up to near the top at number 2. And of course, it's 1993's Western drama Tombstone.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Kurt Russell, Val Kilmer. This is an ensemble cast. I don't know who hasn't seen Tombstone. If you haven't, it's like all the other movies we all mentioned. You've got to go out and see this movie. Just stop watching this. Go watch it now. This is a movie that there's a lot of personal reasons I really like this movie. One, when it came out, I didn't go see it because I'd always kind of been a huge. I'd read a lot of nerdy, tons of books about Doc Holliday and this kind of stuff, and so I thought this was just going to be another botched Western movie, and so I did not go see it until I was in the military and I found myself in Japan, and I was kind of quite down and homesick, and there was a base theater that was showing it when I was there, and I went in and watched this movie at like 11 o'clock at night, and I was the only one in the theater, and it was just me, and the camera dude actually came down and sat behind me and watched it with me because he hadn't watched it yet either, and I was blown away by it. It's a movie that shouldn't have been made. It originally was started off being directed by a dude by the name of Kevin Jarre, who had directed Rambo 2. And then it was taken over by George P. Cosmatos when Jarre got fired. I don't know if you remember, Wyatt Earp actually came out close to this. And this was actually supposed to be a duo movie, Tombstone and Wyatt Earp. And there was a lot of contention between the studios. And Kevin Costner actually was pressuring the studios not to make this, to unfund it, because he did not want this movie to get made. There was that much contention between everybody. But Cosmatos was brought in to direct, to take over. And there's a lot of talk out there. There has been over the years that was actually Kurt Russell that directed this movie, since George P. Cosmatos was thrown in the middle of it. He never denied it. Val Kilmer said it. This was probably like 5 or 6 years ago. He was being interviewed somewhere. He said Kevin Costner really directed it. Apparently, they even offered to have Costner's name put on it as the director, and Costner wouldn't do it. But it's an ensemble cast starring Kevin Costner as Wyatt Earp. Then you've got Bill Paxton. You're
mixing up the movies, Ryan.
What's that?
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell. Yeah, sorry. Kurt Russell, Val Kilmer, Bill Paxton,
Sam
Elliott. You've even got Billy Bob Thornton. You got Powers Booth. We got Michael Rooker in this movie.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot. You got Jason Priestley. You've got Billy Zane. You've got Charlton Heston is in this movie. It's a fantastic movie. It's about, ultimately, it's about the Battle at the OK Corral. The historical accuracy is there and not there. The accuracy of the battle, there's a lot of things that they take a lot of liberty with, but there's a lot of things in it that are historically accurate, and a lot of it surrounds Doc Holliday, who Val Kilmer just kills in this. Doc Holliday was always kind of a huge, I don't know why, but I wouldn't want to say fan of him, but he's always been interested in me historically. He was born in Griffin, Georgia, and his family moved to Valdosta, Georgia, which is not far from where Pops and I live. And I worked in Valdosta for a little while, and I actually drove past his house. They have a little historical marker out in front of it that this was Doc Holliday's house every day when I would go to work. He actually was a doc. He was a dentist, trained in Pennsylvania. He got tuberculosis just like his mother. He watched his mother die of tuberculosis. So when he got tuberculosis, it kind of really changed his life. And that's why he moved out west. He was trying to chase drier air. And he just kind of sort of devolved into this life of gambling and debauchery, I guess. Just realizing that his days were already numbered, having watched his mother slowly die of tuberculosis. Exactly. It's a hugely... This movie is quotable from start to finish. Val Kilmer is true to his craft. He ate only onions and tomatoes for like 2 months up until this movie was made because he wanted to look ill. He wanted to play the part. Yep.
Yeah, he's a method man. For sure.
So Val Kilmer and Bill Paxton and all those guys are amazing, but I really think it's the supporting cast. Like Michael Biehn in this movie playing Johnny Ringo is phenomenal. Truly phenomenal. And all these guys are real characters. The dude that plays Ike Clanton, Stephen Lang. Apparently he was drunk during the entire time to stay in character. Every scene he was in filmed, he was drunk. And a lot of people forget who this is the dude that played the Colonel in Avatar. And he plays Ike Clanton so well, you forget who he is.
Unrecognizable.
Just
I didn't realize that was like Stephen Lang.
That's Stephen Lang. Yep. Unbelievable. But it's the whole movie. It's really kind of the Doc Holliday show. And so I'm going to pull a Dirk and read a quote. The other things I got, Willem Dafoe was originally supposed to play Doc Holliday, but there was too much controversy. He just made a movie called The Last Temptation of Christ. So he was out. Richard Gere was supposed to play Wyatt Earp. He was out. The only one of the person that I could see that should have played that didn't is Mickey Rourke turned down the road for Johnny Ringo. And although I think Michael Biehn killed it, I think Mickey Rourke would have killed it too.
I think he would have been awesome.
So this is an actual quote by Wyatt Earp about Doc Holliday. And I think this really sums up why I've always been fascinated by him. He said, Doc was a dentist, not a lawman or an assassin, whom necessity had made a gambler. He was a gentleman whom disease had made a frontier vagabond, a philosopher whom life had made a caustic wit, a long, lean, ash blonde fellow, nearly dead with consumption, and at the same time, the most skillful gambler and the nerviest, speediest, deadliest man with a 6-gun that I ever knew.
Damn.
And Val Kilmer sums that up perfectly in this movie. So
he does, man.
Tombstone, number 2.
Fucking great movie, man.
Hell yeah, man.
Arguably, maybe one of the best westerns ever made. Arguably.
Yeah, and which, you know, it's, yeah, I'd agree with that.
I got a useless piece of trivia that I know none of you guys have. My wife's dad was 10 years old when Wyatt Earp died.
Wow.
And my wife just turned 45. I'll let y'all do the math on your own there. My wife's dad was in his 90s when he passed away, and he was born in 1919. Wyatt Earp died in 1929.
Damn.
Oh, shit.
That's crazy.
So,
yeah.
Just think about that for a minute. So, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that is. Damn.
So,
yeah.
Powers
Booth so good in that.
Yeah,
Powers Booth's great in everything, dude. He's one of my favorites, man.
Yeah, he is, man.
This movie's a lot like Deadwood. If for anybody that's seen the old HBO series Deadwood, there's enough in it of historical kernels to make it legitimate, but they take so many other liberties with it. But it doesn't detract from the overall sense of the movie, the overall underlying themes.
I need to go back and watch Deadwood. I watched the first season back in the day when it first came out.
The biggest difference, they say cocksucker a lot more in Deadwood.
Oh yeah. The cursing is ramped.
Billy Bob Thornton in the beginning, you know, you blow that cigar somewhere else. I'll blow you right up that Wildcat's ass.
And Ryan can attest to this because we play cards together every other Friday. Almost every time we play cards, I use that line. God damn, it's like playing cards with my sister's kids. I still use that line probably every time we play cards. That's a fucking great movie, man. I love it.
Yeah, it's an awesome movie.
Hell yeah.
So, we are gonna move on. Go ahead, Dirt. What you got, buddy?
Well, man, I got this film, man. Was back I was 17 when I first seen this, and went to the theater and watched this one as well. And that's gonna be Natural Born Killers.
Hell yeah!
Oh yeah.
And this was, and I didn't realize this shit. This was written by Tarantino. Yep. Oliver Stone did this movie, but Tarantino wrote this shit. But just look at this, a damn release, man. I didn't even know this shit existed.
It's that Diamond Lux edition from Warner.
Yeah, and I had a couple of those.
Is sexy as hell.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I really like this edition, man. And
I don't know why they stopped making those.
Yeah, those were nice.
Yeah. Yep. But anyway, yeah, when I first seen this shit, man, I'm gonna share a little bit too much. But I don't give a shit. That was in the past. I was 17, so I went with a couple friends, and they were pretty straight edge, and I wasn't back then. So I decided, well, you know, I've been hearing a lot about this movie, and it's very controversial, and it's upsetting a lot of people. It's dealing with it's speaking about the tabloids. O.J. Simpson trial was in everybody's face, like 24 hours a day. Fucking Lorena Bobbitt story was on TV. This is like a heavy satire about the tabloids and the media. But so I decided, you know, I'm gonna drop some acid. So I did, and I went and seen this fucking movie. So anyway, so. Man,
and I did.
Let me just explain.
Dirk saw a movie that none of the rest of us saw.
Right.
Doesn't everybody drop acid and go?
I want to see the dirt cut of Natural Killers. What I want to see.
Yeah, man, I got a lot out of it. But the sounds and the visuals, man, had my head spinning. The fucking insanity, chaos, fucking Oliver Stone. He said, like, he was going through a divorce, so he just cut loose with this one. He just didn't give a fuck. And you can see it, man. But at the heart of the movie, man, it's a love story, you know? Real shit. But anyway, let's see, what else? Rodney Dangerfield, man. Fuck. Yeah. Y'all remember that scene? That it's like so fucked up. Like, He's like fucking sick fucker, you know. I'm sitting there tripping balls watching this shit. And anyway, it's just fucking insane. But anyway, they use so many different like they use 35 millimeter rear projections, Super 8. I think they use 18 different types of fucking ways to film shit. But 2 psychopaths on a killing spree. Mickey and Mallory. This shit is like schizophrenic, hallucinatory, surreal, real, mixed, all as one. Pure chaos. Love beats the demon. The fucking soundtrack was fucking amazing. But yeah, man, this was the full delight of your senses will give you the best life of all. Just some of that shit. It was a quote from Oliver Stone. He's pretty fucking out there too, but yeah, man. The best quote of the movie was like from the old Indian. He says, once upon a time, a woman was picking up firewood. She came upon a poisonous snake frozen in the snow. She took the snake home and nursed it back to health. One day, the snake bit her on the cheek. As she lay dying, she asked the snake, "Why have you done this to me?" And the snake answered, "Look, bitch, you knew I was a snake." But
Frog and the scorpion.
Do what?
The frog and the scorpion, you know, it's in my nature, that whole thing.
No.
Yeah, the scorpion gets a ride from the frog.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but man,
This is now we're both gonna die. So what'd you expect?
Yeah, you knew I was a snake, bitch.
All right, guys, that's homework. Everybody has to go drop fucking acid and watch Natural Born Killers, and we'll meet.
No.
I'm
Not saying that. Not at all. I was 17. I was, you know,
yeah.
that type of shit. But it was funny though, because the people I went with were straight edge, and they didn't fucking know that I was tripping.
Shit.
And seen that movie, and I had to play it off, you know, the whole fucking time while I'm watching this.
You know what's
I've just
crazy
been
is that
tripping this whole time I've known you.
right.
Yeah.
Fucking movie choice.
What Dirk doesn't also realize is they were actually watching The Princess Bride.
And you went by yourself, apparently. Nobody else. Made up with friends.
What about that scene with Woody Harrelson? Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, you need
Man, I watched that damn movie over and over, man, back then. And
It's a great movie, dude.
That director's cut, they have there's like a scene in there, I think, with Tommy Lee Jones's head on a stick and shit.
Yeah,
Really?
the director's cut. Yeah.
It's fucking nuts.
I've never seen that.
And also, I forgot to add this. In the prison, those are real fucking inmates doing double life sentences and shit.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I remember reading about that.
Yeah. So they were like fucking they
were like it was like legit. Yeah.
They had nothing to lose. They said that the 2 favorites from the inmates was fucking Robert Downey Jr. and Juliette Lewis. They was trying to holler at both of them.
Oh yeah.
Constantly.
Fucking Tom Sizemore's pretty crazy in that too.
And Woody Harrelson's dad was he got picked for the role because his dad was a real hitman in real life. So he was exposed to violence at a young age. So
Yeah, I think that was one of the movies too when Tom Sizemore was having all of his drug problems.
Every movie.
Every movie. He had to do a drug test for Saving Private Ryan every day. And if he got one positive, he was fired. So,
right.
Yes, I think he's still battling that shit.
But people were pissed off because, you know, Mickey and Mallory, at the end of the movie, I'm going to go and fucking spoil it. Fuck it. You know,
do it.
Basically what it is, their love kills the demon, and they don't kill anymore after they kill Robert Downey Jr. That's the last kill, and they go off and live a happy life and shit, have children, and stay underground, stay out of sight. Just people are mad about that shit.
Now that may or may not be the ending. That's the ending that Dirk got.
Yeah.
Y'all go see it for yourself.
I'm thinking like, oh, here we go.
But man,
that's the hard to find Dirk cut.
Yeah, go watch that shit, man.
Did he say Demon? What movie was he watching? I don't know.
All right, Brian, you're up, buddy.
All right, number 2, I have Empire Records.
Oh man, I love that movie.
Yeah, I love this movie.
Yeah, man.
About a bunch of
watched that movie over and over.
I remember that shit.
Late teen, maybe early 20s.
Right?
Yeah, they're like working at a record store that's like got kind of a mom and pop shop, being taken over by a corporate store. The owner doesn't tell the whole staff about it because he's saving up money to buy the guy out from changing the store over. And lo and behold, this fucker Lucas here goes and blows it all in Atlantic City and loses all the money. So they're basically screwed and trying to find ways to save the record store, all while like a bunch of coming of age type stuff in here. So it deals with some heavy stuff like suicide and young love and people going to college and that sort of thing. But I always love this movie. It's got a great cast: Liv Tyler, Ethan Embry, Rory Cochrane, who's also in Dazed and Confused, Renee Zellweger, Robin Tunney, Anthony LaPaglia, Maxwell Caulfield from Grease 2, and Debbie Mazar is in here too. But just always love this one. Great soundtrack to it. I love the scene whenever Ethan Embry's character is like tripping balls and watching fucking Gwar, and he like acts like he's like in the band in one scene and shit.
Yeah, Gwar.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. But there's a lot of like quotable lines in here that I like, and I don't know, just one I always seem to go back to. There's like an extended cut, I think, on the DVD version of this, but it wasn't very, very good. So I'd stick with the theatrical cut. Yeah.
I need to get that, Brian.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I need to check it out again, man. It's been years since I watched that shit.
I always said I was gonna like watch my like top 5 or top 10 like record store or record movies, so like that, High Fidelity.
Yeah.
And that one was like be like at the top 3. Empire Records is fantastic.
High Fidelity is very underrated.
Oh, High Fidelity is a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
That's another dialogue movie too.
Oh yeah, I have not seen that. But
and it's great.
High Fidelity for some reason. That's all I'm thinking about now.
We're talking about we're doing our top 5 movies. That whole movie is top 10. It's just a top 10.
Top 5 movie.
Top
5
It's just records. Top 5 record, top 5 breakup, top 5 get back together, top 5.
Yeah,
Charlie number 1. Yeah.
It's a great Jack Black movie too.
That's why I like doing these streams, man, because I had no fucking idea Tarantino did the dialogue for that Natural Born.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but when he wrote the script for True Romance, it was this huge fucking mess. Whatever. When his buddy gave it to him to kind of rewrite it, organize it. And part of that became Natural Born Killers, and part of that became Pulp Fiction, and part of it became True Romance. It kind of was all jumbled together.
Right.
So, all right, I almost changed this pick because Brad kind of fucking ruined it for me. You got to fucking
he's been doing it all night.
I don't have a goddamn. I got this basic bitch edition.
Hey, that wasn't me,
man.
Oh, that was okay. Well, I'll take that. Let me start over again. Hold on. Take 2.
Now it's okay.
Well, it's just so often it's Brad. I'm sorry, I got confused there.
Don't worry. In 2 months you'll have a slipcover, so it'll be all right for the 4K.
Actually, I'll have it next week. I ordered it while y'all were talking. So
that's
$17.98 on eBay. It's on the way now.
I told you I wasn't kidding.
So it's on the way, and I got that fucking 4K coming. It's $17 and something after shipping. It was like 17 something. It was cheap.
Damn.
And before I seen that one, I placed a bid. Somebody nobody bid on it yet for $3.99, and so I got a $5 bid on that one. Then I found somebody selling it for $12 plus shipping. So I might have 2 of them motherfuckers come. If nobody else
Alan found the only on eBay, the only one that has not just buy it now, but ship it now, motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this again. Dirt, goddamn it, you ruined it for me. But this is what introduced me to Quentin Tarantino. I have a soft spot for this movie. Got my poster on the fucking wall over there. I fucking love everything about this movie. It's the close to me. I know I say this before. It's probably as close to me as being a perfectly rewatchable, quotable, all around perfect fucking movie for me. It's it hits every fucking thing I love about movies, and it's absolutely fucking great. The cast is second to fucking none. Samuel L. Jackson, I became a lifelong fan of him after watching him in this. I always liked John Travolta, but I became a huge John Travolta fan after this. The soundtrack, I've never been a big soundtrack guy. Bought the soundtrack after getting this movie, and I had it in my CD player for fucking months, just on loop. Great music, great everything. Came out in 1984, directed by obviously Quentin Tarantino. Stars John Travolta, Samuel L. Jackson, Uma Thurman, Bruce Willis, Harvey Keitel. And one thing before I forget to mention it, and y'all remember how many times we have said this. Mickey Rourke was supposed to play Butch in this, but he decided to turn it down to focus on his boxing career. Obviously, later in life, he regretted it. But how many times through all these movies has Mickey Rourke supposed to have been in something, got turned down, whatever? Mickey Rourke's career could have been huge if he didn't make bad life choices.
If he wasn't Mickey Rourke, yeah.
Right, if he wasn't Mickey Rourke. And we've already mentioned this one point about Vincent Vega and Michael Madsen's character being brothers. They were going to make a movie. None of that worked out. Yeah, this was the first film that used the internet as their advertising.
Really?
Which I thought was kind of cool. This
cool.
is the first movie that really used the internet. They had basically an advertising package made for the internet. The scene where they go in to get Marcellus Wallace's briefcase or whatever, the opening scene, when Jules flips over the table when he's talking to Brad. All that was improvised. So Brad's reaction, if you go back and watch it, which I just did, go back and watch it. Brad's reaction is real startled. Whatever, he didn't know Jules was going to flip the fucking table over. So that was kind of cool.
The character's name is Brett. And he just
look at the big brain on Brad. Yeah, you're right, because I've always misquoted that.
Yeah, Samuel L. says Brad.
Samuel Jackson says Brad. Samuel Jackson says Brad, but his name is Brett.
Yeah, look at the big brain on Brad. I've said that. Yeah, you're right. It is Brett.
Yeah.
All right. The Quentin Tarantino, or the line "Quarter Pounder with Cheese" was voted the number 81 of the 100 greatest lines by Premiere Magazine in 2007. That's where I took more notes on this, whatever. But I could probably quote 100 lines from this fucking movie off the top of my head. It's so fucking requotable. It's so well cast. The way they jumble the story around, when it all fucking the way it ends, you got the fucking great scene with Marcellus Wallace and Bruce Willis, whatever, in the fucking gimp. It's hard to fucking watch, but the whole fucking line everything Marcellus Wallace says, gonna get medieval on your ass, gonna get a couple hard hitting brothers it's badass, man. It's just badass.
Yeah.
What the fuck is the gimp? How fucked up is that? You got these two twisted fucking rednecks, whatever. They got a fucking gimp. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
but like Dirk said earlier, when Bruce Willis goes through and grabs the chainsaw, and I'm glad Dirk said that, whatever, because it does give homage to all those movies. And I've watched this movie probably 50 times in my life, and it probably took me 7 or 8 times before I even picked up on that. About all the different the chainsaw, you got the hammer, you got also all this other shit.
Yeah.
It's just the way Bruce Willis, I mean, every little detail of this movie, the way Bruce Willis gets all pissed off about that fucking watch on the fucking kangaroo that his girlfriend forgets about, he gets in the fucking car and fucking flips out. I've been married for 20 fucking years. There's been 100 times that I had to kind of keep cool. As soon as I got the fucking car, I flipped out like that. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, the hunk of metal was in his dad's ass or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
That was in Walken's ass.
Right. Oh yeah. That's right.
And Christopher Walken, that whole goddamn scene with Christopher Walken, man. I mean, come on, it's fucking gold.
Yeah.
Cinematic fucking pure gold. Anyway, Pulp Fiction, guys, everybody's seen it. Fucking love it. This 4K coming out was way on my fucking short list of movies to get a 4K. I've already bought 2 fucking copies of it. I'm gonna get a slipcover for this one. I don't give a fuck. Y'all know where I'm at. I love this fucking movie. It's fucking badass. And the fact that Dirk's got a slip, I didn't know this movie came with a goddamn slip. When I got this, I didn't collect boutique shit. I didn't give a fuck about a slipcover. Didn't even care. Right. But now, I never even went to go look to see if it had a slipcover. So that's been right.
I was gonna say, Dirk, show him again.
Oh, when he pulled that, I said, that motherfucker's got a slipcover.
It's fun. I heard you whisper.
It wasn't a whisper. God damn it.
I didn't want to say too much because I knew it was going to be, one of my top picks, but I potentially got 2 of them bitches coming. So if anybody else needs a slip, let me know. I'll have an extra maybe.
That might be the highlight of this whole goddamn series.
I'll be okay with my Sin City slipcover.
I got something Pops ain't got. Shit.
Yeah, you damn sure do.
That black and white one coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be a nice
You're right. It does look a lot like fucking Sin City. That slipcover does. You just got just the red lips. Yeah, I got that one coming too, and the steelbook. And
I'm surprised.
I would like to get a
20 fucking releases of that.
Oh, there'll be more. There'll be more.
There'll be a cinema museum one. A one click, all that bullshit.
Yeah, the one clicks shit.
Yeah, they got a one click out there now. The Blu-ray version of it, that's fucking $269 right now. I seen it when I was looking for the slipcover.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. All right, Chris C says great pick to Brad. I'm not sure which one he's referring to.
Cape Fear.
Yeah, probably Cape Fear. Yeah, Cape Fear. Sydney Eubanks says Cape Fear, good movie, and also the original as well.
Yeah.
And he says Hannibal was such a great show. It just kept getting better as it went along. So Anthony's a fan of the show.
Yeah, it did get weird though.
Yeah.
When it got into the fucking
the deer
antlers and all that shit, I kind of
didn't bother me. That didn't bother me. It's some other shit.
I don't know if I watched it much past that.
Yeah.
Right. Gizmo says Cape Fear is the best romantic horror movie made in the 90s. It is so quotable and
cute, polyamorous.
There you go.
Cute
story, and De Niro is just the boss and being crazy. Indy Fan says my top 5 are Carlito's Way, great movie. Dazed and Confused,
that's a great movie.
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction, Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me. I want to get into the Twin Peaks shit. I never watched anything Twin Peaks.
That's pretty good.
Brian got that really cool set of the show, which I want to get, and I wanted to get that and get into the movies. Never watched any of them.
You know, I never got into the show until maybe a couple of years ago, and I was surprised that in fact I'd missed it. So
yeah, Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me is a prequel to the show.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is that the only movie they made on it? Is there any more movies?
No, it's the only movie.
So you got the show and you got the movie, and that's it.
Yeah, then you got the other show. There's another show too.
It came out years later, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But
now that show that came out years later, is that a continuation of the first couple seasons of the old show?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. And the movie's a prequel to everything.
It's all in the box. It's all in the box set except for the Fire Walk with Me. You have to buy separately on Criterion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll get into it.
That was a hell of a deal.
Yeah.
Jessica Lange has always been a weird, trippy actor. What's up?
It'll probably be on a Black Friday deal or something.
Yeah. Jessica Lange has always been a weird, trippy actress. Hell, watch the 70s King Kong. Yeah.
Jessica Lange should get a lot of credit for that role because she has to play opposite Nick Nolte and they yell at each other.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You got to yell back and forth with Nick Nolte. Like, how are you going to win that? How are you going to look good?
She holds her ground.
Nick Nolte?
She holds her ground pretty good.
She held her own. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Brian, still think De Niro should have won Best Supporting Actors by playing Al Capone in the Best Supporting Actor. He gained the weight just to play this baseball story and try and follow.
Why was that at me?
I guess because you're wearing a baseball T-shirt. It's caveman. He'll explain it.
I don't know. Chris, he said, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be talking in tongues.
Yeah. He says that.
Tombstone, pretty good movie.
Yeah. He ends up talking in tongues.
Right.
Yeah, I think he was Pentecostal. Yeah.
Pentecostal cracker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris, he said, yes, Tombstone, the best Western ever, in my opinion only. That ain't your opinion only. I couldn't argue with you. Or I could get on that
argue against.
Gizmo said Tombstone is amazing. Val Kilmer steals the film.
Yeah. He does.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell too, though, man. In my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, and Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
Bill Paxton is just like, he's the weakest one. He's still great.
Yeah.
It's like that cast is insane. It's ridiculous.
It really is.
Couldn't say anything more. That cast is nuts. Powers Booth doesn't even have that many lines in it.
Right.
It's fucking Powers Booth.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Scholar says,
4K, by the way.
Yeah, we'll see. Director's Cut of Tombstone needs a Blu or 4K. And what's going on, Scholar? Chris C says they wore red sashes. They called themselves cowboys.
First known organized crime syndicate in
Yep.
the United States.
They have guns. Wyatt, they're breaking the law. And that goddamn, does anybody got a better fucking mustache than goddamn Sam Elliott?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, that was one of the trivia things. All the mustaches are real, according to George Costa. That was
I
none
believe
of
it.
those were
Damn.
fake.
So Powers Booth too?
Yep. They said he said all the mustaches and all the lighting. They wanted all the lighting to be authentic. So
Damn.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. Andy Phantom says, I actually haven't seen Tombstone. I've owned it for years. Just one I've never gotten around to, despite loving most of the director's other stuff. Cosmatos tends to not get the credit. Yeah, check it out, man. I think you'll like it.
It was Sylvester Stallone who actually recommended that Cosmatos pick up the directing for this after
from doing
2.
the Rambo movie.
Yep.
No. What else did he direct that Sylvester Stallone was in?
Was it
Come
Rhinestone?
on, Alan.
Like a rhinestone cowboy.
Did you direct Rhinestone?
No. There's a Cobra.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay. Gotcha.
Talking outside my neck.
Being on the fucking spot and Dirk's fucking me up singing Rhinestone. That got me all fucked up. That was a fucking trick question. All right. All right. They haven't seen Wyatt Earp either. And Wyatt Earp's a good fucking movie. It just got overshadowed by fucking Tombstone.
It really did.
Not as good. That's all there is to it.
It's not as good, no, but it's still watchable. Still good. Chris C says, to Indian Phantom, it is so damn good. I will have to get around to it soon. Powers Booth breaks the fourth wall at the start of the movie.
Start of the movie when he's killing the priest. I mean, the movie starts off fucking hard. They show up at and they kill all the bridal party, and then fucking Michael Biehn kills the goddamn priest.
Right.
Yeah, the priest is like yelling at him. What everybody else is ignoring him. Michael Biehn just turns around, blows his brains out, goes right back to
eating his lunch.
Yeah.
I like there's two times that Powers Booth is like, what the fuck, with how Johnny Ringo acts. Once when he shoots the priest, and whenever he says, it smells like somebody died.
God damn, Ringo.
After Bill Paxton. And he just basically looked like
Powers Booth.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
All right. You idiot, your Spanish is worse than your English. He was quoting the Bible. Great line. Yeah.
You ignorant wretch.
All right. Baseball. A man stands alone at the plate. This is the time for what? For individual achievement. There he stands alone, but in the field, what? Part of a team.
That's got to be a quote from one of Brian's movies he pulled.
Yeah, I don't know.
Caveman will explain it.
I was talking about The Fan with De Niro.
Yeah,
it sounds like The Fan.
Yeah.
That was what I was thinking, but
maybe he's playing Jeopardy. We're supposed to say, what is the fan?
Yeah. What is the fan?
He said, after George went west, my God gave me tears when at the end the narrator talked about his funeral. Yep.
Oh yeah, that's my wife calls those bro tears. Well, this was a year or so ago. We were watching Tombstone. She said, "Are you getting all teary eyed at the end when Wyatt Earp is walking away from Doc Holliday's? He's dying." No, there's a lot of allergies in this fucking room.
Turn the lights on.
All right, Sydney says, "Natural Killer is a great movie."
Give me Kleenex. Give me Kleenex and turn the lights off.
Right.
Teamwork.
There you go.
Alex Rose catches hustles. Part of one big team. Bats himself. The live long day. Babe Ruth, Ty Cobb, and so on. If his team don't field, what is he? What is? I have no fucking idea. Gizmo says Tarantino and Stone is not best friends after that movie. Tarantino hated that Stone did the script. I freaking love it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I've heard that, but I wonder if that really is true or not. I don't get the sense that.
I bet Tarantino doesn't get along with a lot of people.
Right.
Just generally.
Well, you can tell he's a smart ass, whatever. But you know,
I've listened to him talk about how he would never let anybody else write for one of his films he directs because he has the best dialogue ever known to fucking man.
Listen,
but I mean,
you're the Michael Jordan of dialogue.
But I mean, you don't have to say it like that, goddamn.
Yeah.
Cocky bastard.
Probably in Ohio, probably in Hollywood, you do. Probably got to be a peacock for yourself,
Right.
I guess so. He's from Tennessee, though.
And I guess I could see Oliver Stone being the same way because you're goddamn Oliver Stone, And
yeah. That's something else I forgot to mention. He always got that Tennessee reference in all his movies.
Yeah,
Like
Tennessee
Mickey,
is mentioned, or
Mickey and Mallory Knox.
Yeah,
You know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's always a reference in some way in his movies.
Yeah.
Goodness, I worked with production design, and that movie is one of the most perfect examples of pushing design in every direction, but still manages to keep it clean.
Yeah.
Well, I know what's going on. This is my 5 favorite films of this time period was Cape Fear, Shawshank, The River's Wild was good. Menace to Society, and Unlawful Entry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good flick
Unlawful
too.
Entry is another fucking great movie.
Yeah,
it's R.P. Ray
really.
Liotta.
Yeah, it is. It's a good one.
I just got through watching the first, I think maybe the only season of Blackbird, a show on Apple TV, and Ray Liotta's in that. And I think it's the last thing that he did before he passed away. And he looks really old. He's playing a guy that's a stroke victim in the show. And man, he looks rough in that movie. It's hard to watch it because you know he passes away shortly after, man. But he looks rough in that.
Yeah,
really
I just saw
aged
that
a lot.
on an Instagram feed from one of the movie things I follow, and they said that was the last thing that he did. I haven't watched any of it.
It's a good fucking show. It's good. It's only 6 episodes, and the last episode says series finale. It don't say season finale. It says series finale. So I don't know if it's a 1 season and done. It's an Apple original show, but it's good. I liked it. It's got Greg Kinnear in it also. He does good in it.
Oh, nice.
All right, Gizmo says, fun fact no one is talking about, Oliver Stone was sued from a festival he was visiting where he got all the ideas of how to make natural born killers from shorts. He says, drop acid and watch Mandy. One of my top, I would say, 20 movies of all times. I like Mandy. I wouldn't put it in my top 20, but I like Mandy.
I can see that, but those days are gone. Never to return.
I hear you, man. Good for you. Gizmo says, yeah, me too, man. I've had a couple of those days too. I got a funny acid story. I did acid once. But that's going to be an off-stream story.
I'm on acid right now.
I'm on acid right now.
I load up for all these streams.
I actually think all 4 of you motherfuckers are fictitious. I don't even know what's going on.
What are y'all talking about?
I'm actually sitting in a dumpster behind a Kroger somewhere.
Am I here? What's my name? Oh, shit.
All right, Gizmo said he was in the jury of the festival, everything from screening 8mm in the window and used curtains as green screens, doing the opening like a TV sitcom.
Yeah, man. He does a lot of different shit in that. Like, it's insane. The rear projections, the 8mm, the fucking 35, the 16mm. It's like fucking.
All right.
Here you go.
Everybody just read that on the screen. I'll read it. I like it. I'm going to read it. Our 3 and last. You follow me. No one. Sunny day. The stands are full of fans. What does he have to say? I'm going out there for myself, but I got nowhere unless the team wins. Hood's team with bat.
No, not familiar with that one.
No.
All right. Huck, what's going on, man?
What's up, Huck?
Hey, Studs, just pop in and say hi and hello to everyone here in the chats. I'm gonna be on his trivia next Wednesday night, guys. Y'all check that out.
Yeah, it's nice you stopped by, man.
Yeah.
That's a great guy, man. Holland says, hey, the Heffy, Huck's Pop Culture Cafe.
Hefe, boss.
Chris C says, again, Natural Killers I have not watched. I have high anxiety, so movies like that would cause me to freak out. Yeah, if you do, man, be careful. That would do it.
Yeah, that one is
hey,
pretty bloody.
It is. Love Empire Records to Scolder.
Yeah.
Midsummer I saw in the theater when that scene when they were all getting lit at the tree and the sweet seas, can you hear the trees? They are talking. I had to leave for a second.
Yeah. The Swede.
Yeah.
Swede.
What's up, guys? What's going on, 4K? Yeah, the 4K, how are you? Hey, the 4. Hello down's here. All right. Goodman said Debbie Mazar was probably my first jerk off material when I was 10 or 11. She was super hot in films back then. I love the scene in Space Truckers, Rapey Robot. I appreciate you sharing, Gizmo.
I'm not the only one sharing things tonight.
Right?
We recently got Space Truckers too from
Gizmo's got your back here.
Yeah. Number 2 for me is Reservoir Dogs. Stop or my dad will shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, great picks,
What,
pops, and all.
Bang, bang, bang. There's an argument like
first
Mr.
Tarantino
Pink is
film,
like
my
trying
favorite
to
film
save
from
the
him.
top.
And with Green Inferno, my favorite film by Eli Roth.
Green Inferno was pretty good, I thought.
Yeah, I had an afternoon free one afternoon. I went and seen Green Inferno by myself in the theaters. I had no idea. I knew it was Eli Roth. I hadn't really seen the trailer or anything. I seen the poster, and
I think nobody really knew what they were getting into when they went to see the Green Inferno.
It's a crazy fucking movie.
Yeah, it's a love letter to Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah.
Yep. Great movie though, I thought.
I thought it was good. Great Screen Factory.
I liked it. Scholar said, need to watch Pulp Fiction again. Love it. Can't wait for the 4K. I'm looking forward to that.
Yep.
All right. Muhammad says, my favorite 94 movie was Shawshank Redemption. Is The Ref starring Kevin Spacey. Terrific comedy. The Ref's good.
Kevin Spacey.
Dennis Leary.
Yeah.
Any fan of Pulp Fiction is the very definition of rewatchable. Still my favorite Quentin Tarantino film. I have to say it's probably still my favorite too. I like all of them though. Chris E says the dance scene in Pulp Fiction is awesome. I would give you 5 kings, my slips, if I had them. You deserve them. I appreciate it, Chris. I may have an extra one coming. Caveman says, in this adaptation of John, I'm going to say that wrong, Berent's book, a young journalist, John Kelso, played by John Cusack, travels to Savannah, Georgia to cover the city's Christmas celebration at a backdrop. That's that Clint Eastwood directed movie, ain't it?
It's like Midnight in the
Garden of Good and Evil.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta say what is. All right. This completionist says Pop's got me looking on eBay like a madman right now for Pulp Fiction. Steelbook got messed up a long time ago, but I am pre-ordering now. Good deal. I'm not the Midnight in the Garden of Evil and my number 2.
Cool.
All right, my number 2 is 7. For all the reasons you guys stated, this is my favorite Morgan Freeman role. I couldn't see anyone else as Detective Somerset.
No, for sure.
I love his.
By the way, his character was a badass when he was at his house trying to sleep, and he had his fucking knife. He was slinging at the fucking dartboard. That bitch got bullseye every fucking time with that bitch.
People,
I kept hoping that would come into play somewhere.
I thought that was a clever little like clue into his character.
Yeah.
That he just
it would have been cool if you could have seen him use that, for something,
very useful. But he even mentions it in the movies, like, people after a while they just can't stand to be around me much longer, and I get it.
Disagreeable.
Yeah.
Gizmo said, I just got AIDS, so I need to go to bed. See you later. I believe I forgot Unforgiven. That movie also needs to be a top 5. Good night.
Always a pleasure.
Gizmo. Good luck with the AIDS, man.
I don't think that'll come up. Man. That won't come up.
Oh, you'll be fine. Look at Magic Johnson.
Right.
Scholar 22 says, Cobra, the best pizza eating movie. There's a Powers Booth looks at the camera and sees, and you want to, or something like that.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
I don't either. I'll have to go back and look at that.
I just watched it this week. All right. AM Cinema and Gaming. What's going on, man? I just got into the stream. What's up, y'all? Appreciate you being here, man.
What's up?
Go back and check it out. All right. We need Day of the Dead 4K.
Yeah.
We do.
Damn right.
Mama Blu-ray, what's going on? All I know says it ain't that is a bought ass anymore. It's that is a bought acid.
Yeah.
Or AM Cinema and Gaming says, I wish more 4Ks would get Atmos like Scream Factory did when They Live, Halloween 1 through 5, Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
Alan doesn't care about that.
Yeah. Everything needs fucking Atmos. Everything. Caveman Movies and More says Bacon's was the closest to be able to admit who else looked at their catalog for bra pictures at 10 years old. But I have no comment. I can't think of anything clever to say about that. Look in their catalog for Bacon's, not for boobs.
Okay. So
that made it so much. No, never mind.
That was a typo.
It's not any clearer.
Bacon's, it was supposed to be boobs. You see, it all comes together, folks.
Okay.
Now I'm craving bacon and boobs. Just like, all right.
Put bacon on the boobs.
It's at 7 degrees of separation.
Grease and titties.
Wild Wrangler, what the hell are you doing?
We've
watched Howard the Duck
folks.
and Enemy Mine today, but that's a goddamn double feature.
That's a double feature, all right.
Speaking of, I just ordered fucking Howard the Duck. A side note about Howard the fucking Duck, I'm getting all the 101s. I went to Amazon UK, the UK Amazon site, and they had 2 of the fucking 101 films for fucking, I think it was $13.99 or £13, £14. So I got 2 of those fucking releases after shipping for fucking, I think it was $38 for 2 101 black labels. So not bad.
That's cheap.
That's cheap compared to what they're selling them over here for. So that was a good deal. Hollow Note says, I still don't understand.
We just moved past it.
It's okay. Just
We don't
among
even.
friends.
Scolder 22 says, Enemy Mine is great. Yeah, it is a good movie.
Oh shit!
All right, so we are there, guys. We are at our number 1.
Yeah,
I'm
number
excited
one
to see
already.
what everybody
Any
pulled.
Any guesses for everybody's number 1?
No guesses.
You sure? Because I know what Alan's going to pull, and I know what Dirk's going to pull.
No.
What's
Write it down.
Write it down.
Yeah, you want to write it down like a.
I'm going to text it.
You don't know what I'm going to pull.
Alan. And just see if I'm wrong here.
All right, text it to me. My phone's over there. I won't look at my phone after the stream.
Like open it like an envelope, like Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was turning my phone down. I will not look at it.
All right. My number 1. Where the fuck is it? I gotta find my fucking notes again. All right. My number 1, 1991, directed by Jonathan Demme.
Motherfucker.
It wasn't even close. Silence of the Lambs.
God damn.
Nice.
I've been watching this movie since I was a little kid. It is, if you put a gun in my mouth, put it to my temple so I can talk, and ask me which is the movie I watched the most in my whole life, this is probably the first one I would pull. I just it's just through the ages. I mean, I had the VHS, the DVD, a better DVD, a Blu-ray, a better Blu-ray. Now this, it is a once in a lifetime work with a once in a lifetime performance by Anthony Hopkins. We say this all the time. You couldn't make this movie anymore. Certain issues with the character and the villain and all that. But it takes place in Ohio, Maryland, West Virginia, Tennessee, and Virginia. But it is all shot in Pittsburgh, in the Pittsburgh area. Let's put it that way. Gets them all of them. The movie follows Cluj Starling, played by Jodie Foster, who is a cadet in Quantico. She's not even an agent yet. And she's given the task of interviewing a legendary serial killer named Hannibal the Cannibal Lecter, which she's familiar with the case. She wants to be in this special investigations unit with Jack Crawford, who's a professor there. And so she just jumps at the task. She's very eager to please. And, she goes and does it. She doesn't even ask too many questions about it. But she just goes. But she's sent to get information about an active serial killer named Buffalo Bill. There's a past with Anthony Hopkins that they don't explain his character, Hannibal Lecter, where he did do forensic work prior. So, you don't know that as the audience. For some reason, they didn't really explain that he's done this kind of work before. That's another good reason why they're bringing it to him. But okay, eventually, Lecter and Starling work as a team to try and come up with this Buffalo Bill character. The obvious credit in this movie goes to Anthony Hopkins. I mean, and for good reason. But the credit really should go, in my opinion, a lot of the credit should go to Ted Levine as Buffalo Bill. Who the fuck else could have done that? Done the role, lost the weight, and really got into that character. Who wants to play that fucking character?
Right. Talk about the risk of being typecast for the rest of the life.
And he was typecast.
Yeah.
I mean, he absolutely was typecast.
He's a winner,
you're playing this very strange character. There's nothing cool about him. He's disgusting. And for what he does, it's such an icon, this character he plays, and he's barely on screen. He has very little screen time, and what he does so much and it's all a lot of the quotable lines are his lines. Sure, you could use my phone. Just the way he talks, everything about it.
I'd fuck me.
Well, I got his car here somewhere.
Yeah.
She's a big fat girl.
Was she a great big fat person? When she's in his house at the end, and he knows that she knows, and just the way he behaves, and like how like startling it is. He transforms from kind of a weird guy to a fucking creepy guy in seconds. And the way he like worms around that corner, and the gun that you saw earlier is no longer there. But anyway, I could go on and on about him, but the scenes that I like, it takes just under an hour before you get like an actual view of him, and you get the view of his basement, and he's just got all this crazy shit in his basement. He's got Nazi shit in there, and he's got a goddamn butcher shop in his basement. He's got bugs flying around, and there's him jamming out to his tunes, naked as shit, sewing a human woman suit together. I mean, it just like this, the pan around his basement is terrifying. Right. Just that alone. Of course, we know the reveal later. Goodbye horses. I mean, that's been talked to death. But like, it's clear this man is beyond any sort of medical help.
Right.
I mean, as Alan would say, the cheese, the cracker, they are no longer one unit. This dude is completely gone, and it just, you get that. It's illustrated very early on, and mental illness is one of the most terrifying things you can put in a film because they're so unpredictable. And just the way he behaves, his style, the weighting them down and all that stuff. I mean, anyway, Jodie Foster as Clarice, she's really just there to create a sense of peril, in my opinion. I mean, everywhere she goes, you worry about her. She goes into the storage unit, which is an insanely creepy scene, with all the wild shit that's in there, mannequins and all the crazy shit. The hearse that's in there. I mean, could you think of crazier shit? They just had to sit around and go, what kind of crazy shit can we put in here? Oh, old owls and stuff. It's just like the craziest shit you could find in there. And then, of course, the scene where she goes to Bill's and she's in the basement and the power goes off.
Oh, yeah.
And it's nothing more than her just breathing heavy with her eyes wide open, but it's absolutely terrifying. Yeah. I mean, as the audience what she's in there with.
Right.
And
he's trying to caress her goddamn face.
Yeah, pretty hair. I mean, he's just a fucking that he gets so little credit compared to Anthony Hopkins. I think it should just almost be 50-50. But Anthony Hopkins has much more lines, and obviously every time he's on screen, Alan touched on it. Every time every time Anthony Hopkins is on screen in that scene, in that movie, you stop whatever you're doing. You're just everybody gets quiet, everybody watches, and it gets sucked into his performance. So anyway, man. This is an all-time great for me. I hope they make 10 more releases, 8K, 20K, 50K, whatever. I'll keep buying them. So nobody hasn't seen this movie. If you don't own it. Stop being a bitch about it.
Yeah. Go fuck yourself if you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm buying that 50K tonight.
Yeah,
it burns your fucking retinas out when you watch
I'm looking for the 50K on eBay right now. But that's like he's the whole impetus of the movie. I mean, he's not. I mean, he's her purpose. He's her resolution for looking into her past. He's he's not just the serial killer hunting. He represents her impetus for her becoming and accepting and releasing her past. And yet he's only got the last 2 minutes of the movie, really.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like he's the
and he sells that.
I feel like he's the
Ted Levine is so great in that role. His voice is so memorable that when you hear his voice, the first time I've ever seen Joyride, and you hear his voice is fucking Rusty Nail, whatever in the movie, it's like, fuck, that's fucking Ted Levine. That fucking voice is burned in your brain from fucking Silence of the Lambs.
I'll never forget this was years ago, but one of my nieces, she loved that TV show Monk, with what's his face,
Johnny Shalhoub.
Yeah, that was in Wings, and so Ted Levine plays his boss in that TV show,
Yeah.
And one day she's like, I want to watch other things that he's been in. I was like, no, you don't. No.
What did Dirk say? The fucking wiener tucker.
Yeah, yeah. Fucking wiener tucker, man. Talking about fucking himself real hard and shit.
Yeah. Sure. Dude is fucking totally batshit insane.
He's the opposite of Lecter. He's a lot sloppier than Lecter. Lecter is more calculated, you know.
Now he was one of Hannibal Lecter's patients, right?
Yeah.
Am I remember that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
He is the friend. He's the friend of one of Hannibal Lecter's patients.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was. He was.
The lover.
He read his file.
He was the lover of one of his patients, and he knew
right.
about him compensatory because he had asked about sexual reassignment operations or something like that, and he needed a reference or something. I can't remember what the book is, but that's how they find him. They find him because he'd been rejected for sexual reassignment surgery so many times for psychosis and violent tendencies and all this other things that he has.
Yeah,
but he's it's such a bizarre character when he's yelling at her in the basement, Catherine in the basement in the well, and she starts to cry and he starts to get like emotional and he's like right along with her, it's just like it's like Jesus Christ, this is not going to end well.
Yeah, man, that's a great pick for number one, man. It's a good one. All right, Ryan, what you got, bud?
All right, for my number one pick, speaking of 50Ks, this is a movie. You talk about rewatchability, and rewatchability is huge for putting a movie at the top of my list. Mm-hmm. It might even be the most paramount thing when it comes to how do I pick a movie. This is a movie that as soon as I saw it, I fell in love with it. I've watched it truly countless times. I couldn't even tell you how many times I've watched this movie. It never gets old. It just gets better with each single watching. It's completely underrated. It's forgotten a lot about, even though it's directed by a crazy director, phenomenally well-known director. Actually, I think a lot of his early stuff is forgotten about, overshadowed by his later work. I'm shocked that this movie doesn't have a 50K. Fuck Steelbook, it should have a platinum book. And this is 1994's True Lies.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
This movie is incredible. It's Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jamie Lee Curtis, Tom Arnold. Charlton Heston also makes a cameo appearance in this. And the premise is Arnold Schwarzenegger and Tom Arnold are spies, basically, for the U.S. government. And they have a cover story that they work for like a computer software company. And essentially, Jamie Lee Curtis who plays Arnold Schwarzenegger's wife, finds out about it. And she sort of gets drug into this world where these terrorists are trying to get a bomb to the U.S. Directed by James Cameron. It's crazy. There's no Blu-ray. There's no 4K. But it was the third highest grossing film of 1994. It was the very first film to cost $100 million to make. And it's amazing. It was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Visual Effects. It's the only James Cameron movie that was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Visual Effects that didn't win, of his that were nominated. It's an action comedy. Tom Arnold and Arnold Schwarzenegger's chemistry in this movie is incredible. In fact, Tom Arnold wanted the role, and James Cameron wasn't going to give it to him initially because Tom Arnold was in a lot of bad public heat over his divorce with Roseanne Barr at the time. So when he showed up, he auditioned, but James Cameron saw him, and because they were good friends, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Tom Arnold just sort of interacting in their chemistry together, and he instantly knew that he needed them in the movie. And so a lot of their chemistry in the movie is real. A lot of the lines are ad-libbed. In fact, one of my favorite lines is there's a scene where Tom Arnold, who they've been good friends for a while and they've been spy buddies. Arnold Schwarzenegger thinks that Jamie Lee Curtis is cheating on him. And so Tom Arnold says, I've been through so many divorces. And he said, with my last divorce, my wife took the ice cube trays out of the freezer. What kind of sick bitch takes the ice cube trays out of the freezer? That was totally ad-libbed. And apparently that was a real thing that Roseanne Barr really did when she left Tom Arnold. So, just a great movie. It's an action movie. The action holds up. It's an all around good experience. Is a true testament to this movie. In fact, I'll see if this works. Jamie Lee Curtis, if you think about everything Jamie Lee Curtis has done, talks about this movie endlessly. And just recently, this past summer, she made a post because it was the 28th anniversary of True Lies. And she went on, you can't really see how much she went on. She went on and on and on about this movie. And this was actually the scene, I don't know if you can see it. So they actually had to film a scene where she was hanging out of a helicopter and they couldn't use her stunt double. So they had Arnold Schwarzenegger's stunt double, and they had her hanging by a wire. And James Cameron actually did the filming himself, leaning out of the helicopter. And she just raved about it. She calls it the greatest experience of her professional life was making this movie back in 1994. So True Lies, if you haven't seen it, it's funny as hell, but it's also a great action. It's a great buddy movie, and it's just an all-around great movie that you could watch and instantly rewatch it again and still enjoy it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen that movie in a while, but I've seen it many times. It's a great one, man. That's my wife's favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Bill Paxton's got a tiny dick. It's pathetic.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Paxton, like a 10-year-old boy.
Bill Paxton plays a role where he's pretending to be a spy to pick up women, and he gets Jamie Lee Curtis into his clutches. Arnold Schwarzenegger finds out about it, and just the short scenes with Bill Paxton are phenomenal.
You were about to go to bed without dessert, Ryan, because you didn't mention Bill Paxton's character.
Yeah,
outrageous and awesome.
And the scene with Jamie Lee Curtis.
Start a leaf blower.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The strip scene.
I gotta tell you.
Yeah, and then there's. I mean, I could gush about this movie. There's a strip scene with Jamie Lee Curtis. A lot of that was. She actually did that for James Cameron because James Cameron didn't want her to do it. He wanted to bring in like a body double to do it, and she actually did it for him. The scene where she's doing this strip, she actually falls, and she did that on purpose, but it was unscripted to Arnold Schwarzenegger. So when he jumps up, thinking she fell, that's actually real. He thought she actually fell.
And
apparently,
the Tom Arnold thing goes beyond even James Cameron. James Cameron didn't want him. And then he goes, this is the guy. I found the guy. Absolutely. Should have been thinking it the whole time. He takes that to Fox, and Fox goes, You can't have Tom Arnold. He's a fucking crazy person. We can't put him in this. It's the most expensive movie ever. And James Cameron goes, well, I'd love to make this movie here. I guess I'm going to go right across the fucking street to Paramount and do it. And they'll do it. They'd love to have me over there. I don't know if you heard of me. I'm James Cameron. My shit makes a ton of money. I know what the fuck I'm doing. You don't, blah, blah, blah. And then the rest is history.
Right.
It worked out perfectly. There's nobody else could have played that role.
There's no other character that could have had that chemistry with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great pick, man.
Shame.
I didn't see you picking that one as one, man, but that's a hell of a pick.
I didn't start as one, but as I rewatched it, it just kept moving up the list.
Oh. Yeah. All right, Dirk, man. I'm excited to see what you got, man.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
Fuck. I can honestly say I was wrong. Definitely wrong.
Brad.
This is my fifth favorite movie of all time. I've seen it in '91 in the theater.
Yep.
And probably one of my best, if not the best, theater experience I've ever had. Man, I feel like Lecter. I always felt like Lecter. He could just do anything he wanted to do, because of his high intellect. He can just manipulate anybody. He finds their fucking weakness and use it against them to get what he wants to do. He's got antisocial personality disorder. He's just once you find the whole story out, like I always, that strange connection between him and Clarice. It's like he's almost human when he's with her. I don't know if y'all feel that way, but That's just how I see it. And he wants her to succeed for some reason. You know, I don't know if it's if he's in love with her or he's infatuated with her. He said the world's a better place with her in it. Maybe he's thinking of his little sister. I don't know. But yeah, man, great movie. Yeah, I've pretty much covered everything about it. I'm trying to think of something else to add.
I think he can see right through her. You know, I think that's the thing. You can tell she's the genuine article, and everybody else is a piece of shit around her.
And I think that's why after he escapes and everybody's all worried about her, I think she gets that, which is why she says that's not his style. You know, that he can see through her.
That'd be rude if he came after her.
Right.
Yeah. And she and this movie's flipped, you know, where the antagonist is really the star of the movie. Like, you're kind of rooting for Hannibal. You know, I feel like.
I don't think he's the antagonist at all. Bill's the antagonist.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's two antagonists, really. Yeah. So
I mean, it's just because
you're not really
he's helping her,
right?
But he's evil, you know, essentially.
He's for his own gains.
Yeah.
And also, he don't like Crawford. So maybe,
and I would say you could almost argue that Crawford's part of is also an antagonist to Jodie Foster to some degree.
Right. But this movie was, when it was released, it was the third highest grossing horror film behind Jaws and The Exorcist. I think it's dropped down. I think it's dropped down to 35 now. But let's see.
But adjusted for inflation, I mean, that scale is sort of skewed, you know, because inflation, I mean, that thing has got to be, if you adjusted for inflation, it's probably still in the top 5.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. But my favorite line is probably, you know, I'm not going to say the line that everybody always says and shit, is he says, "Well, Clarice, have the lambs stopped screaming?" You know, the whole shit with she's hearing the lambs scream because they're getting slaughtered and shit, and she tried to save it, and she didn't even save that one lamb or whatever. But
it's her whole life. It's her whole thing. She's still trying to do it.
Right.
Still trying to make things right.
She had a pretty rough life, so that might be part of it too. I mean, once you find out all his shit, you're like, oh, okay. Well,
I think they both come from nothing. They both come from very impoverished backgrounds, and she gets all the way to the FBI at a young age, you know, and she made something of herself. He made something of himself. I think there's just a lot of commonality there.
Right. But yeah, that's my number one, man. Silence of the Lambs.
That's a good number one.
Well, there's a lot of damn repeats in this one, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think you're gonna see more and more of that.
Yep. All right, Brian, it's your turn, buddy.
Number one. Gonna go with Dazed and Confused.
Yeah. Love that fucking release too.
All right.
All right.
Like cool if you did.
Yeah.
Great pick.
It's an endlessly quotable movie. One of Matthew McConaughey's first roles too. I think Ben Affleck is great in here as O'Banion. Whenever he's got the paddles and shit, and his paddle says "fuck you" on it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I remember that shit.
Yeah. Just it's like the last day of school in '76, and then all the junior high kids that are going into high school get shit on by the juniors going into senior. I think that's how it rolls. So they wait outside of the junior high school and then beat the shit out of all of them. And basically, it's just a party movie after that, you know. Just a bunch of fun dialogue in here between all the characters. Everything just works. I read that all the beer in the movie was real, except for the minors drinking the beer that wasn't real. But most of the beer is real, so they're really drinking on set. Rory Cochrane, who plays Slater, his hair is a wig in the movie, so every time he's probably got one of those hats that has the wig attached to it.
He's just looking over he's got that big view, and he's just looking out there, just think about it, man. Think of all the people out there just fucking.
He's a great stoner, man. He's a great stoner.
Right. Going at it.
Going on in the dollar bill, man.
Yeah. I like Adam Goldberg in here with his with the girl Marissa Ribisi, Giovanni Ribisi's sister in here, and Matthew McConaughey's like, I love them redheads, man. There's a lot of good people in here. Joey Lauren Adams, just tons of. I can't even say all the cast really. It's just a ton of people. One of the red-haired guy that was with Ben Affleck's group was supposed to be played by Vince Vaughn, but then they chose to recast him because they said that he looked too much like Ben Affleck back then, I guess.
Cole Hauser or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Cole Hauser. Yep. It's funny whenever the kids are about to get their ass beat and the teacher's like laughing about it. That always gets me.
Yeah.
Or whenever like the guy's pretending to not have a party or whatever, and he's like trying to say that the guy's bringing the kegs to the wrong address.
Yeah.
Right.
He's like, we're not going anywhere. He's like, fuck. And one of my favorite parts is when Cole Hauser's like way too wasted and he's like standing up in the truck and then he can't.
Right back down.
He sits right back down because he's too fucked up. And all the shit that Rory Cochran's talking about, like George Washington and shit.
Yeah, long and shit.
Yeah, and he's telling the kid who's hanging out with him for the first time, he's like, it's like you're gonna fucking hit every beam on the way down, man. It's just crazy, great movie.
What's that line McConaughey's like? I love them high school girls, man. They get younger and not.
Yeah.
I get older.
They stay the
same age. Yeah. Yep. And I also love whenever they're like beating the shit out of the mailboxes and stuff. Then the one guy comes after him, he starts shooting at him and stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. Days and Confused. What can I say about it?
Great movie, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. That's one of my favorite criterions, too.
Yeah.
That was a good release. I should have got that.
Yeah, that's an awesome release.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sitting there like a goddamn giddy 12-year-old fucking schoolgirl. I'm so goddamn excited to talk about this next movie. So
good night, everybody. We'll see you.
Y'all motherfuckers get some popcorn.
It's popcorn ready.
All right, and
is it Armageddon?
I'm sure.
Armageddon again, everybody. It's my stream. We're doing Armageddon.
My goddamn streaming. We're doing Armageddon every night.
It's one of my favorite movies. My fucking my box of fucking cunt back there. It's gonna be Unforgiven.
I knew it.
Not only this is also one of my favorite steelbooks, by the way.
Yeah,
this is a Zombie. I got it from Zombie. I guess it's exclusive. But this fucking movie here is the perfect movie. I've said it before about many other movies, but this is the perfect movie from fucking start to finish. This is Clint Eastwood's absolute best thing he's ever done. And I love Clint Eastwood. This is the best thing he's ever done. Movie came out in 1992. And before I even say anything about my fucking notes, I'm going to read some quotes. Y'all bear with me for just a minute because this movie it's got some great fucking lines in it. All right. He says, all right, I'm coming out. Any man I see out there, I'm going to shoot him. Any sumbitch takes a shot at me, I'm not only going to kill him, I'm going to kill his friends. I'm going to kill his wife, all his friends, and burn his damn house down. And I got one other thing I wanted to mention here. And then I'll get into my fucking notes. God damn it.
William Money, the killer of women and children.
Right.
He says, his protagonist in this, whatever, is Gene Hackman. Gene Hackman does a great job of this as well.
Yeah, he's
and
bitch in that movie.
So Gene Hackman
says, "Well, sir, you are a cowardly son of a bitch. You just shot an unarmed man." He said, "Well, he should have armed himself if he's going to decorate his saloon, my friend." And basically, the premise of the story is Clint Eastwood plays a guy named William Money. William Money was just a mean, bad son of a bitch back in the day. Just killed everybody. I mean, just a he was just rowdy as hell. He got married, had kids, settled down. His wife passed away. He was trying to raise 2 kids. He was broke. He was struggling. A nephew of one of his old contacts comes by his house and basically says, "Look, there's a prostitute that got all cut up, whatever, and there's a $1,000 reward. We're going to split it 50-50, yada yada." At first, he's not going to do it because he basically says his wife changed him, for all the evil ways. And there's a line he says in this movie quite a bit that kind of hits home for me, and I'll say that real fast. He says a line all the time: "I'm not like that anymore." I got a buddy that passed away over the last year or so, whatever. We used to play cards together. And anytime, we would tell him he's bluffing or whatever else, he would always say the line, "I ain't like that anymore. I ain't like that no more." He'd always quote this movie. And so every time I watch this and hear him mention that line, I always think about my buddy Trevor that passed away. Anyways, side note. He ends up, him and Morgan Freeman, they used to run together. He goes by Morgan Freeman's house. They go to collect this reward. Now, both of these guys are older. They've been on the straight and narrow, married, settled down for years. So both of them are a little rusty and they're not really in that lifestyle anymore. And the greatest part about this movie is when Clint Eastwood gets pushed to the fucking brink. He doesn't drink anymore. There's a shot when he's going into the fucking town and you see the whiskey bottle drop. It's raining and you know that he's back to his old self. And from that point on, you get the best fucking Clint Eastwood you ever get in any movie.
Right.
I love when he starts drinking too. That scene when he starts drinking.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Right. That's the other great line. Hell of a thing killing the man. Like I had that here also. It's a hell of a thing killing the man. Take away all he's got and all he's ever gonna have. It's that whole fucking scene is. I got fucking chill bumps on my fucking arm just saying it. That's how much it's badass. All right, now I'm gonna get to my fucking notes here. I'll be as fast as I can. Movie came out in 1992, directed by Clint Eastwood, stars Clint Eastwood, Morgan Freeman, and Gene Hackman. What else do I got to say? 3 of the greatest fucking actors that we've ever watched. Had a $14 million budget. It made $101 million in the States, $159 million worldwide. Came out August 7th, 1992. The final screen credits. This is really cool. The final screen credits at the end says "Dedicated to Sergio and Don," referring to Clint Eastwood's mentor, Sergio Leone and Don Siegel. That's really cool. The script basically floated around Hollywood for about 20 years before Clint Eastwood finally was able to direct it, whatever. Before winning the Oscar for this movie, Eastwood had previously quoted, and this is one of the reasons why I love him so much. Eastwood quoted that "I will never win an Oscar because I'm not Jewish and I make too much goddamn money. And also, I don't really give a fuck." He went on to win. He went on to win 2 more Oscars after this, and nominated 6 more times. This is the 3rd Western to win Best Picture. The first was Dances with Wolves. Would y'all consider Dances with Wolves a Western? That was the side note.
Kind of.
And the other one is Cimarron, a movie called Cimarron from 1931, where the only other Westerns ever win Best Picture.
Dirk, tell us about
this
Cimarron.
is really cool here. What's that?
I said, Dirk, tell us about Cimarron, 1931.
I have no idea. But I'll check it out.
The boots that Clint Eastwood wore in this movie. This is the last Western Clint Eastwood ever made. The boots he wore were the same boots he wore in the show Rawhide, which is the first Western he ever done, which is a TV show. He wore the same boots in Rawhide that he wore that basically capped both ends of his Western career.
Yeah.
What's that? I don't know if it's me. Like everybody's static here. Is it me? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Yeah.
Everybody's static as hell. Richard Harris, he plays English Bob, also another great fucking character. And I love Richard Harris. He's a great actor. Richard Harris was actually watching a Clint Eastwood movie, High Plains Drifter, on TV when he got a call from Clint Eastwood to be in the movie as English Bob. How fucking cool is that? You're watching a fucking Clint Eastwood movie as Clint Eastwood calls you to be in one of his fucking movies.
Yeah.
But Morgan Freeman, Clint Eastwood in this movie, they really work well together. The only part about the movie that's a little weak for me, and it's not bad, it's just the weakest part, is the Schofield kid that comes in. He's a little fucking magoo. But other than that, everything else about the movie is absolutely fucking perfect. Gene Hackman, absolutely great. And basically the prostitute that they cut up, whatever, when the Schofield kid comes to Clint Eastwood and explains what happens, the rumor had kind of blown up, whatever. She just got her face cut, it was bad. But he says, you know, they even cut her teats out. You know, they made it. Clint Eastwood thought they completely, you know, annihilated her. So, but anyway, go see this movie if you hadn't seen it. It is by far, and I'm probably one of the biggest Clint Eastwood fans on fucking YouTube. This is the best thing he's ever done, and I'll stand behind that. But that is my number one, and there was never any fucking question.
What the fuck is that?
So, I tried to play the Oscar wrap it up music.
Let me take this fucking thing out. I can't fucking hear shit.
I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
When we return from the break, Billy Crystal introduces.
Well, I'm done. That's all I got.
Man,
Great
But,
film. Awesome pick, dude.
One last note. I did do a fucking review of this. I don't do a ton of reviews, but I did do a review of this when I got it in. Go back and check it out. I think 5 people watched it. I did early when I started my channel, but go back and check that out. And it's, you know, it was a fun video to make.
Yeah.
So,
I love that little Bill. Gene Hackman has so much going on in that movie. Like I always say it's Gene Hackman's movie, or it's not even a Clint Eastwood movie. It's a, you know, a combination, because Gene Hackman's character has so much screen time too, and he's so great in it. The whole bit with English Bob, you out here talking about the Queen again on Independence Day, and he's just whipping his ass up and down the street. I mean, I love Gene Hackman.
The Duck of Death.
Yeah, the Duck of Death. I say the Duck.
Right.
You should hang the carpenter.
Man, I love it, man. It was fun to rewatch it again. I had watched it probably about a year or so. So it was fun to rewatch it again this week. And I mean, even before I rewatched it, I knew it wasn't going to move my number one spot. So it's close to being my number one movie of all time. It's up there pretty high. So, well, we will go through the chat and we will get our honorable mentions knocked out. See where we left off. And sorry if that went on too long, guys. Believe it or not, I had more to say. But y'all got the edited version.
Right. Hey, we're doing good tonight.
Hey, man, we're 3 hours and 47 minutes in. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Stop jinxing it. It's not even over yet.
Right.
Wait till you see all the pages I got on my honorable mentions.
Yeah, there's 47 honorable mentions for me.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's where we left off, guys. Sorry if I'm leaving anybody out. We'll start here. Number 3 for me is The Usual Suspects. Hand me the keys. Did we already read that?
Yeah.
Yeah. We do. I'm way the fuck off.
That might have been earlier too. Somebody might have mentioned it.
Yeah, you're right. They're talking about Cape Fear, so I'm sorry. Yeah, I was way the fuck off. Like I was a whole fucking page off. I feel everybody watching me right now. Pressure.
Yeah.
No,
it can't be any more
just
pressure
everyone.
when you're trying to find your notes, trying to find your place, talking about Unforgiven for 10 minutes.
All right, I think this is it right here, guys. Sorry about
that. I watched that. I'm going, is Alan buffering or what's going on here?
We already read this one. Great pick, Pops, and yes, that was my.
Yep.
We already read that. Need to watch Pulp Fiction again. Love it. Can't wait for the 4K.
Yep.
Well, damn.
Definitely.
Yep.
All right, we're getting close here. Powered booth. Looks at the camera.
Yep. Right after that.
All right. We'll start right here. Bacon's was the closest to be able to do it. Okay. All right.
Yep. Me either.
We're getting close.
We're getting close. Look.
That's probably where we're at.
Yeah.
All right. My number one movie is Malcolm X, Denzel Washington, Angela Bassett, directed by Spike Lee, The Struggle Within. Sorry about that, guys. Bacon's is a shop like JCPenney's. They would ship out their 500 to 1,000 pages to look before the internet.
Okay. Oh, so it's catalog.
Okay.
Told you it all.
It always makes sense to them.
Favorite non-pornographic magazine to masturbate to?
Anyone getting the Paranormal Activity Collection box set? I am. I got it pre-ordered.
No.
Should be coming in hopefully next week.
What was it? Good Housekeeping?
Good Housekeeping.
Yeah, that was it. Good Housekeeping.
91 Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Watched it 1,000,000 times. Chrissy, what I mean for the bad is the Silence of the Lambs changed the definition of what horror and thriller are, but love the movie. I got you.
It blended it. They would just label a horror movie a thriller just so it would sound better.
Scholar says, puts the lotion in the basket or gets the hose again. And I like the way he referred to her as it, and not as a person. You know?
It puts the lotion on its
Right.
skin, or else it gets the hose again.
Yeah.
Put the fucking lotion in the basket.
Chris C says Ted Bundy, who Buffalo Bill is based off, described the Green River Killer as AKA Gary Ridgway, the FBI agents a few years before his execution. No joke, it's amazing.
Some of the so Buffalo Bill was based off of several different characters.
He's blended from
He had a cast on his arm, whatever, like he had a cast. That was Ted Bundy shit.
Ted Bundy did the cast thing. There's all Ed Gein, people, and it was a collaboration. They put it together and made one ultra crazy, character.
Yep. All right, you know what pain is?
Yeah.
All right, this says, when I was a kid and I seen Silence of the Lambs, the part that got me is when he asked the girl, "Can you help me move my couch?" That part tripped me out. Yep.
Yeah.
My honorable mentions are Terminator 2.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good.
Most of them serial killers do that shit. They come like they're vulnerable.
Play on that, yeah.
All right, my honorable mentions are Terminator 2, Judgment Day, Cape Fear, Speed, Boys in the Hood, New Jack City, Poetic Justice, and Carlito's Way. Good night, everyone. Peace. This how can I forget about me? Look at the blood scene. That shit was wild.
Yeah.
Brad's gonna go to Best Buy after church and get a 50K. I was so disappointed that they only used Ted Levine's voice in Joyride.
Yeah, they probably cheaped out and just got the voice work instead of getting the whole pig.
He likes playing some crazy ass roles though. You ever seen Bullet?
Bullet, no.
No, Steve
He's
McQueen.
like, he's like a veteran. He's like a Vietnam vet in that one. And he's dirty and shit, and he's in his underwear all fucking day. It's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, everything.
It's got Mickey Rourke in it.
Anyone get the Paranormal Activity Collection box set or the Godfather Steelbooks this Tuesday? I actually pre-ordered the Godfather Steelbooks. I bought that big Godfather set, whatever, and I just sold it for like $105. Use that money to buy the Steelbooks. So I got those Steelbooks coming, man. What's funny is the artwork on those Steelbooks are basically the prints you got inside that deluxe set. Yeah. That deluxe set's so fucking big, hard to really display it. I'd rather have the Steelbooks. So
yeah, I'm not getting either. I'm not getting either one of those.
Yeah.
Indian Phantom says, my number one is the greatest history lesson ever put to film, Oliver Stone's JFK. Watched it so many times. He had my second favorite movie of 91 too, which was The Doors.
The Doors is the shit too, man.
Yeah, it is.
I was a huge Oliver Stone fan back in the day.
Doors was fantastic.
I got a big Oliver Stone DVD box set. It has like a lot of his films.
Damn.
That's cool. All right. It's a shame I had to buy the Spanish Blu-ray to get True Lies in HD. Yeah. We'll get it one day, maybe.
All right.
All right. Oh, damn, that's a great pick. Directed by Oliver Stone, I forget. All right. I have 2 copies of True Lies, one open, one sealed.
For emergencies.
Yep. Scholar says Cameron needs to loosen his death grip and let someone release his films. I agree.
God.
Muhammad said, have any of you guys seen the 96 movie Flirting with Disaster with Ben Stiller? If so, what did you think of it?
I've seen it. It was all right.
I haven't seen it.
I've heard of it. Haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it yet.
I like Permanent Midnight more with him and Elizabeth Hurley where they're doing heroin and shit. It's a dark one.
That's a song, though, by Molly Hatchet, by the way.
What?
Flirting with Disaster.
Yeah.
Eraser is a great Arnold movie as well with the late James Caan. Probably pronounced his last name wrong. Sorry, great action film.
Yeah.
James Caan.
Yeah,
Oliver Stone had an amazing run. The 1990s had so many great thrillers. Arlington Road. I love Arlington Road. The Fan, Crushed, Seven, Primal Fear, another great one. And Silence of the Lambs
is a banger.
Then you have the sex thrillers.
That's what introduced me to Ed Norton.
Edward Norton, right?
Yep.
Primal Fear, yeah.
Insane in that movie.
I got that shit at Big Lots for $3.
Yep. Days of Confusion is one of the best Criterion DVDs I own. Unforgiven, great. And there it is, Unforgiven, great big pops. Appreciate it, man. And I looked at my phone, by the way, and Brad was correct.
Okay.
Brad did pick my number one. He was wrong about yours, Dirt.
Yeah.
He probably knew. I don't know. Did you text me?
No, I wanted to put I wanted to be a pussy and put 7 / Silence of the Lambs.
Right.
But I put 7. I figured 7 was your number one.
Okay. Leon?
Yeah, Leon the Professional.
It was gonna be in my fucking shit, man. It was gonna be in my shit. I did a rewatch on it.
Okay, I know where this is going.
It is a fucking.
You watched the unrated. You watched the unrated, didn't you?
Yeah, it's fucking some.
The unrated with the pedophile shit.
Yeah, some cringe shit going on, man. I was like, fuck this movie, man.
It's a lot more heavy in the unrated, like her trying to seduce Leon and sleep with him. She's 12 years old.
Yeah.
And she's trying to she gets on his lap and stuff. It's just like, what the fuck am I watching, dude?
It was like, damn, who the fuck wrote this shit, man?
Yeah.
You know? I was like, God damn.
But otherwise,
like in my memory bank, I remember it being a badass movie.
Yeah, if you watch the theatrical cut, it doesn't have that in there. But the unrated cut, you get more of Leon's backstory and you get more of him training for this stuff. So
yeah, it almost made it, man. The rewatch fucking changed everything. I was like,
yeah.
Muhammad says, Pops, what do you think of the 99 Clint Eastwood movie True Crime? I like True Crime. It was very underrated. I haven't seen it, and it's been a long time. Whatever. But it was a good one. But definitely one that was it should have did better than what it did. It kind of bombed. But it was a good one. He had that one, and I think Bloodwork came out around that time. But he had a little string there where movies didn't do very well. But I like the fuck out of them. So I'm a fan of True Crime.
Sorry about that. Just the Leon thing. I will say Gary Oldman. Fucking fantastic.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's like.
Has he ever not been fantastic, man?
It's like I was gonna say, I was thinking about that movie too, and I was like, maybe an honorable mention, but I'm like, Gary Oldman's great. That's like, tits are great. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, it just doesn't you can't.
Yeah, but
Gary Oldman, did he ever do a bad job?
No, but I'm saying that fucking role, I don't know.
Siskel and Ebert
only in this stream are you going to get a comparison of Gary Oldman's acting style to a pair of titties.
Tits.
Yep.
That's the
That's
the best review of Gary Oldman I've ever heard.
Yeah. And Siskel and Ebert both bitched about Gary Oldman's performance in the movie on their review. He was way over the top and crazy. It's like, yeah, he is fucking crazy. He's playing a crazy guy.
Yeah, fuck both of them.
Yeah. He might be the most underrated actor in Hollywood.
Yeah. All right, well,
certainly not overrated.
All right, about to hit the 1980s. Now we're cooking with gas. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one.
Now we're fucking with our pants off.
Yeah. Wild Regular says,
now we're playing with Gary Oldman's titties.
Wild Regular says, I enjoy you all. I appreciate it, man.
What in True Lies? In True Lies, when he God damn it, Tom Arnold's talking on the phone to the Middle Eastern guy that works for him, and he's describing, I got her shirt off. I'm pulling her panties. Will you just do it?
All right, Emmy says everyone's Pulp Fiction.
When she's the helicopter pilot, by the way, who's James Cameron's voice? Yeah, he's got her head in his lap.
Yahoo.
Maybe she's sleepy.
Maybe she's sleepy.
Another great line from Pulp Fiction. I think fast. I talk fast. I need you guys to act fast if you want to get out of this. Pretty please with sugar on top. Clean the fucking car. Another fucking great line is hold on. Let's don't start sucking each other's dicks quite yet.
Right. Yeah.
A total line that can't be said on this stream. It won't be said, but Tarantino, as he's describing what they brought, the mess they brought in. Did you see a sign out there?
Right.
Yeah.
And his wife happens to be black too. I just everything about it. Yeah.
Because
she's a bunch of gangsters in her kitchen doing a bunch of gangster shit. She's not gonna be happy. I'm gonna get fucking divorced.
It's not my fucking business.
Yeah.
Would have been happy with some dried ass Taster's Choice.
Yeah.
You
need to tell me how to give me gourmet coffee.
You see me wash my hands when I got done with the damn towel. They look like the goddamn maxi pad.
Yeah.
You saw me wash them. I saw
you had some lava or something.
Then you get them wet. Yeah.
Oh, that's a great fucking movie. Pop Culture 33 says my
Like,
number one.
Bring the situation to a head, man.
All the President's Men, that is a near perfect film.
I didn't go
into it. This reminds me of Pop's Cheeto story. Oh shit.
Damn.
Wild Wranglers, laugh out loud. Muhammad said, to me, the 90s was my favorite decade for movies. The 80s only had better horror and more movies.
Exactly.
It's a good point.
Up for debate. Caveman says,
like war movies are kind of like later, man. I think like the 2000s.
The early 2000s, yeah.
Yeah. Has anyone seen The Accused? I have. Girl from Top Gun. What's her name? Ryan? Kelly McGillis.
Kelly McGillis.
And Jodie Foster.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Pinball rape.
Yeah. Yeah, that rape scene, man, it's rough. It's rough to watch. Yeah. Muhammad said The Accused in 88, directed by Jonathan Kaplan. He also directed Unlawful Entry. 2 great movies.
Mm-hmm.
Scolder said Tits, Pizza, and Gary Oldman. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good. Never been a truer statement.
Hell yeah.
All right, Brad. We're going to see what your honorable mentions are.
What do I got here?
You're on the clock.
Well, I'll tell you one, it's not. It's not this. And my other movies are not any better.
Heat.
I do not hate Heat, but like I said, it's like I'm a battered wife when it comes to that movie. I keep coming back, but we got a lot of problems, me and that movie. This is a movie I rewatched it, had a blast rewatching it. Well, I guess that's probably not the right word, but The Untold Story.
Yeah.
This movie it's a Category 3 movie. It's heinous. It's disgusting. It's all the wonderful things that you get in a Category 3 movie. You will not find a darker story than this. Anthony Wong is excellent in this, playing a psychotic person with a serious anger problem. I love it from start to finish. I love that the second he's indicted, well, not even indicted, charged, whatever, picked up, the cops start beating his ass and they do not stop until the credits roll. This is a great movie. It's easy to pick up. Unearthed Films is doing these Cat 3 titles. It's a great release. It also has a 90-minute Cat 3 documentary on it. So if you're interested in these kind of disgusting, depraved films, check that one out. And, as Turk would say, nostalgia is a hell of a drug. I popped this in the other day. I knew it was in the, in this group. I didn't expect to even include it because it is not a very good movie, but it is insanely entertaining to me. I've been watching this movie since I was a little kid. It's still one of my all-time favorite Friday the 13th movies. Jason Goes to Hell.
Yeah.
People will say it's a shit movie. I get it. If you go into this like I did when I saw it the first time, I had no idea this was a part of a series. I didn't know who Jason was, anything like this. This is the first Friday the 13th I ever saw. It is a fucking riot. It is a lot of fun. The practical effects, Greg Nicotero's team did the practical effects in this. It's underrated, but just because it's such a fucking blast, you got
Yeah, in my personal opinion, it's got the best kill of the whole franchise.
It's got the best kill in the whole franchise, and the other kills in it are great too. I mean, it's got a lot going for it, but it's Jason without Jason. I get everybody's criticism with it. I look at it as a standalone piece, as a standalone movie. If you didn't know who Jason was, it's just like this serial killer that they finally catch up with at the beginning, and they find out the more of the story.
Yeah, it's kind of mixed with fucking Evil Dead too, though. Like with the
it has all sorts of like the ideas that they I'm sure at this point when they did this movie, they were like out of ideas with Jason. They were just like, well, what do we do with him? Even kill more teenagers in the, like, what do we do? Like kind of thing. But anyway, I like this movie. I've always liked it. It's it's one of the most rewatchable Jasons as far as I'm concerned. But again, I may be alone in that. That's fine.
Oh,
have you seen The Hidden?
No.
The Hidden's great.
Yeah, it's a lot like The Hidden though, as far as the body jumping.
There's numerous movies like it. What's the Denzel Washington movie with
Fallen?
Oh my God, The Fallen. There's several movies. Shocker.
Right. Hidden come out. It come out before them though. Those.
Yeah.
But it's just
Yeah,
I think
I agree with you, Brad. So like having loved that franchise, what's really funny about it is I kind of hated on it the first time I watched it. And then I actually went back and watched it several other times. And it might be the most rewatchable non-Jason movie.
It's ridiculous. I mean,
it really is. There's
a They Live level fight.
Eat my own words.
I mean, I could watch it. It's not unwatchable.
No, there's a They Live level fight at the end. Jason's in a really competitive bout with this fucking guy in a Letterman jacket. You know, he's getting tossed around everywhere. I mean,
I can definitely see you not knowing that it was part of a franchise and not knowing it was, what it was. I could definitely see you liking it more. I think I would have too. If you pull it out of the franchise, make it its own thing. I could definitely see that. Yeah,
it probably shouldn't have been connected to Friday the 13th. It should have been just some other, like a serial killer that's into voodoo or whatever the fuck.
If they had renamed it and then just let it hint that it was, it might have been a completely.
It might have been a thing where they marketed
exactly, just like Season of the Witch. Yep.
It might have been a thing where they're like, well, let's attach Friday the 13th. We have a story. We don't know what to call it. Let's put Jason as the killer, kind of thing.
I know. I went and seen that shit in the theater, and remember, like when they fucking blew his ass up at the beginning.
Yeah,
I'm like, what the fuck?
It starts off, it kicks ass. It rips. It's right from the beginning.
What the fuck just happened?
Yeah. You get the big titty broad, and she's getting ready to get slaughtered, and
the heart scene with the coroner.
Eating the heart. It's just like it's like a Phantasm 2 for me. Like it's just it's so fucking wild, and I've always had I've always just liked it a lot.
And the part of the end with the Freddy glove grabbing the mask.
Glove, it's a thing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I know it's one of the most hated, if not the most hated, Friday the 13th, and I can understand that.
Manhattan gets a lot of
that. Manhattan or X will probably be right in that category too. So
I was just gonna say Manhattan probably is really near the top of that list of most hated.
Yeah,
but I like Manhattan quite a bit.
I do.
It used to be.
Oh yeah, I've watched it a dozen times. I like it too.
Watch all of them.
Yeah, people list that as one of their least favorites.
Pound for pound of the big three, I think it's the strongest franchise because the sequels are stronger than the other two.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So I don't know. It's
X to me is probably the worst of the franchise.
I like X as well.
I still enjoy X.
I do too. It's one of my
favorites. I always like the franchise.
Even the worst ones are enjoyable.
Yeah, I can still watch it though.
But, I want the fucking remake too. Right. All right, Dr. Ordinary, what you got for your honorables, buddy?
All right, first one up. Great 1993 direct-to-video horror movie, true campiness, my kind of movie, Ticks.
Nice.
Love this movie. It's got Seth Green. I mean, it's just a campy, horrible. Should be a horrible horror movie. But you got both Rance Howard, Clint Howard's in this movie, Seth Green. Produced by Brian Usna. This is the guy that produced Reanimator, From Beyond. A lot of people had their hands in this movie for a campy direct-to-video horror movie. Directed by Tony Randall. The original screenplay was by a guy named Doug Beswick, who is a special effects artist, like the special effects artist of Star Wars, of like Episode 4. Did Evil Dead. He did everything. He had his hands in Aliens, Blade, just a great fun movie. It pokes at horror movies. It's about a bunch of kids that end up in the woods and there's a cabin and there's these killer ticks. There's this guy that's growing marijuana and he's using a special chemical that gets on these ticks and they turn into these giant killer ticks. This movie's got a special meaning for me because one of the past many jobs I had for a while, I did archaeology. And anytime you get ready to go out in the field, ticks are just a part of our life. So it was always kind of a fun thing. We all get together and watch movies at the start of a field season. Ticks was number one. In addition to that, at my alma mater where I did my undergraduate work, we actually have the Smithsonian's U.S. National Tick Museum, the largest collection and the official collection of ticks in the United States Natural History Museum. I walked past it every single day going to my office. There's over 1 million ticks in this collection. When I worked for the museum, we used to actually we had an exhibit we did every couple of years from the tick collection. So I was sort of intimately involved in all these ticks. Ticks are fascinating to me from a medical perspective and just from my own nerdiness. So I love this movie. Number 2 is another great movie, Innocent Blood. I don't know if anybody's ever actually seen this movie. 1992 black horror comedy movie directed by John Landis. It's a great a horror movie. It's basically a vampire movie meets a gangster movie meets a cop movie. I guess you could think of it. Anthony LaPaglia. It's got Robert Loggia in it, who plays a gangster. Anne Perrault, she's a French actress. She did La Femme Nikita, and then she did this movie, and she's nude in this movie a lot. Don Rickles is in this movie. Kim Coates. But there's also a ton of this movie tells you what people wanted to jump on board. This movie. It's got cameos by Dario Argento, Frank Oz, Tom Savini, Sam Raimi has a cameo in this movie. It's just a really funny, fun vampire movie where basically, and it's gangsters. And this is for pops. I'm going to get off real quick. I'm not going to use the actors' names. I'm just going to use the characters' names from their down the road characters' names. There's 3 characters in this movie that are going to show up later in pops. One is Richie Aprile. The other one is Carmine Lupertazzi. And the third guy in this is Paulie Walnuts.
Oh, shit.
And all 3 play gangsters that will go on to play in The Sopranos.
Wow. I've never seen that. So when they put that on the
it was
list.
a box office bomb, but became an instant cult hit. And it's just a great movie. If you've never seen it, you won't be disappointed.
Oh, yeah.
Never seen it, man. I'm very interested.
Why don't you just lead with the Sam Raimi stuff?
Well, I'm trying not to be a Sam Raimi bitch.
By the way, Sam Raimi's involved. So
listen. I texted him, asked him if it was okay if I mentioned him the last. He said, "Oh, I'll just slide on this one."
You forgot to mention Carlton and Ticks too.
That's right. Yeah.
Badass, and that's which is totally different than
They call me Panic because I don't.
That's kind of a lame release for Ticks, though. I mean, unfortunately.
Yeah.
When are we going to get the right treatment for
the
that?
box could have been bigger.
Right.
We ain't got a goddamn 4K True Romance. We got a fucking 4K of fucking Ticks.
Fucking Mac Daddy 4K for
True Lies.
Yeah.
No 4K of True Lies.
That's what I meant to say. What did I say?
True Romance.
I meant fucking
There's
True Lies.
4K after True Romance.
Y'all know I get fucking 2 o'clock in the morning start saying stupid shit.
He's still thinking about Unforgiven.
Clint.
Last night I thought goddamn Clint Eastwood was in fucking Escape from New York.
Escape from Alcatraz.
Yeah, I got all fucked up.
Escape from New York.
And by the way, the other movie I was trying to figure out last night.
Did you picture that shit? Clint being
Escape from Alcatraz and High Plains Drifter.
High Plains
Drifter was the other 4K I got pre-ordered.
Yeah, so. He was describing it as a big title for Kino. It was High Plains Drifter.
Yeah, I was all fucked up. I'm gonna edit that out of the video.
Kino's gonna put out
Snake Plissken, god damn it.
Everything in the print box is gonna be out. Kino.
That'd be great.
Yeah. All right, Dirt, what you got?
All right, man. I got, of course, Shawshank Redemption.
Hell yeah.
You covered that. Like you said, it's hard to really talk about this, but from what I get out of it, man, like he goes into Shawshank who he is, and he comes out who he is. He never changes. I feel like it can't break him. He's unbreakable. But he changes everything around him too. Brings a different perspective into the jailhouse or whatever.
Builds a nice library. Yeah.
But he changes, and it's going against the corrupt system, but that's just how I see it. And it's the old story, good overcomes evil type shit, and then the other one is 7,
yeah,
which I think you picked that one too, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Right. Yeah, you covered the bleach bypass chemical process. It was, yeah, used in other films, like Fight Club, I think used it as well. Another Fincher. This Seven Duck, it don't insult the audience. You know what I mean? It don't over explain everything, and it don't show you everything either. So it's kind of like leaves shit to your imagination, like the scene with the, you know, the man with the knife dildo. You know,
Yeah.
that's pretty fucking.
You see the aftermath, but not.
Yeah, lust. That lust scene that was pretty rough, and but you never see shit really. You know,
You never find out anything about John Doe ever.
right.
Right.
And also sloth, man. That shit. That sin was like, fuck me, man. He kept him alive for a year on what fucking morphine or whatever.
Yeah, that actor weighed 90 pounds, and the actor has to lose weight for the role, so he ends up losing another 7 pounds to play that role.
Right. Yeah. You're never told like where they are. I mean, we talked about that though. Okay. Let's see. And he destroys everybody's life, man. John Doe, and he accomplishes what he set out to accomplish. You know.
Yeah.
His sin was envy of Brad Pitt's character and wrath.
All those murders weren't sins though. It's the envy of the normal life of Brad Pitt.
Right. But everybody that he did that to, like that was their sins or whatever. Like the one woman for Pride, he fucking gave her a choice. He put a phone in her hand and a goddamn bottle of pills because he fucking removed her nose. Is that right? And gave her a choice, and she fucking killed herself. It's like, damn, you know,
like Saul before Saul.
Right. But like Fincher don't show like none of the murders except the last one, really. And that's from what's his name, Mills.
Yeah.
But yep. So yeah, and the rest got covered pretty good, man. That's them. 7 and Shawshank. My honorable.
Both good picks.
I
have to stand by them.
Both fantastic honorable mentions.
Yeah, this was like a heavy hitter stream, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like the bangers come out to play, you know.
All right, Brian, what you got, bud?
I'm going with I think 93 or 94. This one came out. It's kind of like a coming of age drama comedy. I don't know, Angus. I'm sure you guys seen this back in the day, but it was about this fat kid in school, whatever, got teased and everything, and kind of like an underdog story. His buddy is the Shermanator from American Pie.
The Shermanator.
The bully in here is James Vanderbeek, and then the girl that's in here is the girl from Jurassic Park. It's also got George C. Scott playing his grandfather, the fat kid's grandfather, and Kathy Bates is his mother in the movie. So it's pretty good underdog. Just, you know, fat kid gets a chick kind of movie, and you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
We prefer to be called the horizontally challenged.
Horizontally challenged. Yeah.
Festively plump.
Right.
But it's got a great soundtrack. It's got Green Day and Weezer and stuff like that in there. So the early 90s. And then, of course, I had to pick Dead Alive.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Favorite horror movie of all
Yeah,
time.
that almost made my top.
Yeah, so definitely needs that 4K. It's been rumored for years and years now.
Yes, sir.
The rat monkey and I don't know, just the lawnmower kill.
Yeah.
And
the blender scene.
There's so much crazy shit goes on in this movie. Like
Karate
Peter Jackson.
The girl Paquita's nuts in here. She's like fucking crazy for the guy. I don't understand. Like, and then the guy's mom is just insane too. How she changes into a zombie and she's just so crazy about her son. Like, I don't know, one of those weird mother-son relationships.
I kick ass for the Lord.
Yeah, I kick ass for the Lord. That whole scene whenever all the zombies are sitting at the dinner table eating and stuff, and the one's like pumping the other one. And The zombie baby is great. Whenever he like hits the zombie baby with the swing, and the bum's like, yeah, like cheering it on and shit. The uncle's crazy. The uncle is trying to take all Lionel's money. That whole scene from whenever they have the party at the house, and this goes into crazy zombie anarchy from then on. But classic movie.
Definitely.
Those are my honorable mentions.
Good mentions.
All right, we'll get my two honorable mentions knocked out here. First one's going to be, and I'm kind of surprised that nobody else pulled this one here, and I almost didn't because I've seen this movie so many fucking times, but I rewatched it again this week, whatever, and I mean I had to add it, and that's going to be Forrest Gump.
Yeah, yeah.
This fucking movie, man, it's I don't know. I got a special place for this. My dad passed away in 2014. He got introduced to this movie a couple of years before he passed, right after he retired. And he was home in bad health for a couple of years before he passed away. And this was his favorite thing to watch. I took a bunch of my old DVDs over there, and this was one of them. And the first time he had ever seen it, and he probably watched it 20 times before he passed away. And so my dad really loved this movie. It's one of his favorites in his later years. But that being said, everybody's fucking seen this. This guy, directed by Robert Zemeckis, who's great. Tom Hanks, Gary Sinise, Robin Wright plays probably the biggest whore ever on film. Plays Jenny.
Just an evil cunt.
Yeah, right. She really. And Sally Fields. Sally Fields is only 10 years older than Tom Hanks, but plays the mom. They make her look older.
Who?
Sally.
Oh, here we go.
I wrote down Sally Field. The Sally Field. Had a $55 million budget, made $330 million in the States, $678 million worldwide.
Is that all?
It was fucking huge fucking hit.
It's $1 billion title.
And I made some notes, so I'll be fast. This is just an honorable mention. But so my name is Forrest. People call me Forrest Gump. Yeah, that was ad-libbed by Tom Hanks. Zemeckis loved it and kept it in the film. Something else I never really noticed, but with every transition of Forrest, every age transition, the first shirt he's wearing is a blue plaid shirt. I don't know the meaning behind that, but for what it's worth. Kurt Russell does the voice of Elvis Presley, but Kurt Russell played Elvis, and one of those shots of lace I got back there.
3,000 Miles to Graceland.
Yeah.
Elvis. He played it.
He also there's a movie called Elvis that he's in it.
Yeah.
Called Elvis, where he played. Kurt Russell played Elvis.
Bill Murray, Chevy Chase, and John Travolta turned down the role. Bill Paxton was Zemeckis' first choice, but the studio wanted somebody with more star power, and Bill Paxton didn't really have it then. Greenbow, Alabama, where he's supposed to be from, is a fictional town, but Biola Battery, Alabama, is a real town. And
sure hell ain't fictional, and it's a shithole too.
Well, when we were going to Biloxi, me and the wife went to Biloxi for her birthday a few weeks back. Whatever, we passed a road sign that said Biola Battery, so that was kind of cool. And of course, we had the casino.
That's not very nice. It's a very depressed, sad place.
Yeah, we just passed by it on I-10, but and the casino we stayed at had a Bubba Gump's, which I've ate at before, but Bubba Gump's is cool. So that was, if you guys have never ate there before, it's pretty cool. The waitresses go around and they basically do Forrest Gump trivia while you're eating, which is a lot of fun. And the way you get your waitress to come to your table, they have a license plate on the table, and the one license plate says "Run Forrest, run" if you're good, and then in the other one you flip it over if you want the waitress to stop, and it basically just says "Forrest, stop" or whatever. So it's kind of cool.
Shit happens.
The Life is Like a Box of Chocolates line was voted number 40 movie quote by the American Film Institute, AFI, out of 100. Tom Hanks and Gary Sinise starred in 3 films together: Forrest Gump, Apollo 13, and Green Mile. All 3 were nominated for Best Pictures. Forrest Gump was the only one that won that award. Only took 66 days for this movie to reach $250 million, which is ridiculous. Tupac Shakur auditioned for the role of Bubba Gump. And the reason why I mentioned that is everybody kind of wondered, well, what I was reading anyway, people wondered that if Tupac would have got that role in a movie like this, maybe we wouldn't have lost him. Maybe his life would have been a little different. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know much about him, but I did read about that. Interesting to think about. In 2007, AFI listed this as the number 76 movie of all times. I kind of figured it'd be a little higher than that, but that's all I got about Forrest Gump. This movie here, my son told me one time that when he was homesick, this was his staying home sick movie. Every time he was sick, he would throw this in and watch it. And I would have to say the last couple of times I've been homesick, I've done the same thing. If you're ever homesick, you fucking got 103 fever, you feel like shit, throw this movie in, it helps. Just a little side note. So
One of my favorite lines from Forrest Gump is "Seats taken."
Right. Seats taken.
And also the kid's name. What's his name? Who plays the kid? I See Dead People. What's his name?
Oh, Haley Joel Osment.
Yeah, they put him in this movie. This is like the first movie he ever did. The director has seen him in some kind of commercial that he was doing and put him in this movie, which kind of started his career. All right, my other honorable mention is going to be one we've already showed, and that was Tombstone. There ain't really much more to say about this. It's already been said. I'll keep it short. But absolutely love this movie. Behind Unforgiven, this is probably my favorite Western, give or take. It's definitely up there. Val Kilmer, favorite role. Every line that he says is just so fucking quotable. I love Billy Bob Thornton in this as the asshole at the poker table. I requote his lines a lot. I mean, Kurt Russell just fucking kills this fucking role, eats it up. I just love the whole fucking movie. What else can I say about it? It's already been fucking said. It's fucking fantastic. See it, own it, need a 4K.
What's that line? Yeah, skin that damn. What did he say? Slap the
skin that smoke wagon and see what happens.
Yeah, I love it.
The better part of that is when they all start talking, and then Val Kilmer says, "I forgot you were still there. You may go now.
You were there. You may go now."
I'll blow you right up that Wildcat's ass. Right up that Wildcat's ass.
Yeah, it's a movie about friendship.
Yeah. But man, so many of y'all's movies that y'all showed, man, were right there on the cusp of being in my list. So this really came real close to being a,
mine too. My honorable mention.
Not all yours, but
there were a lot of movies I feel bad for not mentioning because it should have been like Jurassic Park, Pro,
Terminator 2.
Yeah, how can these not be in my list?
I thought for sure Alan was going to pull J-Park somewhere. Terminator 2 somewhere.
And I can show you my fucking list that I made. They're right there. And the one that I regret the most is Reservoir Dogs. I mean, Reservoir Dogs needed to be in this list, but I don't know. I couldn't put ahead some of these other ones.
Nobody picked this. Nobody brought this up at all.
Yeah, I love that movie, but it's not that one didn't make
great. It's the best movie ever. It's the best crime movie ever. You ask anybody, they'll tell you. All the hype and all that shit. Go watch Steve. Grow the fuck up.
Didn't make my top 20, to be honest with you.
I always kind of thought they got the name just a little wrong. Like Lukewarm would have been a little better.
Yeah, there's a lot of great with it, but man, like they're opening, they're doing a big prep scene for the job. Cut to fucking Al Pacino fucking his wife.
Yeah,
then back to the prep scene. It's like, what are we doing here? It's a crime movie. Al Pacino looks like an old
and actually, Al Pacino I just found just wholly unengaging in that movie.
She got a big ass, fucking just going
straight over.
What are you doing, dude? It's just a mess. But there's a lot of great stuff too in it. I will say that.
If you guys go back and watch the introduction of this video, the introduction that I made, every single clip that's in there was movies from like my top 20, 25. Because what I did when I got ready to do that, because I made my list on Vudu, I just kind of made a master list on that. I went through that because I wanted all those clips were from this time span, 91 to 95, every single one of them. And so every single one of those clips came from movies that were considered for this stream. So you get bored, go back and watch that. I'll tell you my list.
Dumb and Dumber.
I watched a bunch of Cat 3s. There's a lot of Cat 3s that came out in this time span.
Yeah. I mean,
I like that you pulled those comedy. That's the wild one.
This is the only comedy that I've picked the whole time we've been doing this shit.
Tommy Boy was one I considered for sure.
Yeah, had the fat guy in a little coat in the intro.
Talk about a quotable movie.
Oh yeah.
And leave it to me. I pull a scene from Jurassic Park. I had to pull the Jeff Goldblum scene. Now that's one big pile of shit. It's my favorite line from the whole movie.
That's the name of this stream. That's the name of my picks.
That was actually going to be the very last one that I played the sound from, but I went with hoo-ah, tits, hoo-ah, whatever. That's one big pile of shit was going to be the last. Anyway, I got to change it at the last minute. All right, we'll finish up the chat here and we'll be out of here, guys. The cues, we read that. We're right here.
I liked all the shit talking that went on earlier. Like, oh man, time's running by. We're doing good. Almost to 5 hours.
Right.
Yeah, we're still
ahead of the game.
Yeah, we're 30 minutes. We shaved 30 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. Robert De Niro is married to a black woman. They are never photographed together. Yep.
He's married. He's been married to like 3 black women.
Mm-hmm.
All right. AM Cinema and Gaming. By the way, I just subscribed to his channel. I went and looked, and he does have a channel. So you guys go subscribe to him, to AM Cinema and Gaming. I'm out of here, but I'll drop it next time. I'll have a good one. Love the videos. India Phantom says top 2 honorable mentions for me is True Romance and The Fugitive, which was up for Best Picture but has become underrated through the years. Favorite TV show of then Homicide.
I don't care.
Yeah, The Fugitive holds up, man. I watched
True Romance didn't end up on Alan's list either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, now it was in the intro video. Gary Oldman was, and goddamn so was fucking
The Fugitive going on over there.
Fucking moth or something.
Speaking of acid,
motherfucking bat.
We got them here. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
All right. Let me read that one.
That fucking bat scene from Black Sheep is great.
Yeah.
Cool to see a Category 3 flick of the honorables, and just recently watched Jason Goes to Hell for the first time since it was in cinemas, and had a great time with those kills and the whole hidden vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun, man. Great.
Watch The Hidden, man. Watch The Hidden. I highly recommend that.
Yeah, it's great. Warner Archive.
Yeah.
Anthony said Jason Goes to Hell is fucking awesome movie, man. Great kills, great tent fucking scene, and I like that it mixes in the Evil Dead stuff. Plus, Freddy's glove coming out of the ground is badass.
Yeah, and there's an unrated. This edition.
Unrated cut of that kill is the best kill in the franchise.
Yeah, the Scream Factory has the unrated cut, and it's a difference of the unrated cut is 91 minutes. The theatrical is 88 minutes, so you get an extra 3 minutes. But it's a good extra 3 minutes. A lot more gore, a lot more.
Yeah, when he's going toward the tent, he steps on the condom.
Yeah.
And there's all kinds of shit going on.
Well, here we go. God damn it. Jesus.
Wild Wrangler says Jason Goes to Hell is the first movie I threw up to in my friend's house ever got invited back when we were kids.
Yeah.
Stay away from Untold Story. If that's the case.
Stay away from Untold Story.
Wild Wrangler says Ticks and Carlton. Indie Fan says Innocent Blood is a cult classic and one of the last great John Landis picks. Yeah, I want to check that out, man.
True that.
Dr. Ordinary Transylvania. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. If you say.
Chris says I have that in the horror thrillers column from Warner Brother Archives for that documentary Innocent Blood. Wolf and Body Snatchers and The Hunger are in it was a great pickup for me a few months ago.
Yeah, it was like a 4-pack with the Innocent Blood, Wolf and Body Snatchers.
Yeah.
The Hunger, man, is a crazy fucking movie with Bowie.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking crazy shit.
All right, my first honorable mention is Falling Down. Yeah, you noticed that was in my intro as well. That
was in my top 22.
I love that movie.
Yeah, I figured that was going to be in your shit, Alan.
You forgot your briefcase, do I?
I thought that was going to be in one of your picks.
It was there, man. It was there.
Your briefcase.
Yeah.
That's a great movie, though.
But it's
a fucking great movie. That opening scene when he's in the car and he's just about to fucking snap, that was Tuesday for me. I'm very relatable with this son of a bitch. Don't you have any V's in China? There's so many fucking, and what a weird fucking role for Robert Duvall, man. The whole fucking scene with him and his wife, that's the only part that takes me out. That's a little weird. But
when he's fucking yelling at his wife, doesn't he get into it with his wife about something?
A little bit,
something
about London Bridge. I don't know. Fucking
his wife's like got a mental problem or something.
Right.
Something wrong.
Yeah. I'm just disagreeing with you. In America, we have the freedom of speech, the right to disagree. And when he goes in that fucking Army Navy place and that fucking Nazi guy's in there, we're the same, you and me.
In Southern California, he finds a Nazi.
Yeah.
I mean, they're everywhere there, I'm sure.
Yeah,
they don't live in like northern Idaho or wherever,
Yeah.
And the whole fucking scene in the fast food restaurant,
the fast food restaurant
relatable to me.
Yeah,
is it relatable for you, Alan?
Look at this miserable squash. Yeah,
that's
very relatable.
It's every time Alan goes to bed.
That's when Alan backs up into the McDonald's drive-thru.
Yeah.
Drives the long way.
It's the car behind him,
But it's a good fucking movie, man. I kind of wish I'd have added it, man. It was goddamn, it was right there. Falling Down is amazing. I second Falling Down. Unhinged is very similar. Yeah, not near as good, but it is similar.
Yeah.
Seven's my number one. Yeah, I love that film. I think everybody has felt like Michael Douglas' character at one point or another.
Yeah.
I love that you mentioned movies like Angus, Brian. This is my generation of story. Love it.
Hell yeah.
All right, Anthony said the Caveman. He says Unhinged was great too. The mother in that was a stupid bitch, though. I do agree.
Calm down.
I felt bad for her son, but she was dumb as shit.
Get your life together, lady.
You shouldn't have been talking that shit. You know, that's
She's
all.
She's to fuck up the whole movie,
right?
Yeah. You shouldn't have been talking that shit. You know,
and fucking Russell Crowe, man. And I can say this because I'm a portly fella, but Russell Crowe looks like the fucking guy that ate Russell Crowe.
Right?
COVID wasn't kind to him either, by the way. But anyway, side note, go watch Gladiator. Then go watch Unhinged.
Yeah,
or watch Thor: Love and Thunder with him in it, Zeus.
Right,
which is fucking great. Unhinged was great too. The mother and that. We just read that fuck. Yeah, y'all see Frankenstein '92 with Randy Quaid playing the monster.
What the fuck?
Damn, I need to see that.
All right, I gotta see Randy Quaid playing Frankenstein. That's gotta happen.
Yeah, I'm ordering that motherfucker.
That's the one with Robert De Niro playing Frankenstein '92, isn't it?
What? No. He
Maybe
said
Randy Quaid played Frankenstein at some point.
He said Randy Quaid's playing Frankenstein?
I thought the '92 one Robert De Niro plays Frankenstein.
Probably is. But maybe there's one with Quaid too. I'm going to look it up now.
There's a different one. That one's 94 you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's in a TV movie called Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
It's a made for TV.
Yep.
Yeah.
5.7.
None of us have seen it.
How the hell did I miss that?
It looks kind of crazy.
What the hell, man? I got to see that.
That's going to be watched.
Yeah, that'd be
a yes.
Yeah, that's a watch tag for sure.
Alan just don't know.
I'm sure it's fucking terrible, but I just want to see fucking Randy Quaid.
Right? I just want to see Randy Quaid.
Fucking Uncle Eddie as Frankenstein, you know.
This is Snots. You didn't get to meet him last night. He had the shits or whatever.
But he said,
he had the shits last night.
Set on dog like this. Where's the dog? Oh, I bet he's probably just nosing through the trash.
Right.
Oh, fucking kitchen's ruined.
That's
you go
real
to the kitchen,
nice.
Get yourself something to eat.
Real nice.
Smells like fried pussycat. Dead or Alive is one of the wildest flicks known to man. I like it better than Lord of the Rings movies. Great Halloween pick for anybody looking for a fun ass time.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Dead Alive.
That's a good one, man. It's a damn shame we ain't got a better release of it. No one mentions The Crow, 94, right?
Yeah.
I like The Crow.
I like The Crow, but it didn't make my top.
Yeah.
Didn't make the cut.
Gen A.
Gen 9.
Gen 9.
Match 80, what's going on, man? Morning, gents. I hope you all are okay, doing well.
Yeah, man. How's it going?
All right, Holly said, hey, the master of the 80s. Hey, to Holland. Brian and Coco cracked me up when they said one of their favorite lines to quote was "seats taken."
Yeah.
All right, okay, I'll try to watch Tombstone ASAP. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, do that, man.
Oh yeah, man, you're gonna love it.
You can't go wrong with Tombstone.
Yeah, nah. If you've never seen it, shit.
My second honorable is Judgment Night. Love Judgment Night. Dennis Leary is an excellent villain, and Jeremy Piven is great as the comedy relief character. You also get Emilio Estevez, Cuba Gooding Jr., and Stephen Dorff. Yeah, that's a good movie, man.
Yeah, Judgment Night is great. I've seen that in the theater as well.
Man, they fucked with that motorhome. Caveman says, Master of the 80s, hope you're well. Hey to Tony, hey to Caveman. Everybody saying hey. And guys, that's going to finish it up. Great stream, boys. Bring on the 80s and bring on the pain.
That's a good way to end it.
I'm all excited about the fucking 80s, man. I feel like a damn giddy schoolgirl.
Yeah, man.
I've been waiting for this.
Now. Yep.
It'll be a rough ride now.
Yeah,
no doubt, man, no doubt. Because that was a fun stream. I got some regrets because I got some movies that I felt like I kind of dissed because I didn't put them on my list, but
Yeah,
too many to pick from. Too
they'll
many.
recover.
You just gotta,
Dude, I got an armful of Cat 3s I didn't put in this, so
yeah.
I'm gonna sleep just fine.
It's kind of like picking kid. You got all these kids. You just got to pick the best ones.
Yep.
You're
Some are better than others.
Yep. Fuck the others.
right.
Another one that I watched recently, or actually I watched it. Maybe it was yesterday, the day before, whatever. There's actually two that I rewatched. And don't get me wrong, I still fucking love them. But it's the supporting cast that brought it down for me on both of these. One was Cliffhanger. Still love Cliffhanger, fun ass movie, but some of the bad guys in that movie are just too fucking campy to put them in the top 5. The other one was Point Break. Fucking love Point Break, but after rewatching it, it's just got a little bit too much cheese in it for it to be a top 5. But
sometimes they lose their pop,
Yep.
Yeah, I'll still watch them 100 more times.
Point Break's number 8. It almost made it.
I love Point Break. Gary Busey, and that's great. I love Point Break. So,
yeah.
And I have that in my intro video, them jumping out of the fucking plane with no parachute. I love that scene.
The big one for me was The Professional, man. Leon.
Yeah.
I was really surprised. I thought it was going to be in my top 5 for sure.
The theatrical cut would do you better. It doesn't have that. They shaved all that stuff out, or at least most of it, for the U.S. release, and that's available. But you can watch the theatrical or the unrated.
Yeah. She still comes on to him quite a bit.
Yeah,
it's in it there a little bit, but it's just not as heavy-handed.
It's more like she's a confused young girl, and she's going through a lot, and that kind of thing. In the unrated cut, it's like full on. She's pursuing him.
Lolita.
Yeah, it's Lolita. Yeah.
Right.
No.
But I was just like, who the fuck wrote this shit?
I don't know how they do it over in France or wherever the fuck it's from, but no.
Well, he's Italian, right?
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
One of them.
Same thing.
You played that all well, Brad.
Them.
All right. Great stream, gents. Love the greatness. Appreciate it, man. Another kick-ass stream in the books. Thanks, Anthony. You guys go watch his video he put up last night right after he was on with us. He gives us like a fucking 10-minute shout out at the beginning of his video, the stream, whatever. So y'all be sure to go check it out.
I don't watch those lower level videos, Me and my 15, 17, 16 subscribers, we only do highbrow stuff.
Yeah. Top notch.
Yeah.
Untamed.
Me and Dirk yelled about Untamed at each other for fucking an hour.
Yeah. Alien Dick Monsters.
Dirk, God damn it, it's about Jesus. I told you.
Alien Dick Monsters. Pleasure in women. They can't get enough.
Yeah, man, these guys here, fucking Chris C, Anthony, a bunch of you other guys been here the whole fucking time, man.
That's awesome, man.
That's much appreciated, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all got anything y'all need to mention, or just are we going to try to do this again in 2 weeks? What we decided on?
Yep, 2 weeks, and then
2 weeks, and then we'll kind of see where it goes from there.
We might do 2 back-to-back to get all the 80s in before the end of October.
So our next
we'll see how that goes.
86 to 90, right?
Yeah,
1990 to 1986.
Yep.
I can't do it. I'm gonna have to bow it, guys. I can't do it. I can't.
1990 to 86.
How the fuck am I supposed to pick 5 movies from those years? Especially even the 5 years before that's gonna be even harder. That's gonna be the sweet spot for me. That's gonna be my. That's why I fell in love with movies. Was the early 80s to like 80 to 85 is when I fell in love with movies. And there's gonna be some tough fucking ones to leave out. But
it's just gonna get harder now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's already been hard. That's what she said.
No.
Charles Revenge. Okay, guys, now pick your other 4.
Shots of Revenge.
12 a.m. here, but I loved it. And then it's 3 a.m. here, so I guess you're out on the West Coast somewhere.
Yeah, probably so.
So, all right, guys, well, we're going to get on out of here.
Yep.
Always a great time. Love hanging out with you guys.
Hell
Everybody
yeah.
in the chat.
Looking forward to the next one.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we'll be back in a couple of weeks, and I'm sure we got some shit going on between now and then. But thanks again, guys. We'll see y'all next time.
Later.
Yeah,
Take
thanks
it
everybody.
easy.
Peace.